fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Fuck it. America deserved 9/11. Only thing I know about the song is I think it's really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hospital Broadcast coming to you live
You said America deserves 9/11.
from gloomy San Diego, California, folks. San Diego, California. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. You already know. You might be thinking to yourself, is it because it is the first day of TwitchCon? Is that the reason? No, that's not the only reason. Is it because it's a beautiful day in San Diego, which is surprising? Is it because it's September 20th? Is there a significance to that date? You might be thinking, is it because it's the Debate Lords Day? The day where I do the show that we have been rehearsing for quite some time at this point. And by that, I mean, I actually just did a rehearsal earlier. Is that the reason? You might be thinking. Well, it's those reasons, but also there is one additional very significant reason. Folks, today's a very special day because it's always a very special day.
You know we finally
That's right. It's Friday.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's motherfucking Friday. It's fucked up Friday. It's Fuck-a-Fan's Mom Friday. It is Friday. Or if you're feeling in the mood, it's Fry Slay. That's right, folks. It is Friday. The one day of the week that our forefathers fought long and hard for. It's Fry Slay, baby. Go Mufasa, go. We celebrate this beautiful occasion every week, as you know. As you know, this is a day of celebration every fucking week because it is, once again, a reminder to all that you have a sense of autonomy, a sense of security, a sense of purpose, and you feel like a goddamn real human. That's right. During the weekend. It is the announcement of the weekend. But, of course, this is a very special Friday. It's not like a regular Friday, honestly. It's an especially special Friday. It's because it's TwitchCon time. Now, a lot of you know this. A lot of you celebrate it. A lot of you celebrate the occasion. Some of you don't. I don't know. A lot of you normies probably don't even understand what's going on. But I work in logistics, and I figured I'd inform you there's a nationwide port strike being planned for October 1st. Nice. Thank you for letting me know ahead of time. Okay. Shout out to Chatter's working back half. You played 2 hours that die like this? What do you mean? Wrong chat. Anyway, it's my motherfucking birthday, says Gen Z Socialist. Happy birthday, Gen Z Socialist. But yeah, it's Friday. It is September 20th, 2024. I am a little late, but I have a really good reason for it today, and I will get to that right now in the portion of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. That's right. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Abi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. Okay. And a lot has occurred in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in that time frame. Is bro in a hotel? Bro is in yet another house that he purchased. You already know what it is. I bought the 10th house. Okay. This is my 10th fucking house. And it's my penthouse suite in my 11th house. Fuck it. I just bought another one. You know what I mean? Would you buy one of those titty shirts old boy Mark did and also review them? That's a funny ass idea. I bought a hotel chain. Yeah. And also specifically, I bought the hotel chain so that I could hurt the workers, because that's what's going on right now. There's a strike happening at the Hilton right next to the convention center, as a matter of fact. Recreate Sweet Life, Zach and Cody. I don't know what that is. I never watched it. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker? Well, yeah, I bought TwitchCon as well, actually. I bought the Hilton. I bought TwitchCon. I bought everything. That's some good hotel internet. Thank you. Hopefully it doesn't get fucked up. Can we see some pits? Boom, boom, boom. It's pit time. I'm pitted out. I bought San Diego. I want to visit the strike, but due to security concerns, I don't know if I'll be able to do that today. There are some limitations with my movement, all things considered, as you guys probably are aware of. You know, it's a heated moment in time for the election cycle, and TwitchCon happens to be smack dab in the middle of it. So it's going to be a little difficult for me to move around as freely as I want to, even though we do have some security, obviously, locked in, ready to go. So let me get started. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night and I was at home. I was like, you know, living La Vida Loca in Los Angeles, California. What am I doing here? I'm in San Diego. For those of you who don't know, it's TwitchCon. It is the once a year convention, oftentimes in San Diego, sometimes in Vegas. And yeah, I'm here for it as a premier Twitch streamer with a contractual obligation, as a matter of fact. I'm here. It's not just the top of the hour ad breaks that I serve you, which I'm not going to serve right now because it's only 18 minutes into the broadcast. But beyond that, I have some other contractual obligations as well. And so I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing that this weekend. And I hope you guys enjoy it. You'll come along for the ride. One of the things that I'm doing at TwitchCon is a show called Debate Lords. This is a show that I'm very excited about. I have talked about this quite a bit. You guys know we promoted a lot. We have wonderful guests for said show as well. Really stoked to do this. And obviously I'm gonna be doing that. But anyway, last night, ended the broadcast, traveled with some friends down to San Diego, and as soon as I stepped foot in my hotel, I saw Austin. He was walking out and he was going to a fucking party, as always. For me, I was like, oh, he's going to a party. He's like, oh, you want to come? I was like, nope, absolutely fucking not. What did I do? I went upstairs to my hotel room. First thing I did, crack open the laptop that I'm using currently and check the internet, okay? Because I am a mission-minded, goal-oriented person. And I have one fucking goal in this process. And that goal is to make content. I'm a serious guy when it comes to content. That's all I fucking care about. So that's what I did. Found out that the hotel actually has excellent internet, was surprising. And then what else did I do? Well, I ordered some food. I was fucking starving. So I ordered some food. I've already broken my diet spectacularly. Ordered some food, ordered some fucking groceries to the hotel room, as I always do. Make sure that I got my drinks, my bevs ready, locked in, ready to go, baby. You already know, right? Had my bevs ready. And then I ordered both food, chicken, unsurprisingly, surprise. I ordered some chicken to the hotel room. And also on top of that, I ordered the room service, also chicken. A lot of variety there. You already know. From the hotel, I ordered chicken wings, 6 of them, and also shishito peppers. From the Uber Eats, I ordered something that I consider to be truly ass, okay? Like actually fucking ass. Shockingly bad. It was it was one of those like Middle Eastern chicken joints, but god damn, that shit was so bad, okay? It was like shockingly bad. Like very disappointing overall. Very, very disappointing overall. Even though San Diego food is supposed to be excellent. That's what people say all the time. But at the place I ordered from, it was late. It wasn't great. Anyway, so So we did that shit. Disappointing. Couldn't even finish the chicken. That's how you know it sucked. But the hotel chicken wings were fine. Not the best flavoring on it, but it's fine. Not the best flavoring on it, but it's all good. It's not the end of the world. But like I said, dude, the Arab chicken places near me are fire and always busy as fuck. First Chicago, now San Diego. Your Uber Eats account is cursed. Yeah. Anyway, if you guys, are you a picky eater? Fuck no. I mean, I'm not a picky eater, but I guess I kind of am, because like I do care about what I put in my body. Like, and on that front, obviously, I guess I kind of am. But like, if push comes to shove, if I'm like no holds bar, I'll eat anything except for seafood. That's it. I don't eat seafood, but I love everything. Every land meat I've tried, and I will try. I don't give a shit. Like, I've had crocodile, I've had fucking kangaroo, you know what I mean? I've had venison, all that shit. But yeah, but my preference always is chicken because I love chicken. But yeah, so I wouldn't put unleaded 89 in my Ferrari. It's a good way to talk about that. Hassan Abehead made a TikTok that's doing big numbers. Oh, I saw this one. Yeah, it's fucking sick. But yeah, Maya throwing shade at Hassan at Safari Park. What the fuck? Yo, are we about to trade bows, dude? What the hell? I'll look at that in a second. So, is it genetic? Turkish people know seafood? No, dude. Turkish people love seafood. Turkey is surrounded 3 parts by sea. I'm the only motherfucker in Turkey that don't eat seafood. So how was the rehearsal? I'll get to that in a second. So yeah, I went to sleep pretty early, and I had a really funny moment in the morning where and this has never happened to me ever in a hotel, but like, you know how you sometimes have an alarm clock next to your fucking bed in the hotel rooms? Normally the expectation is that shit's not supposed to fucking work. Like, I've never set an alarm ever in my entire life. Mine actually was set up. I don't know why. It was set up at 6. And not only was the alarm clock set up, it didn't actually have like a like alarm sound. It was a beeping sound. And in the midst of me sleeping, when I fucking heard that beep, when the midst of the sleeping, I think I like imagined that it was going to explode, and it freaked me the fuck out. I was like, oh my God, Israel. Like, literally. Which, of course, is a somber reminder, I guess, that I cover way too much news, okay? I cover way too much news, but it was beeping like a fucking Hezbollah pager, and I was like, God damn, what's about to happen? Like, I fucking rolled away from the alarm clock, woke back up, like, immediately, turned it off, or at least I thought I turned it off. Turns out I just fucking snoozed it, okay? I should probably take some days off, you know? But yeah, a little bit of too much news, you know? It's my version of the free parking sign. Yeah, except it's not like mishearing free Palestine for free parking. It's like a thing that really hurt people. Obviously, it would never happen to me, I don't think. But I think it's just like the amount of coverage that I add on to it. So, add on to the news. That's what it is. It's just brain rot is what it is. So, anyway, did that, woke up, went back to sleep, woke up at a more reasonable hour, and afterwards, I went over to the TwitchCon convention. I met my security team, you know, met up with the producers, and basically we did a dress rehearsal and a tech rehearsal, just like a full-blown rehearsal of the run of show. And it was fantastic. I mean, thank God I have Will and Austin by my side. Thank God I have those guys who are producing it by my side, because honestly, it's fucking, I would not be able to carry this shit on my own. But it's going to be in front of a live audience. It's a massive show. It is like probably I think it's like one of the biggest shows that they're throwing this year, if not the biggest. So I'm very excited about that. I'm at Will's meet and greet right now, lol. Yeah, Will's meet and greet has now started officially at 12, by the way. So, so yeah, Will Neff looks brawling as fuck. Yeah, he's out of control, man. He needs to fucking dial it back, in my opinion. You won't stream it? Wait, what? Yeah, I will be. This is going to be a live streamed debate, okay? And it's not going to be a debate about politics. It's going to be about silly shit. The goal is for this to be like silly things that people take seriously, okay? So I did the rehearsal. I got back here. March luckily set this shit up while I was doing the dress rehearsal so that I could, you know, come in here, start the stream, and the run of show is going to go this way. Okay, I'm going to explain to you what we're doing today. So I'm going to do my regular desktop stream. Today for the first like 2 hours. Okay. For the first 2 hours, I'm going to do my regular desktop stream. And after that, I'm going to swap out with March and go on the IRL journey. We are going to travel from the hotel to the convention floor. We are going to maybe walk around the con, but the movement will be probably very limited before Debate Lords. And after the little walkabout in the convention hall, I will get prepped, and you'll get to see a behind the scenes. You'll get to see a BTS of what's going on the convention floor, and also before the Debate Lord show. And then after that, it swaps out directly to Debate Lords. There won't be any cuts in between, so that's pretty sick, I think. But yeah, our streamers changing politics for the better. That's crazy. We probably won't have time to watch this wisecrack, but I did see this. Where is it? I saw this. Today's video we made with help from Garrett Kruper, who did a PhD on the topic, is on political streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and the question of whether or not its influence has an offline political effect, hitting YouTube in 30 minutes. Shonda Black was prominently featured alongside Frogan on here, which is cool. When are we doing the gym split? Today is normally my fucking leg day, and I'm a little sad that I didn't have time to do it, but hey, it is what it is. Should we watch it directly through your channel or like on what I assume would be Twitch's official channel? No, it's going to be directly on my channel. Everything is going to be on my channel. Anyway, let's fucking blast off. Let's get it started. Let's get it popping. Hold on. Let me blast it. Let me blast it real quick. Okay. Live from San Diego. It's TwitchCon. Live from San Diego. It's TwitchCon Day 1. I'll be covering RFK Jr. sex scandal and Israel striking Beirut before I go roam the convention and prep for Debate Lords, the show live streamed from the con in front of a live audience at 4 p.m. PST. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Do we have a blast off meme for today? I have not listened to any of the blowback new season. I haven't had time. Okay. The bot. Any shawarma recs in Hollywood? There's a place called like Turco Döner or something that I tried, and it was like pretty decent. It's very fatty though. Did you see this? What I did not see what that is, but hold on. Let's blast off, folks. Let the people know. We are live. We are alive. Dean Cook today. Who's Dean? Blasting off for Debate Lords. Blasting off for everybody. I'm gonna run the 1 minute ad break here. No 3 minute ad break at the top of the hour. Tamasius, thank you for the fattest playlist of all time, even on a day like this. Tamasius comes in with the clutch. Here, let's look at this.
It's really cool that actually constructed this sanctuary and does a lot of it through Twitch. We're really proud of your work, and so Twitch wants to help you grow your sanctuary. And so Twitch will be donating $100,000 to Alveus Sanctuary. Congratulations.
That's crazy. Damn, TwitchCon coming in hot, dude. That's incredible. Phenomenal. Maya deserves it. She's the GOAT. That's my GOAT. As much as I obviously jokingly shit on her, that's my panelist right there. Tomorrow we will be doing a panel side by side where Winnie eating for real. Yeah. Tomorrow Maya and I will be doing a panel alongside one another talking about fundraising efforts on Twitch. That's going to be, I believe, at 2 p.m. Pacific time. I will be live streaming before and after, of course, that experience. So when is Twitch going to show us love? I mean, they are already showing me love. They put a whole show together.
His name's OT in his name?
No, but he wants it.
What is that? Okay, hold on. Let's do this real quick.
They didn't tell me that. I didn't know they were doing that. Oh my God. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm not prepared. Thank you so much. We wouldn't have an organization without Twitch. We built it off of Twitch. We are so grateful. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Twitch for having me and for that. It's amazing.
Damn. It's crazy because look at her talking shit though, talking big shit.
Thank you guys. Shout out to Alveus. You guys do amazing work. Shout out to you and Hassan.
What's your name?
Mateo.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Of course.
Remember the Alveus handshake next time.
Yeah, I will. Also, check out the platypus and condors earlier because the platypus might not be out.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
He says shout out to you and Hassan.
Shout out Hassan. Who cares about that guy?
Ah!
Gibbon.
Ah! That's nasty. That's nasty. That's nasty work. That's nasty work. Once again. Okay. Maya is back to enemy status. Okay. It took me 3.5 seconds. It took her less than that to immediately strike. Okay. Bullshit, dude. Yo, we're back. We're back to being enemies. Okay. We're fucking beefing. I'm going to steal her $100,000. Okay. I'm going to steal the $100,000 that's supposed to be going to Winnie. I'm going to take it. I'm going to give it to Winnie directly. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to steal Winnie, actually. I didn't know Alveus was a snake sanctuary. Exactly, dude. Why do we let women be on this platform if they're just going to be mean to men? Thank you. Finally, some fucking real truth. Austin is featured in ads outside of TwitchCon. I love this because it's Austin doing the one face he does all the time. He just only does this face. It's so funny. I don't know why. She mad Georgie likes you more? I know. You can see the anger and resentment in her eyes. And you can see the comfort and security that I offered to Georgie. Hello, it's me, Georgie. It's me, fucking Georgie, being held by a big man, just like I fucking like it. Austin on a second Twitch flag. Anyway, yeah, Fear and Thumbnails is the only face he makes. I know. Look at this. Look, pog face, pog face, pog face, pog face. Well, didn't make the pog face here. This is funny that the thumbnail is just cutie biting me. No Austin in this one. No pog face on this one. Okay, he's limited the pog face, it seems. Is this Arthur from Peaky Blinders impression? Yeah, this forever will be my goated stream, dude. This was like one of my favorite streams I've ever done. And I remember it fondly because it came at a time when like I felt so shitty. It was in the midst of like the ongoing endless genocide coverage and everything. Like I felt like, you know, I was getting blasted by people with like the most Islamophobic takes of all time, endlessly, ceaselessly. So like taking some time away from that and being able to go and like, you know, play with some animals and you know, fundraising for a phenomenal cause. Like it was literally fucking animal therapy, dude. Straight up.
Australian lizard.
Yeah, good day, mate.
Oh God, here we go.
How you doing? Fucking hell. Let me get on a fucking... It's a walkabout. He's going on a walkabout.
How do you maintain so much muscle when you're this busy? I just work out and I eat a lot of protein. Yeah, it was a fantastic, probably one of my like best streams of all time. One of my favorite streams of all time. All right, let's see some of these TwitchCon clips.
Wait, his name's OT in his name?
No, but he wants it.
Got it.
You gotta let him have it.
Got it.
Okay. Noises, OTK.
Yes.
Please.
We'll see ya. Okay. Oh.
Dude, Nick looks so good.
All right, let's not do any more of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Big Brother. I think... Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Oh.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would do the same shit to Nick and Wake as well, but I know them, you know, and I do that to them off camera anyway. It's real fucking weird when it's like some random dude doing that though.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You guys are incredible. You guys are the best.
Yeah, that was sexual harassment. Hassan shade during Maya Park IRL. No, we already saw that. We already covered it. I know. Don't even show me that again. You know, it's just like it's heartache and heartbreak once again from my number one enemy. I thought things would be better. I thought things would be better between Maya and I, specifically because, you know, we're doing a panel together, and boy was I wrong. She is She's still daggering me as ever, okay? Classic enemy shit. Great intro.
Hi, my name is Nick. I'm 18 years old, and I'm just looking to find my way in this industry.
Dude, oh, come on.
I think I have a big potential, and me and my boyfriend here are looking to really get into the film industry. And I think the best.
It does look like backroom casting couch, dude. What the fuck? Yeah. Only OGs understand. It does. Did you stop eating cows after meeting the moo at Maya's farm? No. Did you see the peak of Cutie's extremely pale legs? Is almost concerning. No. And also, her legs are not pale, okay? Nick got denied entry into Debate Lords because they thought he was a fan. That's hilarious. Half the last chuckle sandwich was about how Ted is in love with you.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that you mentioned.
Just remember, well, before you say it though, remember, you're on the clock.
I know.
Okay.
This is purely scientific. This is
Gremlo said he saw Elle Lee at a party last night. Who's Elle Lee?
Purely inquisitive. There's no leaning here. I'm not formulating anything.
Okay.
I'm just researching. It's purely the research phase.
Okay.
Now I've noticed you say Hassan. You mention Hassan a lot, both in private conversation and on the podcast. You mention Hassan.
He does
routinely,
all the time,
like at a higher rate.
It's because we hang out and we fucking ball. And I've brought in Theodore to a journey of self-recognition where Ted Nivison is becoming a fucking baller. Okay? That's what it is. We hang out all the time, we ball all the time, and he's blossoming into a wonderful little flower. Okay, in and out of the basketball court.
Than any of us mention anyone else.
And at a higher rate.
I said, who's Ellie? Someone just said Asian baddie. Do you understand how little that narrows the fucking playing field? Like, how am I supposed to know what that fucking means, dude? Like, what are you? She's a porn star? It's TwitchCon Lamau? Yeah. She is a porn vlogger, if I am not mistaken. I don't know who that is. Medical student, she's Plaid and Valo. I totally not watch her streams. Okay, I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know who this person is. But y'all are some fucking straight gooners, okay? Look up L. Lee library interview. It's her. Wait, does she actually do porn or not? I don't understand. What the fuck, chat? Stop saying that. She's just a wholesome streamer. Okay, I don't care. We're moving on from this. We're moving on from this conversation. Chaz horny as fuck watching gaming streamers, but won't watch her Wukong gameplay. Well, Oliver does watch my Wukong gameplay, so I do believe it when he says he like just watches the gaming. We just want you to goon with us. Okay, y'all are crazy. Okay, I'm the Mark Robinson of gaming streaming. You don't want to say that. I don't think you ever want to find yourself saying you're the Mark Robinson of anything. You know what I mean? Because it's like, because my man said he's Black Hitler, you know? Gaming is back. Oh, I saw this. It be a modern day pirate adventure where Goro Majima, like a dragon pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, sets sail on February 28th. This is fire. Is it gonna be turn-based? Anyway, I probably won't play this on stream, but I might. This is going to be the gaming of the century. This is going to be game of the century. This one is an action RPG. Oh, nice. What is this? Jackson Hickle. Oh, that's a unfortunate name. Unfortunate name for this guy, who happens to be a professor and not like who we think it is. Anyway, this was the middle of a TED clip. Yeah, I'm going to skip the TED clip. All right, so let's get started. We got a lot of news to cover, okay? Last but not least on the docket, here's a Hassan Abihed popping off. Republican or Democrat? Me. Rocking the merch and everything. What the fuck? Hassan Gesser? All right, I'll do Hassan Gesser as well. Prerequisites, read the whole of Das Kapital. Okay. Beware, comrades. Due to the length of this clip, it's impossible to check if every single one is TOS.
Put the gun away. Shoot. It'll give us away. Put the damn thing down.
Yeah, good call.
It's already on top of us.
Don't shoot it. It's an apparition.
I'm not going to do it. Wait, is that Dav? Am I playing with Doodoo Dav? This is 2020 for sure.
Oh shit, it's the fence.
I had to shoot it because it was literally.
What have you done? Did I get it?
If you shot the black guy.
It's Angela.
Oh shoot!
Well, I shot him because it was the
I told you not to shoot!
What have you done? I told you, didn't I? Using a gun is always bad. Always.
Oh, I fucking clocked her too. Look at that perfect aim. Not listening. Listen, it's called trigger discipline. I got it. You know what I mean? All right, it's gonna be 2020, and I suspect it is going to be like, I don't know. I can't tell from this clip, honestly, what part of 2020 this was. I don't remember when I played this game, but we still have like the Alex Jones. We still have the Alex Jones. I can't do hard mode. This is another different laptop. This is my streaming laptop, so I haven't unlocked hard mode yet. Pre or post elections, 33,000 subs. It could be post elections and like beginning 2021. 30,000 subs could be pre-elections, like right around. But I'm playing a video game, so I probably wasn't doing that. It's probably post elections. I'm gonna say January 2021. Oh, it's before January 2021. It's a scary game, so it's maybe October. Oh no, it's what the fuck? Is it December? What? It's November, like during the elections? Well done, comrade. That's crazy. I was playing a fucking video game. Fake fan, I know. This way I'm never going to unlock hard mode if I keep doing this. How the fuck was I playing video games with Dookie Daff in the midst of the election season? That's crazy. Thirst talk or I'm going to Brian kill me. Thank you for the thirst talk. Kamala did a Wired interview. Oh my god. I can't wait to watch this shit. Did you watch the Tim Dillon Show trailer for Netflix? Jerry Springer vibes? Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I saw screenshots of it. Back to when you actually appreciated Gaming Frogs. What are you talking about? I fucking blasted Wukong so goddamn hard, dude. You're crazy. You're crazy for acting like I wasn't. You're crazy for acting like I wasn't up there giving the Gaming Frogs good eats. Rep Nancy Mace leaks DMs with CNN guest Michael Dyson. Wait, what the fuck? No way. What the fuck? Yo, what is happening in politics, bro? They are fucking. They be fucking, dude. Yo, politics is getting hot and sweaty, and I don't like it, okay? I don't like it at all. New 20v1 with Hawk supporters. I don't think I'm going to have time to watch that today because I have a limited amount of time to do some news coverage. So we're going to be starting off with Hezbollah. Top Hezbollah commander Ibrahim Akil killed in Israeli airstrike in Beirut. We're gonna start off with Lebanon once again. Israel's been pummeling Lebanon pretty hard. After 2 days, or I guess like 3 days ago, they started doing like mass terror, and now they're also on top of that striking Beirut directly, and it seems like World War III is imminent. But I'm out here in San Diego, and we're gonna do Debate Lords no matter what. So let's get fucking started. I gotta pee
as part of the latest Israeli airstrikes on the Lebanese capital Beirut. That's according to security sources who've been speaking to the Reuters news agency. The Lebanese Health Ministry reports at least 8 people have been killed and 59 injured. Well, the strikes come days after a wave of attacks on pagers and walkie-talkies that left 37 people dead in Lebanon. Now, it's reported by sources in Israel the intended victim of those airstrikes was the Hezbollah operations commander. It isn't immediately clear if he was killed in the strikes that hit a southern suburb of the capital, Beirut. Well, let's bring in our international correspondent, John Sparks, for more on this. So, John, what more do we know about the target of these airstrikes?
Yeah, hi, Kamali. Well, it's been reported by the news agency Reuters, quoting 2 security sources, that a top Hezbollah commander called Ibrahim Akil has been killed by the Israelis. He has been wanted by both the Israelis and the Americans. The Americans said that he was involved in the 1983 U.S. Embassy bombing. There was a large bounty on his head. If he has been killed, it is another significant security breach for Hezbollah. The organization, it seems, completely unable to protect both its members, and in this case, if it turns out to be true, if it's confirmed, unable to protect their senior commanders as well. Let me tell you what else we know. It was a residential building that was hit in a suburb of Beirut called Dahia. In the southern suburbs. It's controlled by Hezbollah. Significant number of supporters.
Classic. That's are you gonna admit that San Diego is goated and LA is doo-doo? This is probably the worst time to ask me this question because like the weather is kind of shit too. This little girl is martyred in the process. Of course. This ray of sunshine is missing after the cowardly attack by the genocidal entity on a Beirut residential building, which lies in a notoriously busy area surrounded by parks and schools. May they never see a day of peace for the terrorism they have plagued us with our whole lives. I don't know if this is, we'll see. Once the dust is settled, and I don't mean that as a pun, but we'll see. So they just blew up a residential building to get one guy illegally? Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Okay. The answer to your question is yes. That's precisely what they're doing. They don't give a shit. This is how it is. This is just Israel plays by its own rules that America refuses to apply any rules whatsoever. So if they're completely unrestrained, why the fuck wouldn't they do this? You know what I mean? And killing like some fucking bombing suspect from 1983 means that, they're desperate for any kind of W's the media will give them. And I think this is like, they got a little taste of the phone explosions, like the phone and or pager bombs and the walkie-talkie bombs. And I think that they're just trying to desperately cultivate any amount of support that they possibly can. And I think that is what's going on. Like this is like a exit ramp, not an exit ramp necessarily, but like this works as a way for them to just basically say, hey, we're here. Like we're still doing good work. Look at us. It also shows that they are not confident in the pager bombs. Like they're not confident in the bombing campaign that they put together, like the terror attack that they did for the last 3 days. Basically, they're not confident enough in that. Has the administration said that this was just and valid, or are they ignoring it? No, they'll say it's just and valid. This right here is seen as a more just attack than even the fucking pagers. Okay? Ultimately, it doesn't even fucking make any sense. Like, you're just blowing up like an 80-year-old dude in a crowded residential building. And, the question I always ask is like, since a lot of people only see, Israelis as full humans and anyone who's like Lebanese is simply collateral damage for the crime of being born in Lebanon and living near someone who is a Hezbollah militant general or even like a Hezbollah parliament member, which is a civilian. I suspect that I need to play the same thing over and over again, which is like, how would you feel if they blew up a building in a Tel Aviv suburb where there were Israeli children near parks where Israeli kids play, right? If they did a targeted assassination like this and took out like an old, Israeli occupying force commander or some shit, would you feel like this was a just act? I'm sure plenty of people at this point would say no, like they're playing by their rules. Israel set the standard, so now they're fucking retaliating. But all of the people that are defending Israel's actions would immediately say, nope, that's not allowed. That's like completely fucked up,
In that suburb, support Hezbollah. The building was leveled, was destroyed. The Lebanese health ministry saying 8 people killed, 59 people injured. And there are pictures now emerging from the scene of chaos, of dust, of rubble, of destroyed cars, of ambulances trying to get into the site. and it is very densely populated, this area. I think you could probably picture the scene. I can tell you over the last 24 hours, the Israelis have conducted more than 100 airstrikes, more than 100. In southern Lebanon and one in Beirut. This is the first time they have hit Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, since the end of July, when they assassinated another senior Hezbollah commander called Fuad Shakur. And you know, in this conflict that both sides have been waging since last October, there is an unwritten rule that both sides try to avoid large population centers. That seems to be...
I mean, when has Israel abided by that standard? They've fucking struck Beirut multiple times at this point since October 7. The notion that they try to avoid and make their very best effort to not fucking strike crowded population centers is an abject lie. Okay? Also, that's not an unwritten rule. That is just like the rule of war, for the record. At least like post World War II, that is a rule of war. It's like the rule of war, for the record. At least like post World War II, that is a rule of war. So the idea that they are trying to abide by that standard and just like failing to do so every now and then is pretty funny. We're not even talking about Gaza at this point. Obviously, this is a laughable notion when considering Gaza, which is doubly fucked up because Israel is a belligerent occupier of Gaza and all of the people that live in Gaza, and yet they're still ruthlessly and mercilessly striking Gaza. But Lebanon is a sovereign state that is outside of Israel's control. So that's the reason why there could be separate rules applied in this circumstance, but there are not, which is not very shocking, I would say, given that who's going to hold Israel accountable? Absolutely no one.
Falling apart. Hezbollah have been approached. They have been asked if this commander, Ibrahim Akil, has been killed, assassinated. They haven't confirmed it, but they have said that they are searching the site.
So, look, John, give us a sense, you're in Beirut, of how this is affecting sort of the wider public and how Lebanese society is responding. Of course, Hezbollah is not all of the Lebanese government. Is there any expectation that there could be a response or words said from the rest of the Lebanese political class?
Well, the ethnic and religious makeup in this country is both complicated and diverse. Hezbollah are the largest non-governmental actor in this country, the most powerful politically and militarily, arguably, but they are not Lebanon. Lebanon is highly diverse. Christian, Druze, Sunni Muslims, as well as Shia. Hezbollah makes up most of its support from Shia Muslims. So it's a complicated picture, and certainly there will be people who won't like what Hezbollah is doing.
Yeah, except what Israel is doing straight up gives righteous cause to Hezbollah in the eyes of the Lebanese population. But of course, you can't say that, especially after fucking they exploded pagers all around Lebanon. But you can't fucking say that because then it kind of, you know, changes the dynamic a little bit. You always have to keep up manufacturing consent and make it seem as though, and this is, they did this with Ansar Allah too. Oh, the Houthis are in the midst of a civil war. And then what happened? And then what happened? They took up arms against Israel. They started infiltrating and intercepting and shutting down the entirety of the Red Sea and closed down the strait, basically, effectively rendering the Israeli port bankrupt, right? And what happened in that process? All aspects of Yemeni society united behind the Ansar Allah movement because they were like, you're doing the right thing. And the same goes for, I suspect, Lebanon as well, because many Lebanese people still remember. Many Lebanese people still remember what it was like when Israel fucking invaded Lebanon. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're Christian or it doesn't matter what your background is. She's right behind you. What? Hassan, a girl behind you? She's right behind you? What the fuck are you saying? You all right, dude? Is it a TikTok trend? Oh, anyway. What were we talking about? Yeah, ultimately, this absolutely fucking emboldens and unites. Oh, it's that fucking TikTok I saw. The mama, there's a girl behind you, and it's like a creepy ass girl standing by the fucking by the seaside. I've seen that TikTok. That shit is creepy as fuck, dude. I've seen that TikTok. I work at a bank, and even my MAGA Republican boss realizes the immorality of Israel's pager attack in Lebanon. That's actually genuinely surprising, especially considering that, like, I think most libs are more primed to defend that shit. At this stage, I feel like liberals just eat whatever the fuck the media is saying, and like whatever the New York Times is saying, they're just like so primed. They're so primed to personally reiterate those positions that it's just like impossible to get them to comprehend that this is like unconscionable. This is definitely illegal and an act of terror. Ow.
This war against Israel, these border clashes, which for the most part have been tit-for-tat strikes since last October the 8th. But it does seem to be...
Yeah, well, by the way, speaking on the tit-for-tat strikes, here it is. Israel-Hezbollah conflict, over 7,400 cross-border attacks since October 2023. People need to see this. Israel has perpetrated over 80% of the cross-border attacks with Lebanon during the past year. Hezbollah has shown remarkable restraint. Source BBC, and who is their source? Hezbollah's Ministry of Peace. I love that these people are just like, yeah, the BBC is a pro-Hezbollah outlet. Do you know any prominent Western media that's completely anti-Israel? No. The only media in the Western world that is like, to a certain degree, like, look, even while we're talking, someone commented on my YouTube video, my last YouTube video, watch your beeper, Hassan. Like, for a lot of people, I think this is simply just another way to reinforce the hatred and resentment they feel towards like Muslims, Arabs as a whole, like people who are in support and recognize the humanity of Muslims. Like, they just use that as like a catch-all way. That's the reason why that Republican freak was like, oh, you got a pager on you as she was walking to Congress. And she was she met some anti-war code prank protesters who were like who were criticizing her and protesting against her, and she was like, do you have a pager on you? For them, it's like a celebration. They don't give a fuck that it's a war crime. They don't give a fuck that it's an act of terror. And that's pretty much it. Like, for them, it's just something to celebrate. It's the same exact principle behind like posting fan cams of and fan edits of like the American military or the American Navy or aircraft carriers and whatnot, to be like, the Houthis gonna fuck around and find out today. This is why we don't have healthcare. Like, they have nothing going on in their lives, so they basically use like American and Western imperialism as a substitute to be like, we're still the fucking dominant force, dude. That's right. It's the same principle behind fascism and white supremacy. Oftentimes, it's not like people that have a lot going on and no like real resentment in their lives that end up finding themselves in the throes of right-wing radicalization. There are people in this chat who, at a certain point, might have even been captivated by the alt-right, and that probably was their worst moments in their lives, when they just felt so shitty about everything that was going on, and this swan song like whispers sweet nothings into your ear, tells you you are actually supreme, you are actually destined for more, but you haven't been able to get it. Why? Because, you know, minorities. That's why. They are they're taking away things from you that you deserve. And I think that is precisely what these people are doing, but from a more liberal perspective. A lot of people don't put a lot of thought into it, and they just like reiterate whatever the fuck they hear. They just whatever the fuck they hear, they just repeat. And they think like this is a haha funny meme. And because people are so primed not to see the humanity of like Lebanese people because of the crime that they are Muslim and Arab adjacent, right? Like, that is one of the aspects that causes them to not really truly think critically about like what they're actually repeating and what they're actually seemingly defending. And that's it. But then there's also the other liberals who obviously also much in a much similar capacity to like white supremacist fascists who have nothing going on and want to feel better about like why things suck And that is what I see so routinely. Like people just being like, oh yeah, well, we're blowing up babies, but like it's totally valid because guess what? Like that's why we don't fucking pay for healthcare, you know, because we're paying for the baby murder machine. So maybe hopefully that'll be worth it. I'll act like it's worth it. I'll act like it makes me feel superior and supreme to everyone else. The Mark Robinson thing actually had an impact on my Zionist dad. AIPAC and the ADL have not put out a statement. So-called Jewish anti-discrimination groups literally put out no statement on someone running for a position of power, fantasizing about being a Nazi. He finally understood that maybe Israel and Judaism are not exactly hand in hand. Holy shit. That's fantastic. I hope you can also convert your mom a little bit as well. But yeah, that's like a perfect demonstration. You should show her the Trump the Trump speech from the anti-Semitism conference, where he basically said things like, all Jews only exclusively care about Israel, and I've done so much for Israel. Why the fuck are Jews not voting for me? If I lose, it's because of you Jews. Like, that was so nutty. It was probably one of my favorite Trump conferences that I've seen. One, because it was like unceremoniously very policy dense, which is not something you ever see from Donald Trump, because that is one area where he has done a lot of things, right? In terms of like having a pro-Israel policy. Like his foreign policy was hyper laser focused on whatever the fuck Netanyahu wanted. Her best friend actually loved this so much that she's no longer voting for Kamala, also Jewish. That's crazy, which is insane because the Biden-Harris has literally ridden the dick of Israel harder than Trump, to be honest. Yeah, but Trump also has like shown results for Israel. That's the difference. In that speech, he said that Jews in America can't step foot outside their homes without fearing attacks. And then at the very end also said that he sees Jewish people wearing yarmulkes at large pro-Palestine rallies safely, implying that's a bad thing. Just shows how he doesn't actually believe the first point. Yeah, I don't think he believes any of that fucking point at all. Even Greenblatt had to partially push back against Trump. Yeah, I mean, fuck Jonathan Greenblatt, but like, what's really funny is Trump actually repeated a lot of the statements that you've heard from Jonathan Greenblatt on MSNBC, a lot of the statements that you've heard time and time again. Like, so it's kind of funny to like criticize him, but Trump is so Trump that he will find a way to like repeat all the liberal positions and all the positions that Biden has repeated about like anti-Semitism on college campuses and things like that, only to then turn around and add so much insane shit that is like objectively anti-Semitic and objectively insane that like even people who don't necessarily care about anti-Semitism beyond using it as a fucking shield to defend Israel's actions have to come out and be like, yeah, this was a bridge too far for us. I appreciate that former President Trump called out anti-Semitism and recognizes historic surge. He's right on that. But the effect is undermined by then employing numerous anti-Semitic tropes and anti-Jewish stereotypes, including rampant accusations of dual loyalty. He didn't even do rampant accusations of dual loyalty. That is his operating procedure. That's the funniest part about this, is that here's a guy like Donald Trump who is very like, what you see is what you get, right? So in his mind, in his fucking mind, he's like, what? You Jews love Israel. What are you talking about? All Jews love Israel. That's why, and I've done so much for Israel. Like, that's it. He literally, that's his working assumption, because he doesn't think about this shit enough to like at least figure out how to best communicate it. One of the greatest examples of this was when he literally said on Chris Matthews' Hardball in 2015 or 2016 when he was running for president that yes, he would punish women for getting abortions, not recognizing that obviously that's a big no-no to say, because he just looks at the situation and he's like, of course I'd punish women. That's the whole point of like doing, abortion restrictions. So that's why this is like another moment for Donald Trump to be like brutally honest by looking at the situation and being like, you Jews love Israel. What the fuck? I don't get it. Because that's all that has been communicated to him. That's all the media fucking makes it seem as though is the reality when it's not the reality, right? So for him, he's just like very transactional in that regard. And that's precisely why he wasn't even like making accusations of dual loyalty. He was running with the notion of dual loyalty, like as an established premise, the underlying premise at the heart of his at the heart of his talking points was, dual loyalty is obviously a given, which is wrong, but not if you hear that. It's not according to the ADL. You know what I mean? ADL will say accusations of dual loyalty are obviously anti-Semitic because they are, while simultaneously presenting Israel as the singular thing that all Jews care about, which is literally just reiterating the commitment to what Donald Trump is saying, which is that all Jews care about Israel. That's all they care about. They don't care about nothing else, which is wrong, objectively wrong. And the first point is correct. It is actually fucking anti-Semitic. Problem is, you got Republicans, liberals, and fucking straight up Nazis saying the exact same shit, which is all Jews exclusively care, all American Jews, and Jews around the world, as a matter of fact, are all Zionists. They only care about Israel. They don't care about anything else. Like, they don't have any fucking material worries in their immediate day-to-day existences. Like, Jewish women don't care about fucking reproductive rights, or Jews don't care about the fucking price of rent going up. You know what I mean? Like, it's so stupid. It is objectively a stupid position. The unfortunate reality is, and this is something that I've talked about quite a fucking bit, is that this stupid position is seen as the norm because even the liberal side does not counter message against it. There is complete uniparty support on establishing this as an underlying presumption. And many Zionist Jews will also repeat that. They will also repeat it. They will make it seem as though that is the case, unless they want to make an argument about anti-Semitism, in which case they'll argue on the other side of it, other side of the same fucking argument that everyone has heard. Any kind of Zionist, regardless of what their background is, has presented. What? Savage Monk? Can you explain why Israel has such a vice grip on U.S. and world leaders? Dude, Israel is an American state, okay? That's simply it, all right? That's it. The moment that you recognize a couple things is the moment that you will have a better understanding, a better assessment of what will come next. Israel is an American state. It's not a vassal state. It's just a state. And an important state, as a matter of fact. Like, Israel is more significant, more important, more consequential to the United States of America's interests than fucking Puerto Rico is. Okay? That's it. Israel is an extension of the United States of America. Our intelligence arm is constantly collaborating and even at times at odds with one another, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it is a demonstration of American State Department interest in a resource-rich region. Okay? So, for that reason, America will go to any lengths necessary to protect that interest. Now, what resource? Oil, man. Oil, and a very important trade route. So, preemptively blaming American Jews for your potential election loss does zero to help American Jews. It increases their sense of alienation in a moment of vulnerability when right-wing extremists and left-wing anti-Zionists continually demonize and slander Jews. This is happening on college campuses, in public spaces, everywhere. There are threats on all sides, period. Let's be clear, this speech will likely spark more hostility and further inflame an already bad situation. Calling out the hate is important, but I can't overstate how the message is diluted and damaged when you employ hate to make your point. Yeah, shut up, bitch. It's like how using the mental shortcut of all these alt-right dudes are just Nazis will lead you to a more correct conclusion and better predictions than trying to find some nuanced subcategory like it's an important ally with controversial blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Anyway, couple things you always have to understand with Israel is that, like, in the Western world, the way that Israel's discussed by liberals and by conservatives and even fucking straight up Nazis is that it is to the benefit of the international global Jewish population, and that all Jews are a monolithic force that exclusively cares about Israel to varying degrees, right? To varying degrees, depending on which group you're talking about and the way that they analyze Israel. This is objectively false. Okay, this is not only objectively false, but it's also straight up anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic when a Nazi says it, and it's anti-Semitic when a pro-Israel person says it. So that's important to understand, right? It also is inconsistent with reality. It doesn't make sense. What is this? If I'm honest, I'd much rather have zero need to talk so much about Jews and Palestinians, but alas, here we are. Okay. Anyway, one thing to also consider, another thing that is also important, is that Israel, when it's conducting any military operation whatsoever, does not have any care or consideration for the Palestinians or the Arab population in the areas that they're dominating, areas that they're bombing. We knew that already. But I'll take it one step further. Israel as a government, as a entity, okay, and Zionism as an ideology inherently fascist, also does not even care about the safety and security of Jewish people. They care about, I mean, they do care about it to a certain degree, but they don't care about it so much so that if there is an actual military objective, an actual objective of dominating like the Palestinian population, they will kill Jewish citizens of Israel as well. This is also known as the Hannibal Directive, which was implemented on October 7 and has been implemented since October 7 in Gaza, as they fucking openly blew up any target or any fucking area without a care or consideration for whether or not there were Jewish Israeli hostages under the fucking rubble. So once you recognize those two realities, you will understand, like, they're just doing this because they want the fucking land. They're doing this because they want to bring the Palestinian population to heel. So Donald Trump coming out and reiterating those positions, paired up with the idea that like all Jews only exclusively care about Israel, makes total sense. It makes logical sense. That is the beauty of Trump's statements. He doesn't think thoroughly. He doesn't actually want to oftentimes like apply a coat of paint to whatever the fuck he's saying. He just says it like it is. This is why a lot of people love him, right? This is why a lot of his fans love him. They go, yeah, he tells it like it is. And that's what he's doing there. When he's talking at the anti-Semitism conference, he's just telling it like it is. He is repeating things that he has seen, things that he has heard, and failing to understand why still 75% of Jews will consistently vote for the Democratic Party. He doesn't get it. He's like, I don't understand. I did everything for you Jews. You didn't. You did everything for Israel. Okay? So yeah, that is the reality. Do you think that is where Trump started talking about Hannibal Lecter? Someone explained the accord to him? No. But yeah, even with respect to going back to what's going on in Lebanon, even with respect to what's happening in Lebanon, like, look at the fucking obvious imbalance here. Okay? They say it's tit for tat. This doesn't look like tit for tat. This is BBC's own fucking numbers, by the way, from the 7th of October to the 30th of June. Does this look like tit for tat to you? The blue is Hezbollah's counters, and the red is Israel striking Lebanon. Doesn't seem like it's tit for tat to me, but who knows?
Closer to Beirut, doesn't it? And I think that will make everybody feel uncomfortable. This is a country that has massive economic...
I will take it one step further. And I have said this before, and it bears repeating, like the top of the hour ad break that's coming 11 minutes in. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Okay. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. But the thing that I will also repeat in terms of like, because someone in the chat was like, so did Jews like help Trump win in 2016? No. Okay. Of course not. Because Jews, in terms of their number in the United States, is a marginal group inside of the population. They are a minority. Okay? Of course not. And they overwhelmingly voted for the Democrats, as they always do, as a voting bloc. Okay? But not only that, but also another thing that you need to understand, okay? Another thing you need to understand is that, like, there is a much more consequential group of voters that have an outsized level of influence in American politics. That group of consequential voters is the base of evangelical Zionists, evangelical Christians, who have a theological reasoning for why they believe Israel has to belong to the Jews, and the greater area, the greater region has to be given to the Jews. They are the number one funders and facilitators of the settlement project, and they have a phenomenal amount of money that they have dumped into Israel in general. They're the largest fucking donators to Israel. It's Kufi, Christians United for Israel. Those guys are, I would say, more invested in Israel. They're more invested in Israel being exclusive to the Jewish population than American Jews are. Okay? And I'm sure you've met a Jewish Zionist that you fucking feel, anecdotally does not go along with that narrative, and that like you're going to be like, well, I don't know, my dad is Jewish and he doesn't feel that way. He's like very fucking, he's a hardliner, he's a zealot. Yes, I'm not saying that like zealots don't exist in the American Jewish population, but you also have to look at the polls. American Jews are, one, still overwhelmingly voting Democrat, and also say that Israel is the 9th priority out of the top 10 priorities that they have in terms of the election. Okay? If you were to ask fucking Zionist evangelicals, though, they would probably place Israel higher. I haven't seen the polling, but I do know, just judging by the amount of fucking support, the amount of material support they offer Israel, like, it makes total fucking sense.
Massive political problems as well. It doesn't actually have a government. It has a caretaker government. It's very hard to run at the moment. This isn't what most people want. They don't want airstrikes from Israel. They don't want a major conflict either with Israel when people are just trying to put food on the table. So no, I don't think it's going to be welcomed by most people in Lebanon.
And John, look, while we have you as well, and while those unconfirmed reports are still there that it's Ibrahim Akil that has been killed in this targeted strike, what do we know about this individual and why the Israelis would want to target him in this way?
He is a senior Hezbollah commander, so de facto he would be on the Israeli kill list. We know that both the Israelis want him, the Americans do as well. He is thought to have been involved in the team that bombed the U.S. Embassy back in 1983. There is a large bounty on his head, $7 million. So the Israelis will have been tracking him, I am sure, for a very long time. If the Reuters news agency is right, if their security sources are right, it would seem that they were successful. And I should say it has been confirmed by Israeli media sources that they were seeking to assassinate this individual. They have a track record. They took out another senior commander, the number 2 military commander in Hezbollah called Fouad Shakur at the end of July. But as I said, there has been an unwritten rule in this conflict that both sides avoid major population centers. And I think people are going to ask, they're certainly going to say that this is an escalation, a major escalation. I think people are going to ask whether these unwritten rules are beginning to break down.
We're going to go to North Carolina. The Republican candidate for governor there under fire for disturbing comments he reportedly made on a website's message board. Rachel Scott is tracking the story. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And it's not just the governor's race that's important in North Carolina. It's also a critical battleground state in presidential politics, too. Early voting in that state begins today. And Mark Robinson has made it clear his name is staying on the ballot. This morning, Mark Robinson, the Republican nominee for governor in the critical swing state of North Carolina, is vowing to stay in the race. This morning, Mark Robinson, the Republican nominee for governor in the critical swing state of North Carolina, is vowing to stay in the race.
Goon Platoon Commander Mark Robinson signing up for duty, sir. Okay? He's here and he's ready to go. He's ready to let it rip. Now, we covered Mark Robinson quite extensively yesterday, a fantastic character in the American political mosaic, okay? He is a man with many interests, okay? And just like Ryan Ruth, I consider to be a go-getter, I would say Mark Robinson has that same intensity, but for things he likes, okay? For Ryan Ruth, it was defending Ukraine, okay? For Mark Robinson, that is gooning. He is a gooner through and through. I would say that he is the gooner, as a matter of fact, more so than any other gooner I have ever encountered in my life. He really put a lot of, like, I think this man is motivated by gooning more than the average person is. I'll say it like that, okay? He seemingly is perhaps a little bit too invested in the goon, if that makes sense. I'm ordering food for myself because I know I'm not going to have any time to eat between now and like 7 p.m. and I'll fucking die. So I'm trying to order some food as quickly as I possibly can. Oh, this is wrong. I don't want this. Anyway, bro was probably at Diddy's Freak-Offs. No, he was too working class to participate in Diddy's Freak-Offs. And that is, unfortunately for him, I mean, or I guess fortunately, he could not participate in Diddy Freak-Offs but he would have if he had the opportunity. 100%. That much is clear to me. Okay, broad daylight, clarity, the clarity that he never really demonstrated in his entire life. If we're being real, this man, personally spent an unimaginable amount of time in his life, not only gooning, but thinking about gooning, writing about gooning, and also being a Nazi. It was fantastic. The coverage on it was fantastic. Shouts out to K-File once again for that. He went into debt for how hard he gooned. And I think many of you do not have that level of investment, and many of you do not have that level of resilience. Many of you would never go that hard. He did, and I can't help but respect him for it. Okay, you need to upload a YouTube video on it. I want to send it to my friends. I'm shocked that my editors have not made this already, if we're being honest. I thought that it would have been out by now.
Denying he made this series of racist and inflammatory online posts that are detailed in an explosive new CNN report, including one where he reportedly called himself a, quote, black Nazi.
Let me reassure you, the things that you will see in that story, those are not the words of Mark Robinson.
ABC News has not independently confirmed the reporting. CNN says Robinson, the state's current lieutenant governor, made the comments between 2008 and 2012 on a pornographic website called Nude Africa, including allegedly saying that slavery is not bad, adding he wished it would come back, and describing in graphic detail spying on women in public showers as a teenager. Robinson is no stranger to controversy. He has a history of inflammatory rhetoric, but he won the Republican primary.
All gooned some, Mark gooned all. The few, the proud, the gooner. Respect. Gooning ain't a crime. Being a Nazi, however it is. I'll be honest with you. According to the Republican Party and the way that they've received this story, being a Nazi is a significantly lower crime than gooning. Like, they are embarrassed about the porn stuff, but they don't give a fuck about him being like, he didn't say any of those things. Wait, what? Yes, he did. The funniest part about this story is that he very publicly has said things like this. Like, there was already public information. Oh, Freaky Robinson did, though. Yeah. So the funniest aspect of this story is that a lot of this stuff was readily available. Like, we knew that he had, quoted Adolf Hitler on his Facebook page and defended quoting Adolf Hitler on his Facebook page. He quoted him in 2014 and defended quoting him in 2021. We knew that he had a gooning habit because the owner of the porn store that he routinely frequented came out with an expose being like, yeah, this dude literally owes me money. He made a song about it. We covered all of it, right? But what we didn't know was the extent of the gooning, I guess. We didn't know the extent of him being an overt Nazi who hated MLK, even though we kind of knew he hated MLK as well. At least Trump did, because Trump actually brought that exact same thing up a while ago when endorsing Mark Robinson, where he's like, I called him MLK. He didn't like it. I don't know why. He didn't like being called MLK, but he's MLK on steroids. Like, he fucking literally said that. Okay. So, that's Mark Robinson for you. Listening to this conversation with no context, never give me the hint that it's about politics wholly. It's not only just about politics, but this is already an elected lieutenant governor. He is the sitting lieutenant governor of North Carolina. Chat, this person already has been elected in the office. And now he's running for the top position. He's running in the gubernatorial race. He's running for governor against Josh Stein, the Democratic candidate. The story is fucking amazing because it's so funny, but it's just a reiteration of the things we knew about him already. It's just like further evidence of the things that we knew already.
Which was endorsement.
This is Martin Luther King on steroids. Okay, now I told that to Mark.
I'm a Lebanese civilian, and all I have to say is that us civilians, we are paying the price of Hezbollah playing around with Israel. He started it by helping in Gaza, which I'm not saying is something bad, but for us, it is because we are the one paying the price in something we weren't even supposed to get involved with. The last time they invaded was the same problem. That's really interesting that you say that, Lebanese civilian, because Hezbollah didn't even fucking exist before Israel invaded Lebanon. And, you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit, at least historically speaking, because back then you were paying the price of having Palestinian refugees living inside of your boundaries. But the reality of the matter is they would have fucking invaded anyway. Okay. They want it. That's it. You got it. They want it. That's gonna happen. Okay. That's gonna happen no matter what. So whether you have some kind of resistance force against it or not, doesn't change the reality that it is going to happen.
I said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King times 2.
CNN reports that allegedly in some online posts, Robinson actually attacked the slain civil rights hero Martin Luther King Jr., calling him a communist and using a racial slur.
I actually exposed my mom to Kufi and Hagee, the Hitler thing, how he went to the DC rally recently. I posted Christian Zionism is anti-Semitism. She asked me to explain. I explained the whole Megiddo thing. She was mad about how anti-Semitic it was. I then said that's exactly why Israel and Judaism are different. These freaks are pro-Holocaust too, and also pro-Israel. That's where she ended the convo and asked to stop. That's good. You got to keep pushing. For all the Jewish Hasanabi heads in the chat, you just got to keep pushing in your real life with people that love you, that are willing to listen to you.
The North Carolina Republican Party is standing by their candidate for governor, calling the allegations against Robinson a political smear. But the Harris campaign pouncing, quick to highlight Trump and Robinson together.
Let me tell you about my best friend.
Polls have Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump neck and neck in North Carolina. The Trump campaign, responding to this news in a statement, calls North Carolina vital to their chances of winning the White House in November. That statement does notably not mention Mark Robinson by name, and this morning there is no word whether Robinson will appear with the former president at that rally in North Carolina this weekend, George.
Okay, Rachel, thank you.
And he's been an unbelievable Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson.
For me, there is no compromise on abortion.
I think you're better than Martin Luther King.
We could pass a bill saying you can't have an
Dude, it's so funny that he said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. And Mark Robinson took that as a fucking diss, dude. And that didn't ring any alarm bells in Trump's head. So much so that he repeated that experience that he had publicly. These guys are so goddamn removed from reality. Like the way MLK is perceived by even white Americans, unless they are the most racist, right? Like most people think that's good. He's a good guy. He did good things. Okay. You have to be the most delusional person to look at a story like that, have a guy, a black dude, be like, oh, I take offense to you comparing me to MLK. He's a godless commie bastard or whatever the fuck. And then turning around and like repeating parts of that story. Like that should have been your first red flag. But Trump is so goddamn invested in like anyone that turns around and says, I love you, sir. I love you more than life itself, that he has no way of analyzing the situation beyond the immediate feedback that he's getting from his sycophants. This is the reason why his political instincts are bunk. This is the reason why his political instincts are fucking broken. This is the reason why he's locked in with psychos like this. Okay? I hate how Islamophobic most people around me, the Netherlands, are, including my own damn family. They don't understand how a queer trans woman can support Palestine. It's fine. People have been saying this ad should have been more of the recent revelations, but I think this one is fine because you can't really say it's mudslinging. It's clearly just policy oriented. The other stuff can be kept for ads for the actual governor race. Yeah, I mean, he's like bad above board. I would have probably posted a little bit more about the MLK shit.
Abortion in North Carolina for any reason.
Abortion in this country, it's about killing a child because you aren't responsible enough to keep your skirt down.
I've been with him a lot. I've gotten to know him, and he's outstanding.
Donald Trump and Mark Robinson. They're both wrong for North Carolina.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Yeah, I mean, that's like everyone who isn't a bloodless ghoul likes MLK. Hating him is like coming out and saying you hate Mr. Rogers and Jesus. Yeah, like, given the whitewashed way that people represent the civil rights movement and the way that they like talk about MLK as like the acceptable figurehead, like liberals and Republicans alike concede that MLK was a good guy. In some ways, the unhinged MLK haters on the right are more honest about his background, I would say, for the wrong reasons, right? But you got the motherfucking FBI celebrating MLK, man. Come on. They may or may not have assassinated him, okay? They certainly were not fond of him. They objectively were trying to get him to kill himself by blackmailing him and kept him under complete surveillance to the best of their technological ability at the time. And even the fucking FBI comes out and is like, we love MLK every year. So, you know, that's what you need to understand. MLK history is one revision away from saying they figured out racism through an ice cream social. Yeah. I saw that Republicans are trying to make Nebraska winner take all. Senator Lindsey Graham skipped votes yesterday to go to Nebraska and urged lawmakers there to switch the state's electoral college vote allotment to winner take all. This I think is just desperation, for the record, from the Republicans. Once again, they're trying to pick up like they're trying to pick up any kind of fucking support they possibly can. Okay, is North Carolina in play? I mean, look, I look at the down ballot races in a lot of these places, and like a lot of the senators are in a similar boat to Mark Robinson, where they're like running against like first timers. A lot of the senators that are in the down ballot races, as it stands currently, are going up against objectively bad Republican candidates. Okay. And for that reason, they're outperforming the top of the ticket by like sometimes 10 points even. Well, not 10 points, but like usually around like 5 points, 6 points, which is pretty significant, right? And so I don't know what kind of implications this has on the top of the ticket in North Carolina, as it seemingly has had no positive impact on the top of the ticket in other races around the country. So we shall see, especially when the governor race, like gubernatorial races, are notoriously anti-partisan. It's a very personal thing for people. They know that people know that like their governor impacts their lives pretty significantly. That's also part of the reason why you have, you know, more moderate governors that are still Republican in places like Ohio that are significantly more right-wing. Or you have someone like Andy Bashar in Kentucky. It's like plus 35 red state. Andy Bashar is a Democrat, and a progressive Democrat, as a matter of fact, and is also one of the most popular governors historically, one of the most popular governors in the nation. So obviously, you know, people analyze the governor's race very differently than they analyze like the presidential race or even their Senate races and their races in their districts.
To the race for the White House, and overnight, Vice President Harris
it's pretty normal for the Senate race to divest about 5 points from the top of the ticket until October. When they close the gap, both sides tended to go to the middle. That being said, this North Carolina situation is very unique and might cause up/down ballot issues in North Carolina if Republicans stay home. Yeah. But like I said, it's the governor race is almost always removed from like other ballot considerations. That's why you have, like I said, even on the same ballot where there's like a presidential race happening, you might have a governor that is objectively popular in a red state that happens to be blue, for example. Oh, fuck. All right.
With Oprah fielding questions from voters while former President Trump spoke at an anti-Semitism event in Washington, D.C. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is in Detroit for us with the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Hey, Michael, good morning. Well, this event here overnight in Michigan was signature Oprah Winfrey, from the celebrity appearances to the deeply personal and emotional stories of voters. Harris and Oprah, well aware this race is extremely close and trying to reach out to
I fucking hated this event. Oh, my God. It was so ass. This is what I was watching when I had to like rage quit, basically, even though I had to like end the broadcast at that point. It was so 2016 Hillary Clinton I'm with her style. It lasered my brain. It zapped me. And yet, a lot of chatters were totally fucking libbed up. Georgia will take weeks to count. Oh, nice.
those key voters that will make all the difference.
Unite for America! Overnight, the Queen of Talk lending her star power to boost Kamala Harris and get out the vote, hoping to reach the critical sliver of voters that will determine this race.
Please welcome Kamala Harris!
God, I hate this
In a
shit.
highly produced virtual rally, Oprah trying to harness enthusiasm for Harris and keep her momentum going, urging Americans to vote their values.
Let me tell you, it is about character, and it's about decency and respect, and all the things that we were raised to believe about what it means to be an American citizen and pursue the American dream.
Harris doing something she rarely does, fielding questions directly from voters about the issues top of mind for them, from immigration to the cost of living to reproductive rights.
The former president chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overdo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended.
Speaking out for the first time, the family of Amber Thurman, the 28-year-old mother who was reportedly the first publicly known woman to lose her life as a result of Georgia's abortion ban.
You're looking at a mother that is broken. The worst pain ever that a mother, that a parent could ever feel.
According to ProPublica, after a medical abortion, Amber suffered from a grave infection, but doctors waited 20 hours to operate. By then, it was too late.
I'm just so sorry. The word over and over again in her mind is preventable.
Yeah.
So is she on death's door before you actually decide to give her help?
That's the problem.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
And on the issue of gun violence, Oprah noting Harris herself is a gun owner.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, yes. I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
my staff will deal with that later.
That was an insane fucking thing to say, bro. I'd be murking motherfuckers if they showed up at my doorstep is a wild thing to say when you're talking about gun control. Like, I don't necessarily hate it all that much, but like, I don't know how Democrats will view that. I guess they won't hate it because it's Kamala saying it and they like anything that she says. She's like, if somebody's breaking in, I'm strapped. Like, I will blast them. Did we cover this? Actually, coup type shit. Groups working to intentionally block votes. Yeah, network of Georgia election officials strategizing to undermine the 2024 result. Emails reveal Georgia Election Integrity Coalition, a group of officials in election deniers coordinating in the swing state. Yeah. Why would they stop, bro? They're going to always do this shit. First of all, remember, I say the same shit. Yeah, I know, but I'm not running for president, and I'm not trying to captivate the broadest fucking marketplace of voters, okay? And I'm not saying that in the midst of, like, you know, a fucking gun control conversation immediately after like a fucking school shooting victim talked. I think people probably like it though. It is very objectively American. So that's one thing. What was I gonna say? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what to do coordination wise. We gotta set up.
Back in Washington, former President Donald Trump joining one of his top donors, Miriam Adelson, at an event aimed at fighting anti-Semitism.
If we don't win this election, Israel, in my opinion, within a period of 2 to 3 years will cease to exist. It's going to be wiped out.
The former president has said Harris, quote, doesn't like Jewish people and repeatedly attacked Jews who support Democrats and Harris.
Any Jewish person that votes for her, especially now, her or the Democrat Party, should have their head examined.
Harris's husband, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, himself Jewish, responding in an interview with R. Michael Strahan.
He said this, quote, she doesn't like Jewish people. And
She likes me.
You're Jewish American. So what was your reaction when you heard that in real time?
So it's typical Donald Trump gaslighting. He is somebody who has had dinner with known anti-Semites. He is somebody who after the horrific events of Charlottesville, where people were actually marching with tiki torches saying Jews shall not replace us. And he said there were fine people on both sides of that.
Tell him, Doug.
This is a guy who has had a record of saying incredibly vile anti-Semitic things. So for him to say that, I just almost laugh at how the chutzpah, as we would say, and it's gaslighting.
I can't. I'm sorry, dude. Doug is so fucking lame. Like, he's so goddamn lame, dude. It is crazy. I mean, he's cooking Trump here and he's saying the right things, but even when he's saying the right things, I'm like, God damn, what a fucking goof this guy is. He is such a goddamn cornball goober, okay? He's just Doug. Even his name, Doug. Sorry.
Harris now heads to Georgia today for a big abortion speech in Atlanta. She'll again be highlighting Amber's story and the very real consequences of what she calls Trump's abortion bans. She then finishes the day in battleground Wisconsin. Trump is off the trail today, but back out in North Carolina tomorrow, Michael.
All right, Mary, thank you so much.
So last night we heard all about this town hall that Oprah was going to have. She wanted to bring out Kamala Harris, and she wanted to introduce her to a town hall and take some questions from the people. I had this little bet with Bill Hemmer, who joined me on radio, and Bill says she grew up a journalist before she was a talk show host.
Right.
She's going to ask real questions. Bill, you owe me money because there were no real questions. There were just saves. She was a lifeguard. She could have been on Baywatch.
Press secretary.
She could have been on Baywatch, saving people from one person from a political death, because she kept trying to get her to answer a question, but she also opened it by setting the tone by saying this, by going out of her way saying, something changed with you the minute Joe Biden stepped out. What was it? Well,
The veil dropped.
Yeah, the veil dropped. Really? I haven't seen the veil drop yet.
And she said suddenly she felt a certain responsibility. And that's the kind of the way it went. You know, Oprah Winfrey is perhaps one of the preeminent talk show hosts of American television history. And so, you know, keep in mind, she has been an independent politically. The only time she really got behind any candidate was in 2007 with Barack Obama.
No one thinks she's independent.
She really pushed him at that point, and she stayed to the side. We never saw her at a convention endorse anybody until this summer when she put everything she's got behind Kamala Harris.
I don't know how you host a town hall type format for 2 hours after you essentially gave a political endorsement of a candidate.
Well, we know whose side she's on
the stage. She used to represent that working class woman, appealing to the issues that matter to them. So she had an opportunity, a question was asked, to press her on this question right here. Watch.
We really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah.
I got a Hassan Abihed delivering the food up to my room, definitely at the hotel. He got so excited, and he was like, thank you, Hassan. 100 P. Are you stocked up on Zins? Hell yeah, baby. What are you, crazy? There's nothing funnier than talking about doing a town hall with Oprah when Donald Trump does town halls with like Sarah Huckabee Sanders and like Sean Hannity and shit. I guess they're just jealous that, you know, they got pulled like that.
First of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been.
Oh, God.
And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries. So that's why I'm taking on, for example, price gouging, which is when, you know, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices.
You know what I realize? The truth doesn't matter, because the truth is inflation is high. That's why prices are up under Biden and under Kamala Harris's presidency. And interest rates are high. They did go down, 50 basis points, but not as low as they were under Donald Trump when they were 2.44%. People can't have the American dream like they used to under President Trump. But if they hate Donald Trump so much that they put on these shows, they bring in all these celebrities, which I don't think helps. I think actually it hurts. Julia Roberts, she zoomed in, Bryan Cranston, Chris Rock, Meryl Streep, and others as well. And those are the coastal, actually it hurts. Julia Roberts, she zoomed in, Bryan Cranston, Chris Rock, Meryl Streep, and others as well. And those are the coastal elites. Those are the celebrities that no one can relate to. Oprah's a billionaire. People in that audience behind her are struggling because of these high prices. It's all smoke and mirrors, though. This is all propaganda to make you think that Kamala Harris is going to be a great candidate. Meanwhile, if you look at her voting record, she is so progressive. She wants to take money from hardworking Americans so that everyone's equal, everyone makes the same amount of money.
But look at her response, though. I mean, every time she speaks, I leave dizzy. She's just speaks in
Takes so
circles.
long.
And, I mean, like, it's one thing that I cannot stand. Make your point and get out of
Yeah.
it. Just 1, 2, move.
Right.
And she just doesn't have the...
I don't think progressive has the same level of stink that they think it has. I'm serious. I don't think Americans like view the term progressive as a bad thing, nor do they think like Kamala Harris is going to give you all health care as a necessarily bad thing. A much better substitute in terms of like market reception would be radical left or even liberal. Radical liberal, too liberal. That was dumb of them.
Ability to just let us know, point A, point B, this is what I'm going to do, make your life better, and move on.
Keep in mind, she has the job already. If she knew how to bring prices down, she would have done it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Number 2 is the price gouging. She's shown no proof of any price gouging, and she took at least a minute and a half to get to price gouging. I understand, acknowledge the question and answer the question, but you're acknowledging the question because...
Everybody, this is something that you need to understand. This right there, this right here is a perfect demonstration of Republicans showing their hand because they're locked into the automatic posture of defending corporations. When Democrats do something that is anti-capitalist inherently, or even remotely threatens the bottom line of corporations, no matter which one it is, Republicans have to instinctively defend it. Okay? And that is precisely what's happening here. Tackling grocery corporations doing price gouging, whether you agree with the policy or not, is objectively popular. It polls at 83%. 83%. So now, when you say you are going to tackle price gougers, you are getting Republican mouthpieces to personally defend the interests of mega corporations that you have already identified as villains in your mind. This is why I always say you have to fucking defend these positions, man. You have to give Republicans something to fight against. That's it.
Have no answer to the question. That was it. So it was so tedious to watch. And then you think when the celebrities came on, they would say something. I know it's crazy. They would say something of substance. Oh, they says, I feel joy. I feel happy now. You know what that is more of a hit on? Joe Biden. I'm so glad Joe Biden is not going to be
Chris Rock
president.
said, I want to be able to take my little girls to the White House to meet the first female black president.
Right.
And I'm like, well, you're a celebrity. You have that opportunity to go to the White House and take your little girls.
Yeah, meanwhile, the
Most people
other
don't.
black kids are struggling. Can't read and write in many of our communities. Have to deal with the illegals that's taking over the communities, the rec centers and all that. So all these people have the luxury to have joy because the economy is not impacting them on the same level.
Well, the whole idea behind this is because Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are only going to do the one debate. She's not really going to do any interviews, with real news people.
what?
Although
Then make Trump do
you made
another
the point-
debate.
Or Brian, you made the point with Bill Hemmer. She used to be a reporter. She was a reporter in Baltimore, but she was there as an activist to try to prop her up. Because what the campaign is trying to do is they're trying to get the people who are persuadable. Right now, according to the new Fox News poll, the people who support Trump and Kamala Harris, only 1% of them are movable. But there's a tiny little sliver in the middle that are undecided. And that's why they're trying to do this. It's unconventional because this was all streaming. So they're obviously going after kids who watch everything on the phone. The New York Times just dropped a story that says, and this goes to the point about how important your phone is. And
Yeah, kids love Oprah Winfrey and $50,000 in tax cuts for startup businesses. Kids, famously high propensity voters. Let's say when he says kids, he's talking about 18 plus. But even beyond that, not only are people under the age of 35 low propensity voters for a multitude of different reasons, they also quite literally do not give a single shred of a fuck about Oprah.
The online stuff. The week of the debate, the Kamala Harris campaign outspent Trump 20-1 buying ads on Facebook and Instagram. The whole idea was to say, essentially, we've got a lot of money and we're going to try to get the message out. She's this. And so they're presenting a certain image, and there's a lot of feelings, but not a lot of facts.
So she also talked about something else.
Yeah, she talked about, we know she has a gun. She said that when she was asked about the mandatory buyback thing at the debate. You want to buy back everyone's guns? You're going to make everyone turn over their guns? And she said, no. Tim has guns, her vice president, and I have a gun. So we learned more about that and what she plans to do with her gun if someone breaks in her house.
I hate that they're like, you can be a fucking gun owner and still push for a push for a gun buyback, dude. It doesn't have to be mandatory.
Listen.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
my staff will deal with that later.
They deal with everything. They always clean up the mess. This whole campaign has been run by staff. But even Oprah, who's being genuine, she goes, I did not know that. No one knows that you've been district attorney, you've been attorney general, and you've been senator. There has been no ads ever cut of Kamala Harris saying that she has a gun.
Well, she has talked in the past about guns and talked about the need to keep it in.
I don't understand. Does it break your fucking mind? Well, one, she's such a goddamn cop. But even her answer is so cop adjacent, where she's like, if someone breaks into my house, I'm fucking blasting. Right? Like, that was a genuine moment. I think it'll probably play well for a broader audience of Americans, because like Americans are all fucking John Rambo in the way that they see themselves. But like, these guys are so brain broken where they're like, oh, wow, like, she never announced that she had a gun. Like, what do you mean, dude? She's not at a fucking traffic stop. She doesn't have to tell the cops she has a gun, okay? I mean, she is a cop. But beyond that, like, it's such a perfect demonstration that, like, gun ownership for them is not, like, a thing that happens, a thing that exists. Like, it has to be performative. It has to be the most important aspect of your personality. Like, oh, she's never mentioned that she has a gun before. It's like, so what? Do you have to always mention it? It's not the fucking top of the hour ad break where I have to tell you ahead of time that the top of the hour comes with a 3-minute ad break. You know? It's very stupid. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. It's just very revealing how they view guns. And by the way, those guys, none of those guys are probably gun owners anyway, because they're all fucking libtards living in New York. Most Fox News commentators are literally libtards living in New York, so they probably don't have guns anyway. And don't even like guns. That's the other thing that you have to remember. To them, it's just purely an aesthetic that, like, the dumb fucking hogs love. So that's why they're like, I don't get it. She's never talked about it before.
A safe place. Let's listen to the DA, Kamala Harris, talk about what happens, what police should be doing for gun owners. Watch.
We're going to require responsible behaviors among everybody in the community. And just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home.
Wow. I can't believe it. This 1P video in 2007 has Kamala Harris saying the correct things about gun ownership.
Home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way you conduct your affair.
Okay, so that was
then.
Barge
you to your house? Just barge
and this is now. So last night she talked about how she and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, both have guns. Interesting tidbit. Apparently, Tim Walz is doing debate prep. And do you know who is preparing it?
Dog. I don't know if, like, we are so brain broken as a nation. I think we probably are. But what they did there was to showcase Kamala Harris having a very normal and very correct position, which is that you have to maintain, if you are a gun owner, you have to make sure that it's safe. Like, how is this a negative, dude? It's like literally, it is the same principle behind saying Kamala Harris wants to give you health care. Like, how is that a bad thing, bro? That's not a bad thing. It's like saying Kamala Harris wants to destroy Israel.
Playing
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg, exactly. And who did Buttigieg work up before? Worked with Kamala Harris when it was time to debate Mike Pence.
I think her flip-flops just show she knows she has to be more of a moderate. She has to paint herself more as a moderate. We know she's not. We know she's progressive. Bernie Sanders says she's progressive. She's just being pragmatic so that she can win this election. She is not a moderate. Look at her voting record. I think now she's saying no tax on tips because she stole that from Donald Trump. She knows that that was a winning message, especially for Nevada and people that work in the industry, food industry and beverage industry. Then she also said mandatory buyback on your guns. Then she flip-flopped on that to sound more like President Trump. You can keep your guns. In fact, I have a gun. And then she said no fracking. Now she's saying.
I need to explain something to you. These people, much like the Democratic Party, legitimately believe that being moderate, being perceived as moderate is a good thing. Okay? That it's like an automatic lock for victory. That's why they're saying Kamala Harris is not a moderate. She's a radical progressive. Now, the problem here is they do actually believe that. Like, they believe that, but it's false. And the example I will show you is currently the most popular person on this campaign. His name is Tim Walz. Remember early on when they revealed that Tim Walz was going to be the VP pick and Trump and all the Republicans on Fox News celebrated? They were like, oh, what a stupid person. I can't believe she didn't go with Josh Shapiro. What a fucking idiot. And I told you back then, part of that is just cope. And the other part is because they truly are believers. Everyone is a goddamn liberal in the United States of America at the end of the day. Okay? I'm not saying what she's presenting herself as, Chatter. Don't misunderstand me. I'm saying that presenting yourself as a progressive isn't a bad thing. Just stick to the fucking issues, and that's it. Stick to the issues and have Republicans defend the inverse of said issues and have them explain why, you know, giving people health care, giving children health care or paying for their meals is a radical position in this fucking country. That's it. That's all you need to do, baby. Explain to them on the policy front that Republicans nefariously try to make it seem as though progressive policy positions are just bad without ever being called out for it. Tim Walz is the most progressive person. It obviously showed, Tim Walz is the most progressive person, and the Republican Party celebrating the Tim Walz pick as like a massive L for Kamala Harris, in my opinion, showed once again that they do honestly believe that like running on a progressive message is bad, but they are out of touch and they are wrong. It is not bad. Problem is, liberals also believe it. That's the issue.
You frack, sounding like Donald Trump. And then here she's saying, if you break in my house, I'll shoot you, like a lot of Americans would do.
But it's also it's such nonsense. First of all, she has Secret Service, okay? All right, they're going to be the people that don't pretend to the American people. You think people at home really think that Kamala Harris is going to be the person wielding the gun if someone breaks in? Hopefully they do a better job than they've been doing with Donald Trump, though, and they stop the person from even doing the perimeter.
Right.
So I just don't believe her.
Right. I would like to know the gun, how well she's trained with the gun, because you got to learn to train with the gun. You can't just have a gun. I thought the responsible thing to do. Couple of things. Well, there's a story in Politico today that says that she does not talk about manufacturing in those blue states, in Michigan, in Ohio, and in Pennsylvania, and that could be a huge detriment. The other problem she's having is, you know those uncommitteds that showed up not to vote for Joe Biden, to vote uncommitted? They have not committed to vote for Kamala Harris. They said they have not gotten the answers that they want. And that could affect in Michigan, in Arizona, in North Carolina, and Wisconsin. Now, you have no uncommitted line. You could just leave it blank. But there is an uncommitted line in Nevada. So if you're going to say, if you're angry about the Israeli-Gaza situation and are not happy with her agreeing to an embargo, you are staying with uncommitted. That is a huge boon for President Trump.
Well, actually, Uncommitted National said we still oppose Donald Trump and we don't encourage anybody to vote third party. So it sounds like they're just saying, don't vote. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
But if there's an option to vote uncommitted, they're being urged to vote uncommitted. At this time, our movement cannot.
I hate these guys. Did he also say angry about the embargo? Like, does he just think that that's what liberals are mad about? Like, as in, like, they want no embargo? That's how little they've thought about this. They just don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, don't vote for Kamala Harris, Gaza, right? All you fucking silly-ass libtards, all you give a shit about is, like, fucking exploded brown children who fucking deserve it. Like, yeah, don't vote for Kamala Harris.
Of course, Vice President Harris. That's huge. And I think, too, that a lot of people are going to say she's not giving her the answers. But I tell you what, you're going to hate Trump's answer because he was yesterday speaking to a Jewish American group, and he was letting everybody know, I've been the best friend to Israel. I don't even think Trump's critics would say that. And I can't believe that if you're an American and you of Jewish faith, that you would not vote for me. He says right now, he's only got 40% of the Jewish vote, because how could I not have 100?
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
I mean, I don't know. That's a good question.
Hi.
Perhaps it's one that warrants a further examination. It warrants an interrogation. You know? Great question. Why is it that 100% of Jews are not in support of Donald Trump? Maybe, just maybe, the universal cynical application that marries the concepts of Judaism and Zionism is just built around a fucking falsehood. I don't know. I'm no big city lawyer, chat, but it kind of feels like, at least all the data that I've seen, it doesn't seem to be the most significant thing, the most consequential thing for American Jews. Why the fuck would they care about Israel that much? You literally are a big city lawyer? I am not a big city lawyer. How dare you?
I'm Kamala Harris, and this is the Wired autocomplete interview. What do you want me to do with each one?
Just drop them on the floor. Yeah.
It's not going to be in the camera shot?
It's off camera.
Because I don't believe in littering.
No, I know. We're going to
Okay. How to pronounce Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. My baby nieces, you can go on YouTube, and they did a really great tutorial on how to pronounce my name. So look it up. What did Kamala Harris's mother tell her? She told us that we should never let anyone tell us who we are. You tell them who you are. She said to me many times, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things. Make sure you're not the last.
Has she made even one vote earning decision after naming Tim Walz? It's been misfire after misfire ever since. Yes, I agree with you. 100 P. It's ass. She has been utter hot ass since the Tim Walz pick. Well, I guess, like, did the price gouging thing come before or after? That was the only other thing. Okay, just straight fucking. I think I with the exception of, like, I'm gonna tackle price gougers, it has just been awful. The debate wasn't all hot ass. No, we're talking about, like, earning votes beyond the aesthetics, chatter, beyond the aesthetics. If you are already committed to going out to vote and you care about civility in politics, then yes, she did a fantastic job earning your vote by showcasing the fact that she is an adult woman and someone who's a responsible adult, especially when matched against Donald Trump. The problem is, outside of that, if we're talking about, like, any kind of real momentum, any kind of real progressive policies that she would be responsible for if elected, she'd been hot ass. She keeps saying how she's middle class and loves the middle class and loves small businesses over and over and over and over and over again. It's like, who is this fucking for, dog? Who is this for?
I was 2 years old. My mother told me to look out for my little sister. These are all instructions that she gave me that I have carried throughout my life. What does Kamala Harris stand for? I am a daughter of parents who are active in the civil rights movement.
Oh God, here we go. What does she stand for? She's middle class. She's middle class. That's what she stands for. She's middle class. And also, have I told you guys that I'm middle class? I want to mention once again, I'm middle class and I love small business. Opportunity economy. Why is that a bad thing? Because it's fake as fuck. It's phony, dude. Think about Tim Walz. Think about the way Tim Walz communicates his background. He was a fucking teacher. He was a veteran. Okay? When you listen to him speak, whether what he did as a coach, whether it's about what he did as a teacher, like, there is a level of authenticity to it. Okay? Kamala Harris simply just goes, I'm middle class. I love small businesses. She laughed. She laughed when she said she loves small business. She did that. I love small businesses. Ain't nobody feels that way. Okay? That's not a real thing. Man, I was worried about the genocide, but she says she will give $50K to small businesses. Yeah. Like, I asked you this question when the first plan was unveiled, that she was going to do $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses, startups, startup economy, opportunity economy, yada, yada, yada. It's like classic liberal elite speak, by the way, that is like truly repulsive, utterly repulsive to like the broadest subsects of American society, those that live both in places like New York and California, but certainly outside of places like New York and California where people feel left behind. Okay, they hate that language. And I get it. Like, I get why they hate that language. That language is repulsive. It sucks. And all I will say is this. Tim Walz is locked in to defending Kamala Harris's shitty positions, no matter how shitty they are, because he's a VP. He's a loyal soldier. So just listen to the way he talks about these issues and what he seeks to omit when talking about these issues and what he seeks to focus when talking about even the shitty policies that Kamala Harris is advancing. And you will understand why the way Kamala Harris presents a lot of this stuff is just ass. Okay? If you live in one of these fucking flyover states, if you live in the Rust Belt, if you live in a town that has been like absolutely gutted by capitalism as like the industry has left because they shipped manufacturing jobs to either Mexico with NAFTA or they shipped manufacturing jobs to China and left nothing but rubble behind. And you hear someone from California go, I love the opportunity economy. I'm middle class. I love small businesses. I love my small businesses. You're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Give me money. Give me fucking money. That's why her shit, her statements on price gouging, going after price gougers, is the most popular policy position that she has right now. That's her most popular policy position. Okay? In spite of the regular fucking attacks against said policy from Republicans, Republican media, saying it's Vuvuzela, saying it's Venezuela, saying it's Kami Harris. It doesn't matter. People are like, well, I don't give a shit. It's too expensive. Do the same for rent. Okay? Do the same for rent. Do the same for rent. Just say, fuck it, YOLO. We're going to drive rent down. Even if you don't have a good idea about how you're going to do it, you should just say it regardless. Okay? Just say it. It's a real problem that people fucking experience. A real problem that people are living through. Address that issue. Child tax credit is good. I'm a small business owner. I couldn't give less of a fuck about the small business tax credit. Nobody cares. No, the child tax credit is good. And it's also objectively very popular. I still hate the delivery mechanism of the child tax credit because obviously it's a fucking tax credit. And it seems like we have nothing. We only have like, what's good? March is here. It seems like Democrats will only solve a problem by like gutting revenue streams and trying to arrive at a backward solution. Like the better alternative is subsidies, but obviously tax cuts. We have primed the American population to believing that tax cuts are good and tax hikes are bad, which is why no Democrat will ever demonstrate courage and be like, no, we're just going to give you money. You know, I think I got to disagree as a dude that works in a warehouse. Most people aren't thinking about this kind of shit. They honest to God think Trump is better on the economy off nothing other than vibes. No, dude, they think Trump is better on the economy because that's like a thing that the Republicans in a media marketplace that is slanted towards hyper capitalism, of course, the side that is more fucking pro deregulation is always going to come across like they are better for business. Okay. The media will present this false narrative thoroughly. But beyond that, Trump also does regularly say, I'm going to cut prices. He just doesn't tell you how, and it's fucking bullshit, but he says it so people hear it. Just like he also lied routinely in 2016 about how he was going to bring manufacturing jobs back. Okay? That's it. Like, people like to hear that from their politicians. I promise you, if you are hurting, okay, this is the worst audience to communicate this to because a lot of you are fucking nerds, okay? You're the most annoying goddamn nerds on the planet. And therefore, you have no capacity to fucking look at a situation and be like, maybe you're the most annoying goddamn nerds on the planet. And therefore, you have no capacity to fucking look at a situation and be like, maybe people do believe the politician when the politician says, I'm going to cut your prices, even if the politician is lying. Okay? That's the problem. A lot of you are goddamn nerds, so you go, but Trump is lying. It's like, yeah, I know, dumbass. It doesn't matter. People believe him. If you're looking at an election, that's good marketing, okay? That's it. Yeah, you don't have to use any of that shit. I don't know what the fuck that is. Why do you have two? You have a vendor pass? Damn, bro, flex. March has a vendor pass. He's staying in a much nicer hotel. Yeah, he's little broing me. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, shit, hold up. No, I'm going with it. What, you don't like my fit? Asking me if I'm fucking changing? What the hell? Door's open. Oh, shit. I'm not there to sign it. Can you just drop it off? I can't sign it. I'm not there right now. Yeah, sure. Piker. Thank you. All right. This is ridiculous. It's on the bros and fellow Kamala. Door knockers have found me and keep using me for their talking point paychecks, lol. What? You are saying the vibes are showing Trump up, but polling has him near 1-2 lead, only down from what it was? No. Kamala Harris has been able to catch up to Donald Trump on the economy because he's just fucking... He doesn't even... He focuses entirely too much on immigration right now. His strong suit is the economy, and he's completely dropped the ball on it because he literally almost exclusively talks about immigrants. That is the real reason why Trump is actually down on the economy in comparison to where he was on the economy, because he just has no interest in talking about anything. He said he had concepts of a plan. That was bad, okay? But you also have to understand, he literally can't shut the fuck up about migrants. Bro, he was at the anti-Semitism conference yesterday, and he said migrants are responsible for the rise in anti-Semitism. That's when I knew this man has lost his sauce, okay? I feel like old Trump also despised immigrants, but would never say such a fucking idiotic thing, okay? Like, anti-Semitism is being caused by the migrants is such a funny thing to say when, like, the people repeating his anti-migrant sentiment are straight up blood and soil. Jews will not replace us Nazis, which he historically sided with and said we're very fine people. So, like, that's like that to me spells that he's so one note.
They actually took me when I was in a stroller to civil rights marches where they were fighting for freedom, for justice, for equality. I believe, for example, right now that one of the biggest things that we must fight for is...
Good on economy is also effectively a dog whistle for will deport immigrants who are taking your job. Nah, I don't think so. I think some people do believe that, but I think most people now have moved on to, like, migrants are a problem for national security rather than, like, migrants are a problem for the economy. I think most Americans, like a lot of the Americans who think migrants are bad for national security literally hire undocumented migrants. The fuck are we talking about? Every single person, every single motherfucker knows, or maybe is like oblivious to this reality, but there is a person out there in one of the businesses that you have hired or in one of the businesses that you encounter, whether they be like the HVAC specialist or whether it be, I don't know, landscapers or something like that, or the guy that your landlord hires to fix your HVAC. You know what I mean? Like someone that you interact with on a daily basis that is a business owner that is right-wing, abso-fucking-lutely is sitting there and hiring undocumented migrants. Okay? 1,000%. Restaurants that you frequent, the owner might be right-wing, but they are absolutely fucking hiring undocumented migrants. That's it. Every kitchen in every restaurant. So these guys people that are taking care of the elderly, your grandparents, like, they still hate them, but it don't matter. They also kind of recognize that these guys are these guys are just doing jobs that you don't want to do for the price point that you will never take. I was watching, and I happen to agree completely with what you just said, but the thought that the only thing you have eaten for dinner in the past 6 years was chicken. Did I just watch you eat something else? Yeah, I had a shawarma. I just had a shawarma. Good eye chatter. Kelly Osbourne take? What do you mean Kelly Osbourne take? It's just the fucking truth of the matter. Like, there is not a fucking single crop that's picked in this goddamn country that doesn't touch migrant hands, okay? They are used and abused. My solution to this problem is not necessarily to keep them undocumented and hyper-exploited. It is to document them. I know this isn't what we want to hear here, but the older suburb generation, almost everything she's done has slapped. It's all I get. Child tax credit, lower prices, housing plans, all fired these people up. They love her calm delivery is what they want. Yeah, I don't fucking care, dude. There are a shit ton of people out there, okay? Those people already voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden already defeated Donald Trump. Those people are either going to come out and vote regardless. They always vote. They love fucking voting. Older people in the suburbs love voting. And she already has them on the civility front. The problem is those people are already invested. Those people are already going to go out and fucking vote. You're talking about people who are going to go out and vote. And they're going to vote for Kamala Harris, just like they were going to vote for Joseph Robinette Brandon. We're not talking about those people. This is what's very frustrating about this story is like, yes, I know upper middle class suburbians love neoliberal policies. I get that. But there is a massive amount of fucking people that you're just like leaving, you're casting aside. There's a massive amount of people that you could potentially, if you made a convincing argument, move over to your side as well. I just don't like, I don't know. I hate this like tailoring your policy, hyper-specific policy that's not going to really help a lot of Americans exclusively to the whims of like, you know, the upper middle class suburban white people with a college education. There's a shit ton of people that don't have that college education that are just like looking for something different. One of the most important aspects of this election has been 60% of voters demanding change, like needing change from the prior administration. Okay. A second point on that is that the majority, the overwhelming majority, not overwhelming, but majority of voters also say Trump does represent a change. Now that could be good. That could be bad. 28% say Kamala Harris represents that change. That should be a clear-cut indication that there's a lot of people out there that want change and are not seeing it in Kamala Harris. The goal should not be to get those people to reluctantly go out and vote for you. The goal should be to at least say a couple things, like I'm begging, just a couple fucking things. I'm like reducing the needs and the interests from the Democratic campaign every fucking day at this point. It's just like it's not bad. It is good. It is good for the election.
Freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. An important moment that I had was back in 2004 when I was one of the first elected people in the country to perform same-sex marriages, because I believe very strongly that the law should not treat people differently when it comes to being able to love who they love and the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. Does Kamala Harris have kids? Yes. I have 2. Cole and Ella became my cherished children. Doug, my husband, I was very clear with him that when we started dating, I wanted to see how this thing was going to go before I would meet Cole and Ella. You know, I'm a kid of divorced parents.
We got to swap out.
It was important to make sure that when I developed a relationship with the kids, that it would be lasting. I love those kids to pieces. They are my children, and I'm very proud of them. How was Kamala Harris's life as a child? I had the blessing of having a great childhood. I grew up in a neighborhood full of families.
Why does the laptop
adults who were everything from construction workers to teachers, people who were proud of their lawn. As kids, we used to ride bikes in the neighborhood. I'll never forget and will always love my banana seat on my bike. And I grew up, you know, in a family of people who, you know, some were family by blood and some were family by love. A real incredible childhood. And I want the same for every child in America.
What is that?
Where is Kamala Harris from? Oakland, California, the home of the Golden State Warriors, who are one of my favorite teams and have always on the court shown incredible excellence.
I'm still here, Chad. Shut up.
I'm
still fucking here. It's just that like my laptop camera is broken. I don't know why. When I activate it, it literally gives like a weird thing. Like it gives a weird warning. Here, look. This is what I get when I activate the laptop camera. I don't know why. I'm still here. It's just that the laptop camera is not working. It's privacy mode. How do I turn the privacy mode off? You locked it? Switch the camera button? There's no camera button. There's no button on the camera, chat. There's a physical button on the laptop. Wait, really? I don't know which button that is. I don't think there is a button. There is no cover on the camera either. FNF, maybe? No, that just grabbed it full screen. It's a slide. I don't have a cover. Oh, I found it. Hold up. Boom. Look at that. Yeah, no, it is a Lenovo. It was on the right side of the laptop. Where's March when you need him? He's in the room. He's just too busy. He's too busy fucking putting this shit together. And also, he wouldn't have known that. He's a gooner, and he loves keeping his camera on at all times, hoping that his FBI agent is watching when he's cranking it, dude. Thank you for the help, chatters. You suck at technology, King. It's so funny you say that because we put together some of the most insane, like impressive technological feats on a daily basis on this fucking broadcast to make sure that you have like seamless, uninterrupted coverage. Swapping from a remote desktop setup to a fucking roaming camera setup, and then moving on. And what do you mean March, can you defend me on this? Like, they think I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, that's crazy. He said, which is crazy that he's doing that. It's almost go time, King. Put us in the bag. I am. You look good as a cam girl, Poppy. Thanks. Blast off meme for later when you're at TwitchCon. What the fuck? Bro, this is the worst blast off meme I've ever seen in my entire life. Pants, shit, hog cranked, Deborah left me, Peterbilt, ass wiped, X. Late to his own TwitchCon event. Check. Bottom text, check. If you think I'm going to use this as a fucking blast off meme, you are hallucinating. Okay? This meme is so goddamn deep fried. It's like not ready for this century yet. Okay? This is a next century deep frying meme. Everything bad is good again. And we as a society are not ready for this. Okay? Yeah, it's 2006, but it's not 2206. It needs to be 2206 for this meme to be good again. Okay? Will you be doing a stream from TwitchCon later tonight? No, we're swapping over to the roaming camera, and after we swap over to the fucking roaming camera, we are going to move. We're going to go, we're going to get in a car. I'm not going to be able to show you that aspect of the stream. Okay? And for privacy reasons, for security reasons, apparently. And then we're going to get to the TwitchCon. We're going to get to TwitchCon, and you're going to get to see the BTS, like, behind the scenes before we get ready for Debate Lords. Okay? Where are you? I am in San Diego. Are you all right? You're trembling. What's going on? Hassan is going to be late to his own Twitch event. No, I am not. What is this? Is Debate Lords like a Speenis thing? What is a Speenis? I don't even want to know what the fuck you're saying with that. Some things are just left unsaid. Better left unsaid. I'm going in. Hold on.
Kamala Harris go to college. Howard University, which we refer to as the Mecca. I actually ran for my first office there. Freshman class representative of the Liberal Arts Student Council. It was a very tough race against a girl from Jersey. She was tough and smart. Kamala Harris laughing. I love to laugh. It's really important to be able to laugh at yourself, laugh with folks, and there are obviously moments that require serious thought and serious approaches, but I hope that everybody has a moment to laugh from time to time. Kamala Harris presidential campaign. So I am running for president of the United States. I am the vice president of the United States, and I intend to win as president of the United States. And I intend to be a president for all Americans. As a prosecutor, when I would talk with a victim of crime or a witness, I never asked them, are you a Democrat or a Republican? The first thing I'd always ask them is, are you okay? And that's the kind of president I intend to be. It's about you and how you're doing. And again, tapping into your dreams and your aspirations for yourself and the people in your life. Can Kamala Harris beat Trump? Yes, absolutely. I think what's really important is to know what you stand for, and then you know what to fight for. You know, I come from a middle-class background. My mother worked hard, she saved up, and only when I was a teenager, she was able to buy our first home. And that's why I'm focused in particular on middle-class families and doing what I can to uplift working people. My opponent, Donald Trump, on the other hand, you know, he gives tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. I stand for our military. I believe we have to honor their service, their sacrifice, the service and sacrifice of their families. My opponent has called military heroes suckers and losers. Not to mention that I think most Americans want to have a leader who believes that their strength is not in beating people down, but in lifting people up. And that's why I'm going to beat Trump. Kamala Harris, Attorney General of California, 2 terms. As Attorney General, I was the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in the country. I took on the big banks for predatory lending practices against homeowners, so many who faced foreclosure, and I took them on and actually won $20 billion. Kamala Harris, Policies. One of my policies is to make sure that first-time home buyers will get $25,000 in down payment assistance. So you can just get your foot in the door and be able to live that dream and obviously work hard and own a home, and that's part of building wealth. The tax deduction right now for startups is only $5,000, and no one can start a new small business with $5,000. Let's expand that and give people a $50,000 tax deduction to start up a small business. Our small businesses are the backbone of America's economy, including giving a tax break to middle-class families, including young parents of $6,000. So you can just have the support you need to buy a crib, to buy a car seat, to buy baby clothes, knowing that's such a fundamental stage of your child's life, the first year of life, and we want to do what we can to support your natural desire to parent. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. So Tim Walz is my running mate. I call him, as do many, Coach Walz. He's an incredible person. He was a high school teacher, high school football coach. He has served our country in uniform, and he is currently a governor of a state under his leadership that has been designated 6th most friendly to businesses. He reminds me of people I grew up with. Different part of the country, folks who seemingly have nothing in common and have everything in common. Hardworking people who love their community, who care and work hard and contribute. Get to know Tim Walz. He's really a great guy. Kamala Harris Sorority. The name of my sorority is Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and it is the oldest Black sorority in America and has a history of producing incredible women who have gone on to great roles of leadership. Kamala Harris, gun ownership. I and Tim Walz are both gun owners. We will not take anybody's guns away. We also need to have reasonable gun safety laws. I believe that we need an assault weapons ban. We need universal background checks. We need red flag laws. We can support the Second Amendment, as I do, and also agree that we need some reasonable laws. I mean, if you talk to a lot of people in our country who have sadly, from kindergarten through 12th grade, have to go through active shooter drills and worry about whether when they're sitting in class and should be learning and taking advantage of the wonders of the world, and some part of their mind is worried about somebody busting through the door of the classroom with a gun. I think we should agree. We don't want our kids, we don't want anyone to live with that kind of fear, and there are things we can do about it. Kamala Harris, Taylor Swift. I am very proud to have the support of Taylor Swift. She's an incredible artist. I really respect the courage that she has had in her career to stand up for what she believes is right. But we were on different sides of the Super Bowl last year. I am a 49ers fan, but who's mad at anyone for being loyal to their team, right? So there you go. Kamala Harris, debate. That was quite enjoyable. I enjoyed the debate. I think it's very important for us to, in our democracy, create an opportunity for civil debate and disagreement about ideas and about policies. I think the debate showed that we have two very different visions for our country. I stand for and have a vision that is about the future of our country, and I offer, I think, a new generation of leadership. My opponent, Donald Trump, I think his vision for our country is very grounded in the past, and frankly, an attempt to take us backward. You know, taking away the freedom to make decisions about your own body, regardless of your gender, saying that the government has a right to tell you what to do with your body. I think that's kind of backward. I think the government shouldn't be making those decisions for people. Kamala Harris, joy. I call myself a joyful warrior. I think it is important to find joy in each other, in the strength that we each have to lift each other up, to build community, to build coalition. There you go. Let's all share some joy. Okay, that was it. We're done. Okay, let's do it another way. I really enjoyed talking with everybody. That's it. No more boards. Thank you for your interest, and just stay active and please vote.
We're at the MAGA boat parade at Shell Island, which I've never been to, so this is my first time coming. We were in the middle of the parade, following the lead boat, well decorated with all the flags.
Fight, fight, fight. There's a contest who can be the most Trumpian, and I want to win first place. It's a weed eater motor. It's a 21 horsepower. It makes a very frozen mudslide quick.
Trump is pro-American. He loves America, for one. I love America. I serve this country. I love America. We're from the same place in Queens, New York, so that's my homie.
I live in Latitude, Margaritaville.
What's your most important issue?
The economy, getting the interest rates down, getting it to where we can afford to live in America. Right now, it's too expensive.
Okay, now
All right, I saved you from the hogs. That's it.
Can they hear is the question.
Hopefully. Can you hear? Yeah, they can see. They see the rig.
Do they see the rig?
I don't know if they... Can you guys hear? Yes, in order to maintain operational security, we are going to not show you how we are getting there, where we are going, what our egress and entry points are, okay? It's low and muffled.
Oh.
Well, that's because somebody forgot to bring the lav mics. Now I won't point to anybody.
Okay. It really was you. This guy, I'm gonna ruin their ears. I'm sorry. They're probably way too danking right now. Sorry. Why is it doing that?
I don't know. Is it fucking out of battery?
It's low and muffled. Let me crank it a bit. Shouldn't be.
Someone is sticking an audio cable in my ear.
Is it bad?
It's fine. It's fine. Way too dank. Better. This is scary. Can't hear anything. Stream not accessible. What is that even? Way better. It's good. Better. Okay, thank God.
Yo.
Thank God there are still honest chatters. Thank God there are still chatters who know what's best.
Used to be in a pickle, now we in Rick.
What? Oh my God. Dude. It's so funny because these are the Doc Martin Rick collabs and they are cheaper than any fucking Rick boot and they look better than any fucking Rick Owens boot. They are literally the same price point as a Doc Martin boot.
Yo, all this Rick got me mortified.
I'm gonna kill you, dude. It's cool that bosses in Wukong range from a hawk to a monkey. Can't hear?
What?
I don't know. Some people are saying that, but I think they're
memeing.
I heard docs aren't made as good anymore, though. I mean, everybody always says that. Everything has gotten worse, chat. There's not really anything. They're saying, yeah, we can hear fine.
I feel like it's on the fucking camera or the microphone for the camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense.
Wait, tap it?
Oh, no.
No, it's on. It's definitely on. It's definitely on the mic. Barack Tua? Oh, my God. Yeah, I tapped it. Way too dank. I know. Ask Marsh if he wants a hash brown.
What does that mean?
I don't even know what that means. I think sometimes chat is just like, it's like 2x louder than earlier, but it's softer than you usually have it. Listen, bro, this is the only thing we got, okay?
It's temporary.
It's not really, stop chirping. We're gonna be live on the IRL setup from this point on until like fucking 4, which is, not a very long time if you think about it. And I think it'll be fine when we get there. And he's actually, and March is actually beaming the mic in my direction. Yeah, you want the truthy, and I'm giving it to you. I'm gonna turn on the volume to hear. If it's good, I'm gonna ban everyone. Okay? How about that? Why is it not working? Oh, it's muted. I'm gonna turn on the volume to hear. If it's good, I'm gonna ban everyone. That's crazy. That is great, bro. Y'all are fucking Delulu, dude. Y'all are insane. You just got caught lying, okay? Every fucking time, dude. Every time. Scatter chat. A purge is upon us. A blight. This is also why I have trust issues, man. This is why I have trust issues, chatters, with you. When you're like, oh, you have chipmunk voice. You know when you tell me I have chipmunk voice and I yell at you and I'm like, no, I don't? That's because I don't trust you, because I can't trust you, because this is what you've done to me. This is what you've done to me. You've objectively broken me, okay? You've desecrated, defiled the sacred bond of trust between streamer and chat, the holiest of bonds, okay? And every time I want to trust you, you hurt me all again. The streamer chat bond is broken? Yes. Oh shit, Gullible is written on March's shoe. Wait, what? We both looked.
It was not looking.
You told us to always gaslight girl boss gatekeep. You made us like this. That's crazy. I never told you to gaslight girl boss and gatekeep me though. Okay, I told you the opposite for me. Social contract gone, a new deal is before us. Yeah, but the New Deal is gone too. Much like the Democratic Party has cast it aside. 27K people watching a shoe. Yeah, that's what the stream is. It's a shoe stream. Why did you wrap your string laces around your shoe boots? This guy doesn't get it. He doesn't know the Rick lifestyle, dude. He doesn't know the Rick lifestyle. Yeah. All this Rick on me, they are mortified. You're right. You're right, dude. Can I have your Fiji water? No. Can you read us that erotic excerpt from your series that you were previewing yesterday? Oh, Mark Robinson's works? I can't. I'm in public. I'm surprised the editors haven't posted that yet, because that's a nutty video when it does come out. She twitch on my con till I live.
So bad. It's not good. Ban that person.
Yeah. Did you drive to San Diego or did you take the PJ? I took 2 PJs. Yeah. I was like, I want to be like T Swift. Bro, why does March have those shoes? I can donate some money towards a new pair.
They don't understand.
Damn, dude, they fucking got you. Okay, can we show from here on out?
Song for the Mute, Adidas collab. You wish you knew what this was.
Alright, don't show anything here either, if possible.
I won't. Y'all ain't fucking with the Song for the Mute, Adidas collab. What you know about that, chat? Shush. Shush you. Shush your mouth. Hello.
What's up?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm being arrested.
Okay. Here.
Thank you.
Alright, thank you. Alright. I think inside here we can show now.
I think. Right? Can we show in here? Not yet.
Where?
All this Rick got me mortified.
Dude, we don't even have the Nick, the thing that Nick has, the light.
We'll be fine. We have plenty of light.
Not backstage, you know.
It'll be good. This camera is great in low light. Trust me.
At least there will be no unfortunate accidents in terms of
snack spot first.
In terms of chatters hearing me fucking piss because I won't be mic'd up.
Right. That's what everyone was thinking.
I still have no idea how Twitch is gonna facilitate the feed on the back end. Like I didn't fully get it, but like they're Twitch, so I guess they'll be able to hard swap it on their own. I hope. But Chad, we are backstage now, and you'll be able to see in a brief moment what's going on.
Sit tight.
All right, let's just we can film back. It's a guard area. All right, maybe. What's up, everybody? We're here at TwitchCon in San Diego, in beautiful, now sunny San Diego. It was gloomy earlier, which is why I didn't bring my sunglasses, but it don't matter. We are getting ready for the premiere show, Debate Lords. Okay, this is like, they were talking about how this is like the biggest show that they have, that they're putting on. And I don't know if they were saying that to hype me up or to fucking terrify me, but I'll tell you this much, I'm terrified, okay? I'm certified terrified. I'm not showing it because I'm cool as a cucumber and everybody probably thinks like, Hassan, you got this in the goddamn bag. You got this in the bag. I don't, okay? I have never done a live production like this that I was responsible for. I've attended many live productions, and I think like facilitating or participating in a live production, I'm being radically honest, I'm being brutally honest with you guys, but facilitating in a live production is, I think, a little bit different than like being responsible, like the sole party responsible for it. So I am a little worried, but you know, I'm keeping my cool, baby. We've had, you know, much bigger streams from my own living room where I have all the controls in my hands, but this being in front of a live audience as well adds a little bit more tension to the entire process. But I think it's gonna be all right. I think it's gonna be great. I have fantastic co-hosts. I have fantastic content creators that are going to be carrying me the entire process. We got Will and Austin, my two guys, like they're the fucking mercenaries. They know better than anybody else how to do, like, how to produce, how to do, and how to host these big ass shows. Oh, you hear that? Freedom. Kamala Harris is back, baby. It's Mamala time. But yeah, basically the boys are going to be on the ones and twos And when we were doing rehearsal, they were killing it. They were funny as fuck. And hopefully they'll be able to, once again, carry me across the finish line on this. I'm hoping. We got phenomenal guests. Let's see, Ludwig is actually...
Yeah, we got 3:20, so we have 25 minutes.
Where can we even go?
Go to exhibition.
We can go walk around a little bit on the exhibition floor.
Sure. Yeah, checking back at 3:25. And he'll keep an eye on the clock, so he'll just tap you on the shoulder and be like, you gotta turn around.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, let's go. Here, I have one. Wait, hold on, don't show
I'm not
this.
showing.
No, you can show this part. It's just not. Oh, Will's backstage, he said. We'll find him. Let's see where this motherfucker's at right now.
Can you share that?
This far out. I think that's like last.
Yeah.
That's his last position that he
I'll talk
shared.
to Pluto and it's all good. You don't have to worry about it.
No, it seems like it's moving. Oh, we're so cooked. He's not gonna make it at all.
Hi, chat. How you guys doing? I'm tired. Classic Lud. Can't make it. Classic. Unk. March, do this. I'm reading you, chat. I'm holding you and reading you. If you've ever had something you want to say to me, now's the chance to fucking say it. No more Rick and Morty puns. Used to be a pick in a pickle. Now we in Rick. Get you shoot. Oh, Nandre. You want to say hi? Yeah.
Oh, Chad, hey, what's up?
Gotta talk to him, speak to them.
Chad, how are we doing? Are you excited for this show?
We just found out Ludwig is not the main.
Oh, that's great. That's good.
What?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Oh,
How
hey,
you guys doing?
what's up? It's good to see you again.
Let's see,
Hello.
Chad.
You want to speak to chat?
Sexo,
Hassan's
please.
chat.
Hey, chat. What's up, chat? Life's a movie. Don't forget to watch it.
Good advice. Good advice.
How are things?
They're working. They're going.
Nice.
We gotta get ready. You know.
You got it ready.
There,
How much
you-
of a run through are we doing right now?
I don't know, but we need to do one.
Oh, Will might be slotted in. There's so much happening right on the back end. There's so many moving pieces. God, Baby No Money has so much drip. It's insane. I feel like his aura is just like so powerful. I just want him to like me, man. Oh, drip No Money. I don't want to be the streamer anymore. Hassan, come back. Okay.
I think Lud is gonna unfortunately be too fucking far to reach us. So if you can last second fucking join the stream, we'll be able to feed the feed of like the part your like we'll be able to you'll be able to restream my stream on your stream, so you won't have to interrupt your streaming.
That just gave me that sentence.
That's pretty deep shit.
There's no way.
Who else would be here? We are at backstage right now.
Bro.
The
You
main
get
hall.
Nandre would do a killer job. I'll do it. I can literally host and then walk over.
Okay.
Having him have his live stream on there is not feasible.
No. I'm saying like we just. Is there any way to plug our feed to Jason's stream if he joins as a participant?
You have to have
Because
someone
he's
play.
doing like continuous nonstop live stream.
I feel like I shouldn't be filming this.
If it's not possible,
Hey, is it possible to turn lead into gold really quick? Because like we have an hour to figure out alchemy.
What are they saying?
You got that shit on today.
Yeah, I got that shit on.
there's so much
Yeah,
dynamic shit.
now you don't have to be nervous anymore because we're just gonna shit on Lud the entire time.
Fire. I was supposed to do something against him, so
Yeah.
extra fire. Lud took an L, fucking L.
What happened to him?
If you don't mind it,
That checks out. Yeah, that's a shame.
I'd piss on his grave, but I told myself after I left the military I'd never stand in line again.
That's kind of a low blow, man. All right. Man goes to Camp Canute for a week, comes out on top.
Yeah, real alpha shit. No, we miss you, Lud. I hope everything's a fucking piece of shit.
So, what are we doing right now?
We're trying to figure out who's going to be on the show. And Hassan is doing something very stupid, which is trying to put someone who is on a live stream
on the show, which is literally going to make Twitch back end like lose their fucking mind because there's so much more logistics than just having a replacement.
What if we find the youngest person in Twitch? Or at TwitchCon? The youngest person, like the youngest attendee, and just put him, strap him down.
Like a child.
Child?
Valuable information. So what does the hot sauce taste like, man? Is it like a vinegar hot sauce?
We're good. Okay,
have some?
problem solved, I think.
What happened?
I'm looking at Ludwig live shared his location with me because he had a problem with his like battery pack for his bike or some shit, and he was like, "Oh, I'm like running a little behind," and he's live sharing his location with me on his fucking bike, and this motherfucker is still in Los Angeles, so he's like literally hours away. There is no way he's gonna make it in an hour.
Yeah, you can't even grip a PJ that fast.
Yeah,
he could come late. Like
no, but I mean,
but then he loses.
He's one of the contestants. Like that's crazy. Unfortunately, players. All right, we fixed it. I think we're gonna be able to do it, right? We'll just use Jason as a fill.
Fill him up. Fill him to the brim. All right, I'm gonna go get Jason.
Bye.
All right, problem solved? Yep. Great. Okay, unreliable Ludwig. Holy shit, dude, that's crazy. Fucking cooked my ass. I can't even text him too because he's biking, you know what I mean? Thank God he at least like sent me his location though, because if I hadn't checked his location and found out that he's like still fucking 3 hours away, we would be here thinking at 4 p.m. that he's like gonna show up.
Whenever you want, if you want to go to your office, whatever you want to do.
HMU?
Hair and makeup.
No, I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm good with this. I think. Why? Should I do a hair and makeup situation?
It's up to you. They can do touch-up.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's not bad, though. So we're as good as fuck. That's kind of like barbershop makeup.
No, I'm good.
100%.
Sure. Oh shit, are you filming something?
Oh.
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good.
My bad.
Yeah,
all right. No, we're good. We're good. Sorry.
I need like 30 seconds.
Yeah, do your thing.
You want to walk for a bit?
I don't know if we can walk, honestly.
I don't know what I can and can't show, so I'm just putting the camera down.
What?
Can
They said we can't show this?
I mean, I just don't know what we can and can't show.
I don't know, just show everything. It's fine.
All right,
yeah.
Okay, great.
We got Dunkin' Donuts here.
Oh, wow. Lud's favorite.
Dude, that fucking, that shawarma that I had was so goddamn oily. It's like sitting in me in a mean way. God damn, what is happening out here? This is like all.
These all people because the entrance is from the.
I think there's just people hanging out.
Oh, okay. They're just hanging out, chilling like villains. All right. So Ludwig, being the unreliable ass that he is not going to be able to make it in time. We don't think. So I quickly swapped it out with someone who is more reliable. Can't believe I'm saying this. Jason the fucking Ween. Who also very last second was like, oh, I don't know if I can, come, or I don't know what's happening. He must be fucking with you. Ain't no way. I mean, he was up till 4 playing League. That's great. Don't tell me that. That actually makes me even more upset. What is this? I was born in Dago. We used to chill behind the port. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, nephew to the save here, honestly. Big time. Big time W nephew. W's in the chat for Jason the Ween. He's trolling? I don't think he's trolling. How the fuck would he be trolling? Did he give his phone? For him to be trolling, he would have had to have given his phone to someone who's still in Los Angeles, but is like on his way down here, Yeah, I don't think it's trolling. I'm gonna be honest. So, regardless though, we're still here. We're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. Debate Lords is still live. It would have been a massive fucking hit if we just like lost one of the participants, but I think it's improved now. It's gotten better. We had too many white guys anyway, you know what I'm saying? Too many fucking white guys up there. DEI for the win. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Okay. Alright. How the fuck do I... Yo, new Twitch is so janky, like, I don't even know how to fucking change the goddamn... Oh, quick actions. TwitchCon Day 1, Debate Lords. Because it still says RFK Jr. sex scandal on my title, and I didn't even get to talk about that. RFK Jr. sex scandal, for those of you who didn't get that nut off, unlike RFK Jr., who did get his nut off. RFK Jr. was being profiled by the New Yorker magazine, I think, or New York magazine, and Olivia Nuzzi, who is like a very famous Twitter person for being just like really annoying about the left, like a annoying centrist who almost always finds herself defending the most right-wing person, ended up apparently falling in love with RFK Jr. in the process of profiling him, and like only revealed that recently when there was an ethics committee meeting happening. So I find that to be really funny. That's a great story, honestly. And the sex scandals don't end there. Apparently there's a lot more sex scandals occurring in the Republican Party right now. You got Mark Robinson, obviously King Gooner of the running on the platform of goon maxing. You have I think Kristi Noem just recently fucking posted some like sexting that was happening between her and like Michael Dyson, who's like a liberal commentator. You have Christopher Rufo, who I never knew had a wife that is Thai, who was an undocumented immigrant, as a matter of fact. But beyond, I mean, that didn't stop Christopher Rufo from being a massive racist piece of shit. But also, that didn't stop him. I guess that would bear no basis on what he did afterwards. But he was also on the data leak for Ashley Madison. Turns out he was also still looking for other ladies to hit on. Yeah, libertarian guys with Asian wives, always undefeated. Sam, is he here? Okay. All right. Yo, my man.
What's up, dog?
I heard they didn't let you in. What's good, brother? Hassan.
No, they didn't.
I was his.
I heard that they didn't let you in originally.
Because I was live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They were like, "Oh, you're a fan. You can't come in here." Is what how they communicated.
I was like, how do you feel that if I told you I'm going to be on this show later today, do you believe me? And they're like, nah.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's all good though. You know, me. It is what it is.
It's fucked up.
Yeah. You see that someone kissed me and sucked on my nipple?
Yeah. Apparently they got kicked out. There was some fucking random troll.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't random, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, I would do the same thing, except like, you know, I know you, and
exactly,
and it would be welcomed.
Exactly.
If I did it.
So what's the game plan? Where's everybody else at? Inside?
Some people are inside. Some people are coming in. We are waiting. Ludwig told me earlier today that he might be a little late, and I was like, okay, share me your location. And this motherfucker is still in Los Angeles right now, so he's not making it. So we swapped him out with Jason Lewine last second.
He's in LA. What?
Oh shit! I gotta talk to the producers on some of the.
Oh, hey, sorry. I'm texting and I just left the camera on.
No, it's okay. It's just.
Hi, Nick.
Hey,
how are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Wow. So, no Ludwig. This is gonna be good. Arthur, you want to take Jason's spot too? Oh, super exciting, guys.
Woo! Yeah.
Can't wait for that one.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. Anyway.
I'm working two things at once. I'm setting the Tiltify code while holding the camera. I'm really him.
You gotta get a smaller podium for Jason.
Damn, real.
No, we gotta get a bigger one. What's good, David?
Yo.
Hi.
Okay.
What's happening? You all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
Okay. So that's what it is. Wait, is Nick gonna change? Is he gonna do wardrobe? Let's see. Let's find out. Nick. Nick!
Control,
what are you doing here? Okay.
What up, Alex?
Hassan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. Oh, let's not leak it, I think.
Okay.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers. Sorry, chat.
It's cool, chat. It's fine. Let's go fuck myself.
Yeah, they're fucking ready to go. They're locked in. They're ready to go. They're getting prepared. I don't even know what the fuck they're going to be doing, to be honest with you. If Mark is around, I want to get the cue cards. Quinn? Yes. Can I get the cue cards?
Yeah, I got you.
The bad ones.
The bad ones?
The good ones.
I got you.
The fucked up ones, I'll just look over and watch remember.
Okay, I got you.
I got cue cards. They don't have a teleprompter for the boy, so I'm going to have a hard time with that as well. I'm probably going to be looking down a lot.
I think I speak on behalf of all of the viewers and chatters. That if it's a little scuff, that makes it better.
It's going to be scuff, for sure.
And it's going to be fucking funny because it's scuff.
Okay. Hold on, I'll get you.
Sure. All right, what's up?
Cool. Can I give you this mic? You can just hold it if you want.
Okay.
shit back here. Only there was a light of some sort. Oh, there is. Damn, I summoned that with my voice. That was crazy. That was like perfectly. That was frame 1.
Alright, we'll just ask you like a few questions. And then before we start, can we just do a quick like to the camera, just we're about to go live. And just remind people to tune in. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. So we have
Archie,
streamer
how
interviews
do I
with Hassan.
Yo, I need a clip. Someone clip that. Send it to me. I want to see how clean that was.
Alright, live with Hassan. You want to, we can hold it if you want.
My mind is so powerful. I should really be using it on more.
You good?
I should be manifesting better shit than this.
Alright, so this is the live now with Hassan.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker. You know me probably as Hassanabi on Twitch. We're about to go live to do Debate Lords in a little bit. I'm very excited. Hope you guys check that out. Hope you guys tune in. What else?
Awesome. We can cut that. Let me stop the audio, and then we'll just do a quick
Manifesting some hoes.
and
Fuck you.
Okay. Alright, let's get this laid in. Alright, so this is streamer interviews with Hassan. Alright. Let's start with can you give a shout out to your community with a hidden message that only they would understand?
Shout out to my community. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you right now. That's actually literally happening. I'm live streaming. And I'm going to serve it right now. If you want to see those ads, all you have to do is
there's
subscribe.
no escape.
For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It's not a secret message, but it is the message.
Alright. What is one topic that you can't shut up about?
Pago.
One topic that I
Pago.
cannot shut up about. Hold on, I'm actually serving the ad break.
Yeah.
Boom. One topic I can't shut up about, the election. That's all I talk about. All I talk about is politics, but especially right now, it's the election cycle. Kind of big deal.
Big deal indeed. And what's one topic that you've been wanting to chat about more?
One topic I've been wanting to chat about more. I think it's appropriate to fart on airplanes. And I think that people have a weird stigma associated with it. And I don't know why they have this weird stigma. The air cycles out pretty fast. You can't really hear it even because like the airplane is really loud. Yeah, I'm putting my foot down. I think it's a very liberating experience.
I guess it is, yeah. Do you have any other airplane etiquette takes that you want to just get out of the way now?
Other airplane etiquettes, etiquette takes. I mean, it's just the basic stuff. Don't be an asshole. Don't like try to sneak in your luggage ahead of someone else because then you're taking someone else's luggage space. That sort of stuff is pretty.
How about shoes on versus shoes off on an airplane?
I think it depends. If you're going over a flight that is longer than 5 hours, then I think it's like fine. It's fair game to take your shoes off. If it's less than 5 hours, like what are you, an animal? Also, never take your shoes off if you don't have socks on. It's disgusting. Nobody wants to see that.
Could not agree more. Alright, some this or that. NVIDIA or AMD?
NVIDIA is what I use right now.
How about not like this or forehead?
What, like the emotes?
Yeah.
Not like this.
Alright. And then the last question, what would you say is the best thing about your Twitch community?
I have one of the best communities out there. It's a very tolerant community. It's a very open-minded community. And we do a ton of great fundraisers for all the issues that I talk about that are near and dear to me. And I really love that.
Awesome. Alright, I think we're good.
Alright.
Hey.
Can we get the...
Oh yeah, alright, let's do one last thing.
I didn't get to do it with the last.
Do we have the one? So we're doing a quick compilation of our...
Oh, like the Disney Channel
Like a
thing.
Disney Channel thing.
He grew up in Turkey.
Okay.
And then just draw the plug champ.
Oh, like the Disney Channel
Like a Disney
thing.
Channel thing.
He grew up in Turkey.
Okay.
Should we keep it off or?
Off,
Yeah, we'll like add the info after.
Backups and...
Yeah, I want to see how well he does too, actually. So, chat, someone trace this. Someone trace this.
Alright, this is PogChamp with Hassan.
I'm Hassan Piker at TwitchCon, and this is Pog.
Alright, sweet. That's it, man.
What was that? What did I just watch? I need someone to outline that.
Dr.
What the
Piker.
fuck was that?
You're welcome. Wait, this is the good one. This
Is that okay?
No, it's fine. I'll just keep it.
We have another stack. There's also the only note is for you guys.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. How much? 13. Can you say?
13.
That's insane. Okay. That is, you're a ridiculous person.
It was like way under what the estimate was, though. So I was like, I thought it was gonna be way
It's
more.
like an NFT.
Don't put this on their video, though.
Well, I mean, it's a live stream.
All right,
They don't know what you're talking about.
Well, they don't know what it is, so.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The only note for you is to take the first card on your walkout.
Yeah, and I have to take the last card on my walk in to the stage. Yeah.
For context, chat, I won a very, very stupid license plate.
Yeah.
It's probably the one bad, but like one ridiculous financial decision I've made.
Oh, nice to meet you. Oh, you're snapping pictures of your can. Okay, nice to meet you. Hi.
So I'll be your shadow.
Okay. I don't know what the do's and don'ts are in terms of like what you're able to take photos of.
I have to figure that out on the stage, but it's whatever you're comfortable with or what you're not comfortable with.
I don't care. Yeah. I mean, I'm live streaming.
Yeah, as long as you're
on stream
comfortable.
right now.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, we'll do that after.
yeah, I'm not.
Well, not while I'm live.
No.
But yeah, remember Ken from New York Times on the DNC when I was getting kicked out? He's still doing a larger coverage on like political streamers, its impact on like the space. It's like a culture thing that he's doing for the New York Times. So this is about that. So this is there's a corresponding piece to this. And Gabriella, you said, right? Gabriella's gonna be snapping some pics today. Oh, your friends watch?
I guess, yeah.
So you freelance for the New York Times?
I used to work there. Hassan, did you need me? I'm getting mics right now.
No, I think we're good. I was just, hey.
I got you, baby. I will. Need some of that horse juice.
Jesus Christ.
The what? Horse juice?
What did he mean by that? That's weird.
I don't even know.
That was weird. What do you mean by that?
I don't even know what he said.
So horny.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I. This is it. This is like all the shit that I need to say. I need to also piss. So I don't know what to do.
Oh yeah, I'll
about
come
that.
with you.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah.
No, I know they're all the way over there. I need to take this. Okay. I can just go on my own.
Do you want to send me to a company?
No, I can just go on my own, right?
Yeah.
Video or anything?
No, you're good. As long as you stay back here.
Okay. All
You guys
right.
got the chat and everything? Okay.
Let's do it.
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go take a piss.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Nick was in there in wardrobe with his.
Wait. Fuck. I want to make sure Jason is here though. Is Jason here yet?
I haven't seen Jason yet, but I know someone's on their way.
Is Jason here?
He's on his way. He's like minutes away.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's Mike. It's Mike. Oh.
God damn.
Are you streaming?
Yeah, I am.
Are you live right now?
Yeah.
You're blowing the whole fucking show.
What do you mean?
Don't you know what a show you got? Now you're showing everything before we all walk out on stage.
It's fine.
You just ruined it.
No, I didn't.
They
It's
all
fine.
you fucking ruined it.
Yeah, well,
You fucking blew it. This is
I-
your one fucking live show. You know you never show backstage. You can never turn this thing off.
Listen.
What? You
The reason why I do this is because
Now I got to
normally-
look at the chat.
Normally
I gotta
when
look at the
you're
chat.
the one who's
I already had
fucking
your
doing
stream
a
up.
show.
I already had your stream
Normally
up.
when you're the one doing a
Yeah.
show, I could just like raid you, but right now it's my show. So
That's
I have
true.
to fucking keep pumping
That's
it.
true. It would have been nice if you would have done my show this year, but you decided against it, unfortunately, because you don't like me or gay people.
I mean, that's what it is, honestly.
Yeah.
You're slaying. People are
Okay.
saying you're slaying.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, it looks
JC
great.
Penney. I'm about to go get hair and makeup. I've got a lot to do before the show.
What do you mean? You have nothing to do.
I got to do some hair and makeup.
No, your hair looks perfect.
Well, thank you. You're so sweet.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. Look, I'm excited.
Nobody
for it
can
to be-
tell.
Nobody can tell. Shut the fuck up. That's fucked up.
No,
That's
no,
fucked
it's
up.
gonna be
Look,
funny. The rehearsal we did this morning was hilarious.
Yeah,
like,
look, the show's gonna be great.
The only problem I have is that I don't have I have cue cards. I don't have the fucking prompter that you guys have.
Yeah, no,
which sucks.
I read the prompter earlier rehearsals, and I didn't even know what I was reading. So if it doesn't sound
that's
Did it
the
sound
problem.
official?
No, it sounded really good.
They gave me like fucking
but for
like
me, it sounded like I felt like I was like stumbling.
No, it's all good. You sounded perfect, natural, authentic. They gave me like a novel to read, dude.
Yeah,
like
that's
a
what
novel.
a teleprompter is. You've never done a teleprompter?
No.
I'm so much more comfortable with a teleprompter.
My show has a teleprompter.
Yeah, I'm so much comfortable with the teleprompter. Like much more comfortable with the teleprompter. You're just like,
yeah, it's easier.
It's way easier for me.
I trip over my words a little bit, but you know what? The beauty of the Hasanabi broadcast and audience is everybody's relaxed.
Yeah, famously.
Everybody's relaxed, famously relaxed, not very particular.
Well,
or
this
picky.
is the one thing that they don't give a shit about because like it's not like this is extra bonus content for them that they normally would never get.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're gonna be like that uptight about it. They are in a relationship confirmed. Jesus Christ.
Guys, come on. Let's stop doing that.
Look good, Austin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The people are out of control thinking we're in a relationship. It's not, guys, folks, come on.
He loves it so much. Look at him.
Come on,
it's
guys.
crazy. I gotta pee. You're talking to them.
You gotta pee? All right.
Keep him busy. I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live backstage at Debate Lords, where Hasanabi and the crew are getting ready for what is set to be probably one of the biggest events next to Name Your Price tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, live on the Glitch stage and my channel, where Will Neff and Austin Show will put together probably one of the most show-stopping performances of a generation. But second to that, Debate Lords is happening today in, what is it, about 45 minutes?
Here, let's film Jason real quick.
Oh, okay. You just did an ad for Name Your Price. I don't know what I'm filming. I'm being called up. I'm being beckoned. Oh, look who it is.
You look stressed. Listen, W Nephew, okay? W Nephew right here. L Unk for Ludwig. Ludwig already got a L in his fucking dumbass name.
Did he dip on you?
He's literally still like stuck in Los Angeles.
Hey, come on, man. You know I'm here.
What is this, bro? You got, what is this?
That's
What
G
is
Fuel, that's Chrome Hearts, this the
damn.
fucking Twitch badge. I'm gonna put this, take this off so I can look
This is a good fit. What about the pants?
Pets, Jaded London. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's my security right here. That's my security.
No habla?
Yes. What was that?
What do you mean was that?
Turkish.
What do you mean was that? I met him when he was your age.
Dead ass? Wait, I'm older than him.
I know. Yeah.
Wait,
he was like 12 when I met him.
So how?
It's Wantep chat. Look.
Can we get you the wardrobe real quick?
Yeah. Oh, I'm about to get suited up.
Yeah. Go.
All right, bet. Let's
do your shit.
Let's go.
All right, now I'm gonna go pee for real this time. You can just like stick to them potentially. I don't.
Yeah,
fucking know.
I'll talk to them.
Okay, I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Okay, everybody's favorite part of the broadcast, the Marchie and Nobody Power Hour. That's right, it's just me looking like a freak, pointing a camera at myself as I roam the halls and people stare at me. I feel like such a fucking narcissist. No offense to all my streamer peers. As a streamer myself, as a full-time streamer myself,
Yes, right now. Anywhere
it's not always easy being the center of attention. You know?
Right behind you, actually.
Being so important. God, please someone save me. If I need to find someone to point a camera at right fucking now. Hey!
How are you, bro?
Okay. Literally turned away from the camera as soon as I pointed at him. Yo, Will! Hey! Chat for a sec. How are you feeling?
Okay. Oh, are you live?
Yeah.
Oh.
My son's live. I'm not live.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm streaming. Hey, what's up? I'm a streamer now.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's
I don't know. He went to go piss. I'm alone.
Oh. Hi.
Why are you
That's not What's up?
You look good? You feeling good?
Sorry, I just came off a meet and greet. I'm a little, I've been on it for a while. Seeing this veterinarian about something. No, I'm just kidding.
You get a fit check? Do a full fit check here?
I don't want to spoil too much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pants are Kohl's.
I'm wearing, yeah. 2,500.
Kohl's. Ross,
Ray-Bans.
this is we dressing for less. I gotta go.
Yeah, okay. Austin, wait.
Can you take him to a seat? Hello.
Hey, yes, we're back. We need you again.
Sorry.
We need you to host. You ran away.
Folks, let me tell you, groundbreaking event. We're about to. Look, we've just found a random man backstage. You don't like to be on camera, do you?
I hate being on camera.
Okay, so sorry. Where did Hassan go?
He went to do a pig.
Let me pull up the chat. I see a little bit of. Hold on, there we go. Hello, everybody. I can see you. So this is what's going to happen. There's a series of debaters. I will be hosting on the floor. I need to get mic'd up, though, right? Okay.
Oh, okay.
You want to come with
Sure,
me?
yeah,
Can
sure.
you come with me or get mic'd up? So right now you're getting a backstage exclusive of what happens when the host of Name Your Price, tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, gets mic'd up for Debate Lords. Hello. Hello. How are you? Good.
I was just saying hi to random people.
All right. I am here for a microphone, I think.
So what is your role in
So I
Debate
am
Lords?
the host of Debate Lords. So
like
it is
like it's your show.
Yes, I am Austin. Yes, sir.
Debate
Yes,
Lords
sir.
with Austin Show. It is the name. I guess that is the name of it. Or Austin Show.
So Will, Neff, and I are hosting today's show. So we'll be making sure that the show, because Hassan has very limited hosting experience, right?
Yes.
So he's a. Thank you very much. So he's very new to
whose
this.
music is this, bro?
Garbage ass, washed up ass,
bro. What the?
No, go ahead.
Dollar store Johnny Depp looking ass music.
Wait, whoa. Oh shit, my bad, bro.
That's always how it is, dude.
My bad, bro.
It's always
Fuck.
how it is. Dude, do you have one of these in yet?
Yeah, not yet.
They sound so insane.
Yeah, I hate IFBs.
Dude, this shit's cooked.
Why
It's
are they
just
sound
like,
insane?
It's itchy.
It sounds like you're talking through a toaster oven.
Oh, it's
Like,
it's busted.
bad
Yeah, it was a
insane.
little busted this morning too, but
Yeah, it's
we
definitely.
Yep,
Definitely.
Yep, down my jacket.
that mine?
That's fine.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Really
Hello.
sharp, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get some before you need me. Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Damn, bro, this is a bop. Who made this song, dude?
So as you can tell, folks, I'm putting the earpiece in my ear. This is so I can hear the production team, right? Everything, all the necessary information is going through my ear here.
Do this easier.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. When does the show start? 4?
4.
Okay, yeah, 4.
I'll be back.
Alright. Ciao. Dude, this is. I'm kind of worried. I can't hear
I'll put the
anything.
jacket back on, Andrew. You want to tuck it in?
Yeah, I do want to tuck it on.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be here. No one told me anything. Hello.
Hello. Yep, this is me. Perfect audio guy. Thank you so much.
Be your song.
It's his song.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's singing. Why you keep breaking on the words?
Tis.
You know what? It's his song, but it's all of ours. Yo, can you hold this for a second?
Wow.
Yeah. Unity. Peace.
I liked it. I like to
Debating.
think I played a role in this, even though I didn't.
I think you did.
What if I have to peter in the
This
middle
is
of the
before we
show?
hung out.
Just piss.
Just piss.
Like I may have to peter in the middle of the show.
Stick mic too.
Yeah.
You can get in all of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the stick mic on the
Hair makeup?
stand.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Let's fax audio real quick.
Okay. Test what?
We're gonna fax audio real quick.
Fax.
and then we'll
Okay.
get you-
Okay.
I'm doing the stick mic in the walkout too, right?
Can you hold?
Okay.
Can somebody hold your cards? I got
Yeah, I got it.
Will you go to your position?
I'll go to my position. That's right. We'll see you later, folks. Debate Lords.
Austin Show's Debate Lords.
See you out there.
All right. Okay.
You know, it's kind of like I have a show at TwitchCon in a way.
right ear or left ear.
Right here.
Like 10% of what I can make out, like 10%.
Go ahead and stick that in.
That sounds
here.
really weird with no context. I helped produce this one.
Okay.
So if it's good,
And let me get a check
W's
on
in the
you.
chat. And if it's bad, I
Okay.
have nothing to do with it at all.
So, hey,
This
Moses.
is not my shit. I did not touch this show at all.
I got Hassan on 1 and 1.
Yeah, I can barely hear it. It's very, very, very low, the audio in the earpiece. I'm gonna bring it up here. Oh, it's higher now, for sure.
Too much?
It might be too much, maybe a little bit.
How about
Okay,
that?
it's perfect.
Perfect?
Yeah, okay, perfect. It's perfect now.
I'm not sure if it's something with the
Sorry.
How's it going? How's chat doing?
You're doing good.
Are they excited? Oh,
Not really.
let me look. Oh, they can kind of see back
Okay,
here.
I can hear everything.
Oh, not really.
Just
Yeah,
not
I'm
myself.
cranked.
Oh, now I can hear
1,800.
myself as well. All right, perfect. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right.
Ready?
Damn, you look fucking fly, Nick.
Oh yeah. About to go get some hot bitches after this.
Hell
Oh.
yeah.
All 3 of them. Sound like not good.
All 3 of them.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, we're good to go. I'm myself. Yeah, I can hear it. There's continuous sound on mine. Clear? I don't know who I'm listening to, but I hear something. What about you?
Can you hear it well?
Can you hear their words? Can you make out what they're saying?
I can't hear it with like super clarity, but when someone talks into a microphone, I can hear it. That might be the so right now I'm just hearing like.
Oh, everyone's just on the same frequency.
Right now I'm just hearing chatter, but it's not like.
Is there any way we could like actually talk to the microphone?
When I talk into the microphone, can you hear it?
Oh yeah, sounds way better now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, dude, you guys they cut it off. Will you stay right here? All right, they cut mine off completely.
All right, cool.
Been seeing your fucking hats.
I know, eh? It's working. It's working.
Woo! Okay.
Boy, oh boy.
So chat, here's what's gonna happen. Everyone's gonna get mic'd up, everyone's gonna get ready to go, and at probably approximately 10 minutes to 15 minutes, we are going to turn off the stream, and you're gonna see a loading screen for Debate Lords. It's gonna be a Debate Lords intro sequence.
They look good.
And that's it. That's what will be playing on screen. Hopefully they'll be able to, okay, I can hear both. I can hear Austin and Will.
What's up?
New ad.
You got it.
You look hot.
I know.
Why? I can hear Austin clearly in my IFB.
Hey,
Can you hear him?
I heard him asking about having to pee earlier.
You guys all good?
I've never
said
that. Don't you ever say that.
I like it. You go crazy.
I think you go full Southern. All right, I'm going like 300%. Yeah.
Okay. You know that it's not like political, right? It's just
So we're not going to be discussing
Oh,
intricacies of gun reform.
And if you wanna go politics, you
Oh,
can.
I know it'd be appropriate. Big oil. Let's discuss big oil fracking. I think
Let's do it.
the through line is that you clearly have vested interest in oil, and you somehow bring it into every topic.
I came into this stage, I say, because I thought big business, that is the backbone of this country, is
My
playing.
father came here. He came from America to America.
Yeah.
You're gonna have Parkinson's. No, because Kenneth Copeland like shakes when he's pointing at people.
Yeah, because it's the devil.
Yeah.
Literally.
Like, dabble. Look at those eyebrows.
Yeah.
I never said that.
I can't be in a tin can with sinners.
And the smile that he does
Yeah.
after.
You must have been sent here by
I'm gonna do a last second.
the army of Satan. You must have been sent here by a non-believer.
I think we bring religion back into school.
Yeah.
I say we start saying the Pledge of Allegiance again.
That's what's wrong in this country. Not enough believers firmly committed to the Christian nation. That's good, I think. Yeah, you should do that.
I should specifically also hate elves.
Okay.
Get elves out of America.
Yeah. They're alive.
Is that too on the nose?
I mean, maybe.
Wait, are you streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was BTS.
No, we're straight streaming this whole time.
Hey, gamers.
They love it. They love your Kenneth Copeland. Your Kenneth
I
Copeland
never
shit.
said that. Don't you ever say that I did.
Take me to hit Sugar Me Down on stage.
Yep, all good. Oh, I thought I was getting told to like tone it down.
Yeah, tone down the Kenneth Copeland. Save it for the stage.
I can't be in it. God wants me to. God wants me to say
God damn. Looking good, man.
Looking
You're
sharp.
looking very serious.
They said I look like a flight attendant.
You do. You look gay enough to be a flight attendant. Oh,
You
Austin heard that.
You cannot say that.
Hey, baby, debater.
You cannot say that.
Yeah, have you seen this man? He does look like a flight attendant, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I also got the toothpick. They don't have a toothpick, but they have this. So you know how Southern people always have a toothpick?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be doing that.
Bro, you're from Ohio. You are already Southern.
I haven't lived in Ohio since 2004.
It doesn't matter. You are spiritually a welcome to my house kind of guy, okay? We have already established this in your canon.
Y'all was coming in.
Just wanted to check. So you're hearing.
I'm hearing everything good so far.
Good?
Yep.
Thank you.
You want to go sit in your position?
Yeah, I am hearing.
Sit in position?
Sit in position just for a little while. We're going to fax it out.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, position 5.
You want me to sit and get framed? Can we bring the camera in as well? Or?
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Grab your mic and you come with me.
I'm following. Wait, should I show things?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoa. Wait, is there people here? Oh shit. This is crazy. Cinema. Oh wait. Whoa. They got your stream on here.
Yeah, this is the stream. Where the chat is. That's gonna be the main feed that people see. This is what you'll see. This is what I'll be seeing. Chat, you'll see it for now. And then this is the point allocation system.
I don't know if you're talking to chat, but there's no way they can hear you. It's so loud.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Can they not hear at all?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know either.
We can hear, we can hear. Oh, Paul, just kidding. I'm fake. I'm a fake ass bitch.
You're bad, dude. You're bad. We can hear you.
What's up, gamers? You're behind the scenes at a live broadcast. Anything could happen.
Look, I ran an ad.
Will Nev.
You ran an ad?
Co-host viciously smoothly murdered.
Look at this setup.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What a diva.
Wait, I gotta come chat with you guys.
Yep.
All the rock and roll cheese.
Yep. Perfect.
Guys, you're amazing.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be awesome.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Possibly get a shot on monitor of what we look like right now.
Okay, I'm going back to the sun. I don't know where to stand. I'm hyperventilating, chat.
Thank you, son.
This is such a cool shot. Holy fuck.
Feel free to do whatever you want, brother.
Okay, no, I thought you guys were framing me. That's why I was here.
Except you do like a song being framed now, hasn't it? Yeah, you look really good. Okay, thank you so much, dude.
They're playing all the jams.
Keep streaming until I tell you to cut it. Okay?
What's up?
Oh,
yeah.
let him know.
Keep going until I tell you guys to cut the stream.
All right, perfect. Just tell me.
He's gonna do it, so you got to tell him.
I'll cut it.
Yeah.
So we're just straight, like hard cutting. I'm ending my stream.
It's gonna go to this card with music, engineering, feels very good. They're all ready. They've tested.
So there will be like, will there be a moment like where it goes?
I don't think it should just cut to this card. It shouldn't go down.
It shouldn't go down.
Yep.
Okay. Hopefully.
Bug it.
Chat, even if it goes down, refresh if it goes down, okay? If the stream goes down and it Fs, we'll be live.
Hey, can you announce me out coming from, I'm from Ohio?
I think Will might announce you actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you when to switch over to this stream and shut down yours. I'm going to be back on engineering to make sure everything is okay. All right?
Okay.
All right, man. Have a great show.
His ass is not listening.
I think I'm gonna need water too.
I'll get you water.
It's probably good to have like by the desk, I think.
Hello. Yeah.
Probably wherever. Where do we sit? Oh, good to see you. Oh, what's up? All the anywhere in the front rows that have the tape on it.
Anywhere in the front that has tape on it.
Literally.
Yeah, I think any of them. I don't know yet. I'll come sit by you.
Yeah. Oh, they're playing the intro.
You want to practice?
In my ear. Why'd it get quiet? Oh, we gotta go.
Okay.
They're just rehearsing, right? They're just rehearsing. I got scared. I got scared because I thought like it started without me ending the stream. Quinn, they're just rehearsing, right? Oh, thank God.
No, they're just fucking around. Yeah. Trying to get the mics dialed in.
Looks sick.
Yeah. It looks dope. I got terrified because Will was doing, they did the opener and I was like, holy shit, I'm out here. I thought I was like, you know, I thought the stream had started already. They did the opener and I was like, holy shit, I'm out here. I thought I was like, you know, I thought the stream had started already. Let me see if I can find water.
Oh, I know where that is.
Oh, don't show Nandra.
Oh, okay. I wonder if we already saw him leak. Oh shit, camera fell, sorry guys.
I'm not going to swap just yet. I'll let you know.
I'm pointing it over here so that Nandre doesn't leak himself as a special guest. Sorry, floor cat. Oh, I'm following Asana again.
It's very exciting.
Do you know this guy?
Hi.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. We're gonna swap out in 5 minutes, chat. Oh, I'm live, yeah.
Does this guy ever stop streaming?
Bro, this shit looks so professional, it's crazy.
Yeah, no big deal. All me, actually. There's an insane production team that does amazing work behind
Who's
it.
having a hard time with words in my ear?
You ever seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Yeah.
You look like Jotaro. A little bit on that one. Good ass.
Hell yeah. I love that.
Yeah, no, that shit's sick as hell.
Thank you.
And then you had fucking looking like Dio was
In Jujutsu Kaisen, the dude with the man bun.
That's another good one.
That's what I was going for.
That's another good one. Yeah.
His best friend. That guy.
Yeah, so when Will had the red on earlier, he looked like Dio next to you. So you and Will get to
All
do a
this
little
Rick
JoJo
got him
Dio little
mortified.
Yeah, I like the red one more. I wish he kept that suit on.
Yo, right? Rather than what he got on right now. I agree with you.
I know it's right.
What? Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to hop on stage now.
Okay, you're about to get framed. I'm gonna
put you where you go.
I have no idea what's going on, by the way.
Bro, don't worry.
Just
listen to my instructions. I'm gonna tell you like
I got some shit in my ear.
we got 5 or 6 rounds, I forget, and it's gonna be like you're just gonna be basically freestyling, making shit up, trying to defend a position that that you identify as like, you know, even if it's indefensible, you're supposed to defend it. Of course. That's the whole point. It has nothing to do. Also, you're like a foil in this situation anyway. So
what is that supposed to be?
Like my expectations from you.
I'm a polar bear is what you're saying.
My expectations from you in terms of like how well you're gonna debate a position is low. The expectation of the crowd is low as well. In comedy, there's a push and pull. You know, there's a push and pull.
Don't piss me off.
There's gonna be some serious debaters on there. Just kidding. No one is gonna be serious.
Okay, no, I mean, look, I played. I did a lot of Socratic seminars back in high school, so I think I'll be good.
There it is. I believe in you.
Yeah, my pants falling. You have an extra belt for me?
I do not. Also, you think my belt would help you?
Yeah.
My belt, you would be able to wrap 2 Jasons in my belt. Okay, go, Jason. He's grabbing.
Oh, I'm about to go.
It's good. You're sitting in the crowd. Okay. Right? Like I think.
They said he has someone can lead him to like a good table.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough, but I think you're gonna probably film. You're probably gonna film the monitor.
Okay.
The whole time.
How do you think Jason looks? His outfit?
He looks great.
You look
I
great.
love it. Thank you. As a conservative Trump Republican, how do you feel about participating in this?
Oh, I feel like
As a Trump Republican from Ohio.
Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
No, I feel good. I think it'll go well.
4 minutes ago, should we wait 4 minutes till I stop? 4 minutes till I stop the stream. Okay, got it. Okay.
Rage.
What?
Rage.
I'm a little tense.
Yeah, I'm worried.
Why are you worried? What?
It's gonna drop the stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm mostly tense about too. Sammy, is there
We're
a
trying to
place
do like a
where
seamless
there's water
transition into
back
the
here?
show.
Yeah. I was looking for
Because if you stop the stream, there will be like a natural drop off in viewership. Yeah, I gotta follow. I'm sorry, but yes, we're trying to avoid that. So there's a lot of like baton passing logistically happening behind the scenes, and there's a lot of points of failure, I think, because what we're doing is a little not unprecedented, but not that common.
It's definitely unprecedented.
Yeah, a little bit maybe.
There's no water here. I was looking around.
I know there's Crafty way down there, but I don't know if you want to try to make it all.
Maybe out there?
I can also fetch you in while you're on stage.
What?
I can also fetch you in while you're on stage. Just run out and get it. Crash the show.
2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes until we start. We did the swab. That's gonna be the first big hurdle to clear. The next big hurdle to clear is gonna be able to read these fucking cue cards appropriately. Oh, that's what we got. That's what we got.
Bro drinks water like Trump.
What are you gonna do?
Amanda, do you mind taking a picture of the crash floor?
What the fuck is this? I thought that was
What is going on?
I thought that was a set. I thought it was set decoration.
What is happening right now?
Do you mind if we hold any of your notes?
All that Rick got me mortified. What is this? Is this a Twitch mascot? What's happening? What's his name? Oh, obviously it's Grass Lord. What was I thinking?
Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Good luck.
Yeah. He's going to ask me questions. In debate lords? Yeah. Oh, nice. So, good luck.
Oh, here.
Good luck to reach down to the fucking microphone stand, but that is scary. That is actually objectively scary. Oh, like touching grass? Oh, ending the stream. Fuck, hold on. Hold on. Oh no. 1 second. I'm ending it.
Throughout history, man has intellectually sparred in the marketplace of ideas. Debate, a sport as old as time itself. Countless hours of moral grandstanding spent proving who's the smartest, the loudest, and the most attractive. And thus, civilization evolved, guided by the sweaty hands of its most worthy debate lords. Now, thanks to the internet, debate has reached its final form.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to TwitchCon San Diego. We're live here in the Twitch Rivals Arena for a one-time, very special event.
That's right, Austin. In just moments, 4 of the greatest internet creators in the world and Nick Pollum will take the stage for the most inconsequential, non-political debate of this or any election year, all hosted and moderated by the internet's premier provocateur.
We're glad you're here, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hasanabi's Debate Lords. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Debate Lords. We are live from TwitchCon San Diego. What the hell's going? TwitchCon San Diego.
That's a fast prompter.
That's a
Austin.
very fast.
That's a fast
I cannot
prompter.
read that fast. Look at this crowd, Will. It's incredible.
They are a gorgeous crowd.
Make some noise, TwitchCon San Diego. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Austin Show alongside Will Neff. And we are thrilled to be here alongside our esteemed homophobic moderator, Hassan Piker.
That's right.
That's right. Oh, a lot of homophobes in the audience tonight,
yeah.
Will. For Debate Lords, the live debate event America never needed and didn't ask for.
That's right, Austin. We've invited some of the world's funniest and most available streamers to argue with each other about some truly inane topics. And I gotta tell you, Austin, the stakes could not be lower.
But Will, I have to tell you that's not true.
Oh?
That's not true. Each debater here is representing a charity of their choice. And we are counting on all of you, yes, you. Oh, yeah, that's you right there. All of you watching to lend your support and donate during the show. All the charities tonight will be benefiting charity. But you'll also have the chance to donate to unlock extra challenges and some amazing surprises. So let's take a look at that milestone list.
Ooh, look at these milestones.
Unleash the mime.
Oh, I thought that was the name of a fish song.
Yeah. Pudding Cup Challenge, the Will and Austin Mystery Box.
Whoa. Let me tell you, they're going to have fun with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Step 1 is cutting a hole in the box.
That's right, and everybody knows what step 2 is.
Oh, yeah.
Spaghetti pockets. Hassan gets a very ugly face tattoo.
Oh, I love that.
Mm-hmm. And pie in the face.
That could be anything.
That could be really anything.
Truly.
We don't know. You'll have to keep donating to find out.
Yes, yes.
All right, folks, we need your help to make sure we hit these milestones throughout the night. Scan the QR code on the screen or type out the URL tiltify/debatelords. All of the money raised tonight is going to a few great causes. Doctors Without Borders, Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation,
yeah,
No Kid Hungry, and Make-A-Wish America. If you want to see us unleash the mime in the first round, make sure we hit that milestone soon. Will, do you think the mime is going to distract them?
Well, mimes are famously silent, so he might have to get a little handsy.
That's right. What would you do if you were the mime, Will?
Get a little handsy.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's amazing. So, Will, let's let's tell the people what they're going to see tonight.
Sure.
How about that?
All right.
The show is divided up into a series of 6 debate rounds, each with a different topic and different set of rules. For example, the debaters might be split into teams or given restrictions on what they can or can't say. Tonight is all for charity, but obviously someone has to win or the whole thing is really fucking stupid. That's what Hassan is here for. He'll be awarding points based on debate performance in each round. He can add points, subtract points, mute microphones, add time to a speaker. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. And chat, you will also get to vote for additional points in each round. The debater with the most points at the end will be crowned the winner.
That's right, Austin.
Extremely exciting, Will.
Oh, very exciting stuff. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think Austin's mic is gone. Please all rise if you're able, not for the national anthem. It's time to meet our moderator, our judge, the ultimate unfailing authority. Austin's still trying on that mic. His word is law, and whoever's decision could have massive ramifications for the reputation and mental stability of our participants. The man who put the Hasanabi in Hasanabi's debate lords. Give it up for Hasanabi. Oh, look at him, Austin. He looks good. Confident, tall, wide. Austin, what do you think's going through his head?
You know, he's probably very, very nervous.
I don't know. Look at that coy grin. Anyway, let's go live to Hasanabi.
Welcome, TwitchCon San Diego! I'm Hassan Piker, also known as Hasanabi, and I wanted to give you all a very special welcome to Debate Lords. I have never read cue cards before until this very moment, and you're gonna see that tonight. It's gonna happen a lot for those of you watching at home, but I wanted to also give a very special thank you to our fantastic hosts who are gonna be carrying the show, Will Neff and Austin Show.
No. Okay, yeah.
Dude, we haven't forgot about you.
Today, we are gonna find out what our panelists think about some truly weird stuff. We're not gonna be talking about politics. I know many of you, even though we very clearly marketed the event as a non-political satire debate show, probably still think we're gonna be talking about politics. We're not. And on top of that, we're also going to be doing something else that you guys are unfamiliar with. It's a sports style show called Around the Horn. I'm gonna be issuing points as the moderator, the judge, the jury, and the executioner for whoever I feel like it. I mean, originally it was gonna be Ludwig here, and he couldn't make it, unfortunately. He's dead to me officially. I was going to mute him a bunch, but this time it's actually gonna be W nephew Jason the Ween that I'll be muting in his stead. But without further ado, Austin and Will, should we bring our debate lords out or what?
Look, Hassan, I think the crowd is almost ready. However, I need to remind you, chat, remember to keep donating throughout the night so we get to hit all of our milestones.
It's for the kids.
Yeah, come on.
For the kids.
Extra few dollars, right? A lot of these milestones could happen at any time, even in the middle of the debate. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your debate lords.
That's right,
Sear.
here they come.
Here comes Sear onto the stage. Caroline Kwan, Jason the Ween, NMP Lowell, and Baby No Money. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Wow. Some of the finest minds our platform has to offer.
Incredible. A truly group of intellectual heavyweights.
I'm being asked to read this. Sear is reading on behalf of the Big Corn Lobby tonight.
Oh, interesting.
And he's very excited to be here.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Hassan,
I wonder who that is.
Hassan, back to you.
Hello, welcome all of you. Let's get down the row, starting with Sear. Everyone, please let us know who you are and how do you think.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's live television. We have fun here.
It's live
Come
TV.
on.
Apologies.
He was saying some really good stuff, too. I wish you could have heard it.
Listen, this is no...
That was incredible.
All I need to do is start eating to make this a normal Hasanabi broadcast, okay? Muted microphones. I got to get up and piss in a little bit. Don't worry. Okay, Hello and welcome, all of you. Let's go down the row, starting with Seer. Everybody, I want you to let everyone in the room know who you are and how do you think you're gonna perform today. Seer, starting with you.
My name is Seer. I'm from Southern Kentucky. Well, I'm representing Big Corn, and I think that that industry's suffering, and in a room full of sinners like yourself, I think my policies are gonna hold up, and I'm gonna show you how exquisite it's gonna be. So let's throw it over to the women.
Caroline Kwan.
Sorry, I just have to say, hi everyone, you look so beautiful tonight. I see you all there. You know who's the winner tonight? All of you. All of you are the winner tonight.
All right, stop sucking up to the crowd, Caroline.
I'm sorry, Seer. I couldn't hear you. You have so much oil in your hair. You got more than Chevron, which I think is here tonight. So, did you borrow some?
All right, contestants, let's keep it civil, please. Okay, Jason the Ween.
Hello, I got 0 cheers from the crowd, man. I'm happy to be here. I feel like I'm the underdog. I always have been. Thank y'all. Not too much though, not too much. Stop. Appreciate y'all for coming out. I'm feeling impeccable. Onto this old hag right here.
Is that the word you wanted to actually use, or?
Yes.
I think he just learned that word backstage, so he's testing it out.
He's hilarious.
Okay, Nick Pollum.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you. My name is Nick and I'm just happy to be invited, so.
You look fantastic. Speaking of looking fantastic, Baby No Money, also Baby No Gaming? Baby No Games?
Yeah, that's my second alias in life, and I don't really know why I'm fully here, but ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to be here and tell you about what I need to do for this country and this fucking planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you and we love each other.
All right, everyone already started glad handling. How's everybody feeling? Are you all ready?
Let's go.
All right, to the panelists, anyone here with actually, like, any formal debate experience?
What?
Every day of my life as a woman.
Okay, that's a point for feminism, starting early.
The fuck?
Okay. So no one else.
I got some experience. I would argue with my girlfriend, but it didn't work out, so.
Ooh.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you only get one of those.
And that was it. That was it.
I did
Okay,
Socratic seminar
bumming
in high
everybody
school.
out. Nick Pollum. All right, on that note, everyone ready? Then let's get ready to rumble.
All right.
I'm gonna keep throwing those cards away like that. They told me to do that, but I don't think it looks cool. Anyway, regardless. All right, round one, let's get debating. For the first round, we are going to keep it simple. We're gonna get the juices flowing. Many of you are unfamiliar, uninitiated, but we're gonna work through that. This is gonna be a general open debate like we're all used to seeing on television with presidents, hopefully with less cat-eating memes. We'll start with a question for every single person. You are going to have 40. Jason, you better be paying attention right now. This is the most important part. I know your
He's
ass
not.
has no idea.
Focus.
He was talking to his chat on his mic, I saw him.
Wake up.
We're going to start with a question for everyone. You are going to have 45 seconds or so to answer, and then we're going to open it up a bit. You can take pot shots at one another. It's all good. But if you do too much crosstalk, I might mute you or even take away some of your points. You'll have a chance to respond to what someone else said, or if we feel like we've exhausted the topic, we're going to move on to something else. So let's get started with the first question. First question is for you, Seer.
Yes, I would have to say, particularly, I do agree.
Okay,
with
I
that
haven't even asked the question yet. Okay. All right. Seer, what is the better cracker, and why is it Ritz or Saltine?
I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time, the word?
I said, what is the better cracker?
Good. Can I hear it used in a sentence, please?
A cracker. You know.
Yeah.
Like a guy from Ohio.
Now, I've had quite the experience with crackers.
Okay, but which one is better, Ritz or Saltine?
Well, primarily Saltine. Now, My grandma, and she was a woman of the people more so than, but.
You're saying your grandma was ugly.
Ooh. Okay, points for Caroline.
Do I have permission to strike her with the hand of God?
You're gonna have to pray hard for that.
I'll answer your question. Sultan. I've been a Sultan man, and I believe that the foundation's American Sultan. Yeah.
Okay. You got awarded 0 points on that. Caroline, 1 point for you for the grandmother jab.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
The second question is for you, Caroline.
Yes.
And remember, contestants, you can actually, debate a point that she makes if you want to. This is a open debate segment.
All right, then I disagree, and I say no.
Okay, but we haven't gotten to the question yet, here.
All right.
Caroline, which video game character would you choose as your running mate and why?
You know, any character that is a woman, because I think it's time that we have women.
She's feminist farming.
That's also words that he just learned backstage.
No,
so he just
that's
learned
not
what the
true
word
at all.
feminism
No, I think he knows that
is.
one. He hangs out with kick streamers sometimes.
I've never hung out with a kick streamer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, look, you're
best friends with
you
her?
are.
Hassan.
Is he even allowed to be here? He's like 12 years old.
Caroline, you have 10
Hey,
more
someone
seconds to finish your
control
point. Which
Okay,
character?
so honestly, any woman in a game. Because, I mean,
At least say the game.
really,
She doesn't know any games.
Can I hear it for women?
Shit, I can't really disagree with that one, man. I love me some girls.
Okay.
Okay, that was pretty good. Caroline, points
you.
for you.
What? That's points?
It's feminism. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Hey, this is why you're not with your girlfriend anymore.
Okay.
You don't
Man,
understand.
we can't be using that. We can't be using that.
All right, you know what? My producer Tom in my ear is saying that that's such a banger question. Jason, you're going to get the same exact one. Which video game character would you choose as your running mate and why? You have 40 seconds
My running mate?
to be president. The president is the leader of the country.
I know what that is, Hassan. If I were to statistically calculate this in my head, sophistically speaking, I'd probably pick Eren Yeager.
Elaborate.
Let me get a point for that one.
Elaborate.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's night, and whenever the climax reaches its peak, Eren was a great leader. Some would say even the best.
Okay, you're out of time, Jason. That was horrible. Other Jason, Nick Pollum.
Yep, that's what my mom calls me. Yep.
Hopefully you.
Oh, I know what she
disappointed.
calls you. I know what she calls me too.
Okay. Am I just gonna be getting roasted
Okay.
this whole?
Yeah, she calls 911 to get away from you.
Points for Seer on
starting to
that.
feel
All
bad for
right,
you.
Nick Pollum.
Yeah.
Which video game character would you choose as your running mate and why?
Am I trying to win?
Yes.
Okay, well I'm picking Sonic because he's faster than everybody.
Do you think speed plays a significant role in?
You said running mate.
Like, do you think it's a foot race? Like, as the president?
Wait, president? I think they were going running.
Like, your running mate is when you're
Oh.
running for president.
Oh, Eren Yeager then, like what Jason said.
So we're stealing answers.
Yep.
Okay.
Do I get points?
Fuck no.
No. Baby, no money. Please save this one. Which video game character would you choose as your running mate and why?
I mean, I'm thinking, without question, I'd probably go with Kirby. Because, sometimes you just want to eat. Sometimes you just want to suck down your opponent. It doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that matters is if you can change and shape shift to what matters politically at that moment. And if you want to take and make the right decision, you got to think and be the right person. Kirby, baby.
Points.
Oh,
Good
hell-
job.
Oh, hell no.
Okay. Since Jason and other Jason are having a hard time, I'm going to ask you guys this upcoming question. Jason first, Jason the Ween. What would you make the national snack of the United States and why?
Probably would be, if I were to logically think about this, I would.
Stop filibustering. Come on, pick it up.
Define filibuster.
We're not doing that. Continue.
The national food would probably be pho dak bit. Yeah, that's my shit right there.
Okay, the racists are not going to like that one, but that's cool. All right, why?
When you slurp a noodle up, what do you think of? Am I right, guys?
Man, I think of home.
Points.
Thank you.
Okay. Nick Pollum.
Yeah.
What would you make the national snack of the United States and why?
Wait, do we have one currently?
What?
Do we have one currently?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. National snack of the United States? Apples.
Why?
Fuck no.
Because I think we need to eat healthier.
My man's running on the RFK Jr. platform. Okay.
Yep.
All right, you know what? Points. Fuck it.
Yes, I got some points. I like that, Caroline.
We do need to eat healthy. You
Yes.
look dapper today. You look sexy as fuck.
Thank you, thank
Just
you.
point for that. There you
Oh,
go.
yeah. All right, feeling good.
Okay. I'm just giving you guys an understanding, like, this is how I'm dishing out the points. It is not all that serious. Anyway, okay. Next question is for Seer. To the critics that say Fortnite is dead, how would you reinvent and revitalize the game?
Yeah, I was actually excited to answer this question about Fortnite, the game. I played a lot of Fortnite, and it ain't dead. You see, back in 1976.
Seer, I'm gonna have to stop you there because we have officially reached our first milestone at $10,000.
There we go. There we go.
Thank God milestone came in when it
Permission to
did.
mime.
Granted.
Okay, now you can keep going, Seer.
Yeah. So I think while Fortnite is very, yeah. So I think it's important to discuss how Fortnite has affected the corn industry. Now, big corn was a big part of my life growing up, and it's a big part of the foundation of America. Now,
how will you revitalize Fortnite with corn?
I just will.
And by corn, do you mean like the way TikTokers use it, or are you talking about the food?
I'm talking about the food, high fructose corn syrup.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying what we do is we put that in a drink and we brand it, maybe a sports beverage, kind of like that Prime drink, and we put the Fortnite characters on it, have them doing the dances. What's the dance called?
The Fortnite dance?
What's the dance called?
Seer, that's a mime. He doesn't speak.
Yeah. So we get the character on there, and we sell it to all the youngins out there, and syrup it up. Corn, Fortnite, hand in hand, all come together. So you agree with that, huh?
Okay, points.
Yep.
Congratulations, Seer.
Thank you.
Let's get back to Jason the Ween. Jason.
Get the fuck away from me, bro.
Jason, do not disturb the mime. Jason, what place or landmark, real or fiction, would you make protected federal land? Like a national park?
Repeat the question. I didn't hear.
What
I
place?
just got breathing hella hard in my ear.
What place or landmark, real or fictional, would you make protected federal land?
Okay. I mean, if you were to sophistically think about the situation, about where America is planted, I'd probably go with,
All right, thank you, Nandre, for...
Seaside Bakery.
Incredible.
Thank you for your
Fuck that.
incredible... All right, thank you, Nandre, for...
Seaside Bakery.
Incredible.
Thank you for your
Fuck that
incredible
place.
performance, Nandre. Jason, I did not hear what your answer was. I was just trying to save you by saying the mime, you're free to leave if you would like to. If you want to stay, you can, but you're free.
You're making me uncomfortable. I'm a minor.
Jason, answer the question.
He's crying. Jason.
I'm a minor.
Oh.
Nandre, he's not a minor. Jason, answer the question.
Like I said before, I'd probably go with the city of Arlington.
You would make the city of Arlington a protected federal land.
I'd probably go with fucking...
Ohio.
I'd probably go with, logically, I'd have to go with Mount Rushmore.
Okay, points.
Give me that! Come
Points
on!
for knowing what Mount Rushmore is. Okay. All right, we're gonna ask that same question to the critics that say Fortnite is dead. How would you reinvent and revitalize the game? BB No Money, you have the floor.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to agree with Seer. It's all about the corn. I see you over there, my brother man.
We could use a man like you over in Ohio.
I'm over here. I'm literally in Ohio. I don't know where you are, but you're close to corn.
Alex, your accent is changing. I don't know what's happening.
It doesn't matter.
You're Canadian.
We got corn syrup and we have maple syrup. But corn makes more money than maple syrup. And when you have corn, you have gamers. And when you have gamers, you have Fortnite. And what matters more than Fortnite, corn, and gamers? Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, I will solve all the answers to every single one of your problems if you just drink canola oil and play Fortnite.
Okay, somehow that's a point for Sear.
I owe you one.
You do.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, that will be the end of round one, according to my producer, Tom, in my ear. Let's look at the point totals after the first round. Okay, the standings are as follows. Caroline Kwan is in first place, tied with Sear somehow.
She didn't even answer the last question.
Okay, I only got one question because I was in the lead, and clearly men need an advantage, so.
Shut up.
Well, BB No Money made a compelling case for corn and Fortnite, which was Sear's point.
Yeah.
So I had to give that to Sear. NMP Lol at, I guess, technically second place with 2 points. Also tied with Jason the Ween in second place.
I'm proud of us.
BB No Games, also known as BB No Money, our Canadian contestant, is sitting in last place with 1 point. This is a game that anyone can win, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we get to our next round, let's check in with Austin and Will.
Thanks, Hassan. Thanks, Hassan. Well, there is so much to break down from that first round. But, chat, we want to hear from you first. Ignore that piece of shit Hassan, whatever he had to do in that first round. In your own opinion, who won that round? Vote now by typing 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat to vote for your favorite. So if you think Sear won, type 1. Caroline, type 2. Jason, type 3. NMP 4, and Baby No Money 5. Will.
That's right, Austin. You know, fascinating. We are starting to see some very definitive debate tactics emerging here in this first round. Sear clearly lobbying for Big Corn. I don't think he really cares if he wins. He's trying to really push that lobby. Caroline Kwan leveraging that uterus and her estrogen to the absolute max, getting the women on board. Jason the Ween, a sophistically, think about it, stall filibuster technique, I believe it's called. Very interesting there. NMP kind of just bumming everyone out like Eeyore, making the crowd feel bad for him. And last, Baby No Money, just actually debating. Just being a really good debater.
No, he's doing a fantastic job. Let me tell you something, though. Caroline's standing out to me.
Yes, I mean, she looks like a Democratic candidate.
She does look like a Democratic, and I think it's time for change, and it's time for a woman. I'm just hearing now, Will, though, that the poll results are locked.
Oh.
And the winner of the first round, according to the chat, with the most votes is Jason the Ween!
Jason the Ween! Congratulations, Jason. You've been awarded 2 points as the people's champion.
And look at him graciously accept that award.
Let's take a look at those updated standings. Jason Ween in the lead with 4 points, followed by Caroline Kwan with 3 points. Sear with 3, Nick with 2, and Baby No Money with 1 point.
Nick, you have a complaint?
Is also live, and his whole chat came in and voted for him. That is unfair.
Fuck.
I saw it happen.
Someone mute his mic. Someone mute his mic.
We're going to have to look at the
lead.
tape to see if that
It was
happened.
brigaded.
Look, folks,
Oh my God, bro.
I want to say thank you to all the donations so far. We hit our first milestone during that round to unleash the mime. Folks, keep the donations coming. Our next milestone is the Pudding Cup Challenge. Oh man, the old...
Oh, brother.
I think I saw that on the early
Nick, I
internet.
trust you're gonna. I trust you're gonna clear that one, Nick. The Pudding Cup Challenge.
All right, let's see real quick, Will, how close we are to hitting that goal.
Sure. While we're looking at this, can I just say Nandre was a shockingly good mime?
Oh, we're close to the goal, I think, Will.
Are we?
Yes.
Because that's just a QR code.
I know. That's what I don't know.
I can't gauge where we are with
I
that.
have no idea. I have no further information, but we're really close.
Can you just read QR codes?
I don't know. I think that the last guy they had for this gig could read QR codes.
Got it.
Yes, it was an incredible talent.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he canceled last minute.
Oh,
but
I see.
folks, use this QR code. Your phone can read it. We need your help to make sure we hit all of these milestones throughout the night. If you're in the crowd here or at home, scan the QR code on the screen or type out the URL. All of the money raised tonight is going to a few great causes. I'll tell you what. Let's do a quick speed milestone. All right? If we hit $200 right now, we'll give away T-shirts to the crowd. All right.
Everybody loves a T-shirt.
Who wants a T-shirt?
I want one.
Me too.
I want a T-shirt.
All right.
Last time we did this, I actually shot a light out at TwitchCon, so I am no longer allowed to use the T-shirt.
Oh, looks like we hit the goal. My God, that was fast.
Already? $200.
Who wants a T-shirt? Come on, get on your feet, motherfuckers. Get on your feet.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right.
Do they actually execute ne'er-do-wells at Disneyland with a T-shirt cannon?
That's morbid.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I want a T-shirt.
I would also like a T-shirt.
Can you get us a couple of T-shirts?
I wonder what's on it.
Me, I do. I want Hasanabe Debate Lords. All right, folks. Everybody got a T-shirt? All right. All right. Hassan, everybody got a T-shirt. That was so fun. I love a T-shirt.
It was very good.
Back to you, Hassan. Let's start round number 2.
Thank you, Austin and Will. The next round is called Polling Errors. And this time, I'm going to tell you, the contestants, what position you're arguing. Or rather, chat is going to tell you what positions you're arguing. The way this will work is we will poll chat for each of the topics. The answers will be ranked 1 through 5 based on the poll results. I'll assign you a position to argue, and you will each have to strenuously defend it. That means you're going to have to defend it really hard, Jason. That's what strenuously means. For example, because you're in last place, we will let you speak on behalf of chat's top choice. If you're in first place, you have to defend chat's bottom choice, which means Jason is going to have to defend chat's bottom choice. Chat, are you ready? The first question is, what is the goated Twitch meta? Is it sleep? Is it Rust? Is it Grand Theft Auto roleplay? Is it reality TV reacts? Or is it hot tubs? Type 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat now to vote. You have 30 seconds.
Ooh. Will, what's your favorite meta?
There was one glorious night where Twitch unbanned artistic nudity.
Yes.
And it was called Titmas.
Yes.
And man, did I enjoy myself.
Let me tell you, Will, I think we could, if we all at once got naked, they couldn't stop us.
I feel like we could really do some,
we could do some
civil dissidence. I think
in the next collective bargaining agreement,
we could do the sexiest sit-in you've ever seen.
Absolutely. They wouldn't expect it. They'd have no choice.
Well, anyway, enough fantasizing about us naked. Here are the poll results.
Yes. Oh, wow, hot tubs.
All right. Here are the final results, everybody. Hot tubs, predictably at 55% in the top slot. Grand Theft Auto roleplay at 18% in second place, but not even close. Wait a minute, I just lost the poll results. I don't know what's going on. Now they're all at 0 points.
Hot tubs.
Tom,
It's a
you're
recount.
killing me.
It's a recount.
There were some hanging chads.
That's right. They called for a recount.
There was an election. There was election interference happening.
Yes.
Goddamn mail-in ballots.
That's right. Ballot harvesting. That's what happened.
Just like what happened to a couple brave patriots.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Okay, reality TV reacts at 16%, which is shocking because that's all I used to do. Holy shit, this chat is so dynamic. Rust at 4th place at 6%, and Sleep also at 6%, which I think is a weak meta. I don't even know if that's a meta at all. Okay, all right, on that note, Jason the Ween, as the top contender at the moment, you are gonna have to defend Sleep as a meta. Why is Sleep the top meta?
Well, sleeping is something you do every day.
True.
A lot of the times, one of my friends actually, Silky, he does a lot of sleep streams with his girlfriend. Shout out to Victoria and Silky. They love doing sleep streams, and I tune in every single time. I'm actually gonna do a sleep stream after this. FaZe, we love doing nap segments. have to sabotage.
Okay,
things.
we're moving on from Jason. Let's go to a popular one, the hot tub meta. Now, for the most popular one, BB No Money, you are at the bottom of the barrel currently, unfortunately. So I hope you're going to be able to defend this one. Why are hot tubs the top meta at Twitch?
Well, Hassan, I know you work out regularly. You know.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing. Points.
Chat and all the people here, thank you guys also, for coming down and listening to Hassan talk and be his manly,
Chat
beautiful
is no
self.
longer voting, by the way, after the first round.
I don't need chat to help me win this one. But
what's that supposed to
who, man, this is my time to talk.
All right, whatever, man.
The only time that you're gonna be able to potentially see Hassan almost fully nude, hot tub stream.
Okay, another point for you.
Not only did I study kinesiology before I became a professional debater, but 15 minutes of hot tubbing, 10 to 15 minutes of hot tubbing will help you sleep, make your body stronger, more relaxed.
Okay. All right, that's enough. You're now just describing the benefits of hot tubs. Nick Pollum.
Yeah.
You are currently in last place after the fantastic performance put by BB No Money.
Okay.
So you have to defend Grand Theft Auto roleplay as the top meta.
So go on and
That was
tell them
not
about all your concubines in that digital pixel world. Tell them about that pixel pussy that you storing in there.
So, GTRP, thank you. GTRP is a good meta for a lot of reasons, okay? Number one, you get to meet a lot of new people and do things you don't normally do, okay? And then sometimes you get to meet those people in real life. And then
How many whores you got locked up in there?
And then sometimes you accidentally put a hand on a hip and everything goes downhill and
now you a lonely man.
Yeah, but listen, best meta, everyone gets to play, everyone gets to have fun, everyone gets to pretend, and the best thing about Twitch is bringing people together, and that's exactly what GTRP is.
All right, Nick, that's 2 points for you for that one. 1 extra point because,
help
me. You need it.
Hassan.
Okay. Now, at the number two slot, we have Rust. Caroline Kwan, defend the Rust meta.
Thank you so much for that question. I just want to say, everybody who picked Rust, it was a beautiful choice, and you should feel so good about yourselves for picking that. So Rust is really
What is Rust?
a metaphor
It's a game.
for life, because things happen in that place that you're not always prepared for.
Boys, I
And
bet you she's going to bring up women again.
It teaches you that even when there are women in the game, like Cutie Cinderella, well, who blew me up and sold me into sex trafficking, I realized that I forgave her because I'm out here fighting for all women, even when they sell me into sex trafficking and Rust. So it was a game that taught me a lot about myself and life and women. Thank you
All right.
so much.
Why does she talk like that?
Because Caroline filibustered the entire conversation, we're going to have to skip the last meta and move on to topic number 2. But,
Oh.
Seer, I will be starting off with you no matter what. You get no points. Okay. Next question.
Deserved.
Next question, chat. What is the greatest game console of all time? At number 1, we have PS2. At number 2, we have Nintendo 64. At number 3, Sega Dreamcast. Number 4, Xbox 360. And number 5, we have Wii. Type 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5 in the chat to now vote. You have 30 seconds, chat. Austin and Will, how did you feel about that performance last round before we ask you about your top console?
Well, Hassan, I think, Caroline, again, she really tugged on my emotional heartstrings.
Yeah.
She really did. I think I cried a little bit.
Yeah. It was deep. It was profound.
What about you, Will? Who really touched you?
Oh man, it's interesting to see Seer really go on the attack in that second round. You don't hear pixel pussy often as just a combination of words, and he really went there.
He really did.
Yes,
Will,
he did.
What are your top console choices?
Let me tell you, Hassan, I've always been a fan of the Wii.
Yes. Yes.
Always
And I
been-
believe to my core that the Dreamcast is the greatest system ever made by man.
Okay.
Visual memory cards.
All right.
The controller, jet set radio. Perfect.
All right, the poll results are here,
Tennis,
ladies and gentlemen.
bowling.
Will Neff chose the Boomer console, and Austin chose the console most beloved by the elderly.
You hate the
Okay. All right, poll results are in. At the top slot is PlayStation 2, which makes the most sense at 41%. Second slot for Xbox 360 at 22%. Wii is in the third place with 17%. Nintendo 64 at 15%, and Dreamcast at 5%. So, let's get started. I'm going to treat Sear as though he has the least amount of points, even though they're all tied right now, Sear, Caroline, and BB No Money, and give you the GOATed console, PlayStation 2, which objectively is the GOATed console. Why is that the top console, Sear?
You look like you been hitting the gym. Now, let me ask y'all a question.
That works once. That only works once.
Yeah, I was just saying it from the Kokoro. Now, what's better than PlayStation 1?
PlayStation 2?
There you have it.
But PlayStation 3 wasn't better than PlayStation 2, though.
Well, it's still better than PlayStation 1, and you answered the question, and it is what it is. And I don't think we should muzzy wuzzy fuzzy it was a bear.
Sear, why is PS2 the top console?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You're not gonna fool me again. So.
I personally love that reference because I'm 50 years old. I don't know if the audience is going to be aware of that, but
now
points for you for the George W. Bush impersonation.
Yep.
Go on. Why is PS2 the top console?
Now, here's the really good thing about it.
Okay, moving on from Sear. He already got his points. BB No Money. Xbox 360. Why is it the top console?
Everyone would probably agree here if you've ever played any Xbox games. Halo.
Okay, point
Thank
for you.
That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I need to say.
All right, moving on from BB No Money, Jason the Ween. Actually, you know what? Let's do Caroline first. This is gonna be great.
Great.
Caroline,
Yes.
normally I would be giving you Wii as the third slot since you're in the last place out of everyone here, but I'm actually gonna ask you about Nintendo 64 instead because it's definitely a console that you're very familiar with as a gamer.
Yep.
Please tell us why Nintendo 64 is the top console.
She can't.
It is one when I was a little girl. When I was a little girl. When I was a little girl. Growing up as a little girl. And I played with my Nintendo 64.
Okay, I'm taking points away for that one.
Yeah.
Not an answer.
Yeah, Hassan, yeah.
Man.
Yeah, feminism only takes you so far. That'll be the end of round 2, ladies and gentlemen.
You can't stop me.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can mute you. Okay. Let's look at the point totals after the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, the point totals currently are, as it stands, BB No Money coming after a terrible debate performance early on at 4 points in the top slot. Sharing that top slot with Nick Pollum, Jason the Ween at 4 points, and also with Sear, whereas Caroline Kwan is now at the bottom by herself with 2 points. I'm beginning to notice a trend that I did not intend to create here with all the men.
Nope.
Getting 4 points.
Alone, can't feel
Okay, before we get to our next round, let's get back to our boys at the donation desk. Will and Austin.
Wow. Kind of a Freudian slip there from
Yes.
Hassan. Really just wage gapping the woman up there.
Really,
Yeah.
you know, it's so interesting that he said that because I heard him backstage plotting this exact thing.
Yeah. Hey, that's why he cut your mic.
That's
Women
right.
and gays. He hates them.
That's really, I know, and it's really starting to show in the Runner Show.
yeah.
Chat, who won that round? Vote now by typing 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 to vote for your favorite. If you think Sear won, type 1. Caroline, 2. Jason the Ween, 3. NMP, 4. And Baby No Money, 5. Who would you vote for, Will?
Man, that was a tight round, but you know, I don't think Caroline got enough credit for that jazzy rendition of
I agree.
When I Was a Young Girl.
No, playing her N64.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought it was phenomenal. She's a brilliant vocalist.
Yeah, truly.
And would make even a better president.
I agree.
Who agrees with us? Maybe about 30% of the crowd.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
rough.
And it
It's
seems
tough out
like,
there.
regardless of what the crowd is thinking, Austin and Will,
yes,
I believe we have our winner of the chat.
Okay, all right. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the poll results are locked, and the winner is Caroline Quan.
Caroline Quan.
That's a few extra points for them, so let's look at if that helped them in the standings. And my goodness, holy Lord, what a barn burner! 4 points for every single competitor.
That's incredible.
And this crowd is absolutely on its feet. They're wild right now. From the rafter, getting louder somehow.
Somebody get security. Now hold on, Will. I'm being told, as if it couldn't get any more exciting, I'm being told we already hit another milestone.
Holy shit.
It's time for the Pudding Cup Challenge.
Oh, excellent. What is that?
Well, let me tell you, Will. Without saying too much, I urge you to Google pudding fingers for some background. I don't know what that
I would turn on Safe Search first.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely be careful. Our debaters are lined up and ready. They each have a cup of pudding, and they have to eat it with their fingers. The winner gets some extra points. Who's your money on, Will?
I don't know. Well,
look at...
Gosh, pudding fingers sounds like something you get in a bar in West Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
Ready?
Ladies and gentlemen.
On 3.
Oh, God.
3,
2,
1, go. Oh, God, look at that.
Oh, my God. She's not even using her fingers. Caroline.
I kind of respect that.
Nick has done this before.
And there goes Baby No Money.
With 3 fingers.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is a cunning linguist.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, look at him. I think he's done.
I think he's done.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Wait, is Sear done?
Baby No Money finished that pudding in about 30 seconds, and there's not a dry seat in the house.
There's corn in here.
That was Baby No Money by a landslide.
Need a napkin.
Chad, who do you
That was
think won?
insane.
Make some noise if you think Baby No Money won. Make some noise if you think Sear won. All right, that's Baby No Money.
No, Baby No Money has it.
Yep.
Baby No Money gets a point for that round. Caroline, I'm subtracting a point from you for your lackluster performance.
God.
And because you're a woman.
Thank God I don't have any stake in this game, Will.
Yeah,
It'd be
truly.
really rough.
I will admit, Nick Pollum was a shocking disappointment.
He did all right.
I really thought he was going to do it, but he's in his healthy arc.
Yeah.
He's on his healthy era.
Now, folks, I'd like to thank all the donations so far.
That's right.
Our next milestone is called the Austin and Will Mystery Box.
Ooh, Austin, delicious.
Oh, my gosh. We truly have no idea what are in those boxes.
No idea.
Yeah, that's right. No idea.
No. It could be a spaceship. It could be a hot dog.
Ooh, you never know. Now, folks, we need your help to make sure we hit all of these milestones throughout the night.
That's
you can
right.
scan the QR code that was on the screen, so if you remember it, or type out the URL. All of the money raised tonight is going to a few great causes. But before we can move on any further, we're going to take a quick break.
That's
so don't
right.
go anywhere. Round 3 is up next, plus a surprise challenge round. Keep donating during the break. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Debate Lords live from TwitchCon San Diego. I'm Austin Show, and I'm live from TwitchCon San Diego. I'm Austin Show, and I'm thank you so much for the 2 people that you.
Oh, woohoo! He's so hot.
And alongside Will Neff and our esteemed moderator Hassan Piker, we have some great debaters here, all representing a charity of their choice. And we are counting on all of you watching to lend your support and donate during the show. But I believe before we continue with any of that, we got Will Neff out in the crowd. He's going to be talking to some streamers to see what they think about today's debate.
That's right, Austin. I'm here in the field, and I'm ready to talk to some streamers about how the debate is going. So, first of all, hi, Fandy. Hi. How do you think the debate is going?
I think
been great. You know, Caroline's really captivated me with, her performance. It's been great, so.
And who do you think is going to win tonight?
Caroline.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Who else should I talk? Oh my God, it's the Grass Lord. Grass Lord, how are you enjoying the debate tonight? He's a man of few words. The Grass Lord, ladies and gentlemen. I think I used to smoke your cousin. Now, I spoke to you earlier and you mentioned that the debate was sorely lacking something. Can you say again what the debate is lacking?
Yeah, I think we need more Hassan. Honestly, I don't think we've gotten enough yet.
Hassan, one more time. Let those nips out. Give these people what they want. Now that's how you debate. That's how you debate. 2 tickets to the gun show. That's right. All right, let's go to the expensive
I'm
seats.
just a piece of meat to everyone here.
Yeah, you are. These are the rich folk. Who's your favorite debater and why is it Sear?
It's Caroline.
It's Caroline also? Well, say something nice about Sear, too.
Sear is the best RPer I've ever seen in my life.
You're goddamn right he is. All right, that's live from the pit. I'm going to throw you back to Austin. Everybody make some noise, because he's the best.
Thank you, Will. And I'm going to throw it back to Hassan for our first challenge round. Hassan?
All right. Thank you, Austin and Will. To our contestants, we have a very special challenge round. It's called Get Out the Emote. That's right. I am going to give our bottom 2 scorers right now a very special opportunity to catch up. Unfortunately, however, everyone is kind of tied at the bottom with the exception of Caroline, who has 3 points. So Caroline auto lock on one of those contestants. But for the second person, I choose Jason the Ween.
I'm ready, yo.
Oh damn,
Zero
there's
clap in the
nobody.
crowd.
Ain't nobody even clapped. Okay, Caroline and Jason, for this challenge round, it is called Get Out the Emote. It works like this. Listen carefully, Jason. You two are going head to head, and you'll each have 45 seconds to describe your channel and community. But you must use as many Twitch emote phrases as possible. To give you a little bit of help, here's a few on screen. But feel free to use Twitch emotes that aren't on the graphic. Where's the graphic, Tom? Producer? Oh, it is? Okay. I don't see it. Oh, there are the graphics. Can you guys see it, contestants?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, perfect. I'm a boomer. Okay. We're going to start with Caroline. Describe your channel and community, but use as many Twitch emote phrases as possible. You have the floor. 30 seconds. Go.
Oh, my community is so poggers. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay. You know, there's so much that I can say, but not enough time to say it. They are.
Okay, Caroline.
LOL.
You're out of time. Nice work.
LOL. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was a disastrous
Shout out
performance,
to everyone in my
Caroline.
community. You are beautiful. Thank you.
Jason the Ween, you
Yes.
have the floor. Describe your channel and community, but use as many Twitch emotes, phrases as possible. Go.
My channel is Keck Wing.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Todd attacking when Hassan takes his shirt off. Am I right, y'all? Come on, take it off.
Not gonna happen. Continue.
Dan's Gaming, Kappa Pride, y'all. I'm for the people.
Okay. Jason, you're out of time. This was supposed to be a catch-up segment, but I feel like...
I just, words are
Caroline,
made
you
up.
get a point.
Thank you so much.
All
Keck
right.
W, Pog.
Here.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to round 3. Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Okay, on to round 3. This one is mudslinging. For this round, I want to do you all a little bit of favor. I know you've all been waiting to yell at one another and sling a little bit of mud, let loose on each other. So it's time for some mudslinging. This is going to be a straight up debate, okay? Now I'm gonna give you a topic. It's obvious that everyone on the stage here would obviously be an awful president. Maybe with the exception of Caroline, she's
Wait,
breaking
that
the
is
grass.
not true. I told you my policies, Hassan.
Definitely, I reiterate my position.
Okay.
Everyone here would be a truly awful president, but who would be the worst president on stage and why? Let's start with Nick Pollum.
Okay. Obviously, I'd be the best president, but the worst president, Jason. This dude has no idea
Fuck
what's
no.
going on. He's TikTok brained. He has.
Y'all want an old hag running the fucking country, or do you want a young, handsome Asian man? Come on now, y'all.
No, Jason's
food, man.
All Jason can do is meme. Like he's just. I need nothing.
No, I can run the country. I have no kids yet. You need to take.
Have you ever voted before?
Yes,
Yeah.
plenty of times.
Oh, I doubt it. No, this guy has no shot at running the country. It's up to him. Everyone to wake up. 30 minutes of TikTok. Horrible.
Almost nap time, Unc.
Nick, why do you think you'd be a better president than Jason?
Oh, because I've
Give us some of your policies.
I've figured out how to solve all these issues.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so I have this thing called Pollumnism.
Oh,
all
here
right.
we go.
Okay.
Don't clap.
No, Pollumnism. It's the way of the future. It's a supercomputer that monitors everything. Okay. We have unlimited resources because of dark matter. Okay. Everything will be told. Everyone will do exactly what they're told to do, and there'll be no more problems and no more crime. If you commit crimes, you get thrown into the grinder.
Points for Jason. Or not Jason, sorry.
Yeah.
For other Jason.
I'll
Nick
take it.
Pollum.
Yes.
Okay. Baby No Money. Who do you think would be the worst president on the stage and why?
I mean, I would probably be the worst president of America because I'm Canadian. So by default, doesn't really work that well. But from what I've seen, from the bird's eye view from sitting in Canada and watching America, I think someone who could run the country well, Mr. Corn.
Thank you very much.
I don't want to, and I don't want to talk about someone who can't be president.
No, you're being way too Canadian right now. I'm taking a point away from you. You're supposed to be mudslinging, Alex. What's wrong with you? Okay, point taken away from you. Caroline, who would be the worst president on stage and why?
So
Talk your shit, girl.
here's the thing. What does everybody on this stage have in common besides ill-fitting suits?
They're old.
Our hatred for you.
They're all men.
Above the edge of 30.
So you name one, you name them all. I can't even pick one because every one of them would be terrible. And it's time for a new dawn, a new day, a new life for
All right, I'm muting Caroline. Okay. Caroline, you're muted. Sear, who would be the worst president and why?
Caroline!
Yeah! Tell me why.
I think that she stands on the basis of everything that's evil in this country. I think she wants to give the power to the women. She wants them to vote and have credit cards. Oh, you'd think she just fell out of a coconut tree. Anyways, look at her.
I mean, I get that one, but.
Nick Pollum, subtracting a point from you for that one.
Come on.
Sear, you get a point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's make America men again.
Jason, who on this stage would be the
NMP
worst?
Lowell.
Okay, why?
Well, I mean, he's old. He needs to start a family. Hairline is receding. His suit doesn't even fit him. Nah, I'm just playing. Nah, I'm not. Hey, but
I do need to start a family, though. You're right.
Yeah, nah. I mean, yeah, just me.
How old do you think is like old? I'm just curious.
I feel like once you reach past like 20, not 29.
Can you mute his mic?
No, I mean.
He's
can we
right. Jason,
can we
you get a
an
point.
What?
Can we get points for everyone over the age of 30?
You know what? Let's do it.
What the
Why
fuck?
not?
This shit is rigged.
Yeah. Give the unks benefits.
BB No Money, are you over the age of 30?
I am now.
Okay.
All right.
He looks like 25.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Okay, now I'm gonna flip the script. Now, you have to say something nice about one another, okay? Now it's time for mudslinging to continue. Who would be the absolute best president on stage and why? You have to say that about someone else, not yourself. I know you guys are narcissistic streamers.
Okay,
Jason.
I'll go first. I'd have to go with Caroline. You know what I mean? You know, I'm all for the women. You know, I'm actually a male feminist myself. You know what I mean? If you weren't here, then it'd probably be no one else because.
Okay, next person. Nick Pollum. Who would be the best president, not yourself, and why? You have to say nice things about your contestants.
So I can't pick you, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, here's the deal. Listen, Caroline, I don't think you would be the best president, but you'd definitely be like a good wife to me. If
What the fuck?
Will's right there.
Yeah, just know if you say me as president, I continue to stand here. You're gonna be in my vicinity.
Okay,
Yeah, this is the closest I'll be to you.
Actually, technically, we actually have a date on Sunday. We're gonna go surfing, and you know this, so.
Yeah, you paid for me.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but Nick, you get a point for that.
Yes.
All right, moving on. This is, as a Canadian, this is going to be very easy for you since you already started doing it on the wrong segment. Who do you think would be the best president and why? BB No Money, go.
You know, you started the segment as mudslinging. I'm changing it to love slinging.
Point!
If all we did was try to connect with each other and love each other, we wouldn't need presidents.
Oh my God.
No
he's right.
matter what, if you want to burn some crop and you want to burn things and have a lot of money coming in, Mr. Crop.
Okay.
He's the right man to get the job done at any given moment because he can follow suit. He can be the man.
Seer, who would be the best president on stage and why?
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Now, if our boy Nick over here throws it back on this country in the same way his mom throws it back, then I think we're gonna be in good hands because she's got good hands.
Seer, Nick's mom actually watches me.
Hi.
Fuck, yo, go get him.
I can't because he's not wrong, and she does love Hassan. So, yeah.
Throws it back.
Seer, you get a point for that.
You do.
Caroline, who would be the best president on stage, not yourself, and why? Go.
Well, the person who's
Don't say me.
with us on stage always, Mother Earth. Mother Earth is in everything that we are. Every, energy and matter. It's Mother Earth. So Mother Earth is who I would be choosing to be.
How does she have any points?
I don't know.
Everywhere. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Caroline, points.
Mother Earth?
Okay. Good job, everybody. You really understood the assignment. Okay. It's time for the round. We got some of the best and worst in everyone. Let's review the points totals. Okay, where are the points? I'm waiting for the points totals. There it is. Okay. Seer, you are in the top slot with 7 points, followed closely by BB No Money at 6, NMP at 6, and Caroline Kwan also at 6. Jason the Ween, you have now gotten the last slot. Back to the donation desk with Austin and Will for some color commentary.
Well, that was absolutely thrilling, Will. I wanted to ask you, why do you think I would make a good president?
Well, because you're handsome.
Oh, thank you.
People like you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, and you'd have a great Oval Office affair.
That would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
We haven't had one since Clinton.
I know.
We're due for one.
Get a nice gay Hummer in the White House. I think we're ready for that. It's 2024.
As a country, I think we need this.
Yeah,
I think
we can finally heal.
I agree. Chat, who was your favorite that round? Vote by typing 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 to vote for your favorite. If you think Seer 1, type 1. Caroline 2, Jason the Ween 3, NMP 4, and Baby No Money 5. Now, on the stage here, who do you think would have been... Do you think Hassan would make a good president?
Oh, well, isn't he an anchor baby? He's Turkish, right?
Yes, but he was born in New Jersey, allegedly.
Allegedly.
But I'm thinking we should start a birther movement.
I don't want a guy from Jersey as the president.
You don't.
No, that's worse than Turkey.
Yeah, and he lives in California. Look what's happened to this shitty state.
No.
I think America's ready for a New Jersey, Turkey, California president.
Would you guys vote for Hassan Piker?
I think the room's a little biased on this one, but
I think you should run.
Yeah.
That would
definitely not happen.
That was convincing. Well, I'm hearing now that the poll results are locked, and the winner is Jason the Ween. Oh my gosh.
Jason the Ween.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
Very tepid applause from the audience there.
I don't know how he keeps pulling it off, Will. It's absolutely incredible. But oh my God, Will, I'm just hearing we just hit another milestone, and the crowd is so excited about it.
Wow.
Oh my God. Will, we've unlocked the Austin Show Will Nev mystery box.
That's right.
Oh my God. Which I believe, what's in the box? Put these boxes up here. So, evidently, in this mystery box, we don't know what it is. We have to wear whatever is in here. All right. Are you ready, Will?
Yeah, for sure.
Why is mine filled with leather?
There's no way. There's.
Are you ready, Will?
Yeah, for sure.
Why is mine filled with leather?
There's no way. There's. Get into my suitcase.
Oh, come on. I've never used these before. I swear it's not mine.
If I put this on, Chevron's pulling their cash.
Oh my. The queer production staff is exposing themselves right now. Oh my.
We'll do it.
All right. Hold on. Can we
if I have to wear a GIMP suit, I have to wear a GIMP suit. It's for the kids.
That's right.
For our beautiful hosts, Austin Show and Will Nev. All right, Will Nev just chucking it out there. We are really farming right now. God damn, look at that body. Camp Canute coming in and strong. Yes, Austin, you do. The answer is yes. Take it off, you slut.
I definitely lost my IFB. I'm deaf now. Should I? Oh, I should put on the harness.
Yowza. Your IFB might be in the jacket that you tossed into the crowd.
Sorry about that, Twitch.
Oh my God. He's not putting that on. Are you? Oh my God. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, while our beautiful hosts are putting on their GIMP leather outfits, we are going to move on to round 4. Round 4 is called PowerPoint to the People. And it's a team challenge, as a matter of fact. So we're going to be splitting the debaters up, the top 3 scorers versus the bottom 2. I'll be scoring you individually throughout the round, but I'll give some extra bonus points to the better team. The next topic involves some complicated monetary policy. That's right, I lied to you all when I said there's going to be no politics. Of course there's going to be politics. Oh my God, this is the only room that would ever cheer for that. That's crazy, at TwitchCon too. That's why we asked you to create a PowerPoint presentation to share with the audience. Thank you so much for doing that. And by you, I mean the producers made a PowerPoint, and you guys are gonna have to freestyle off of what you see on your screen. The first team is ready for the presentation. Please walk us through your PowerPoint, one slide at a time. Each time the slide changes, the next person talks. Okay, who would like to start? All right, Seer. Okay, are you ready? The federal budget deficit in 2024 is about $2 trillion. How would you balance the budget? Go.
Now, in order to balance the budget, as you can see here, we got individual income taxes. We got excise taxes. We got corporation income taxes, other and social insurance and retirement receipts. Very, very fun logistics. Now, basically, this is what I'm going to be doing in order to solve this. So we're going to take this triangle and we're going to get it out of there. That's the big problem, is that triangle getting in there and just sort of it's a conundrum, and you'd think it fell out of a coconut tree. But
next person.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is us, and we are presenting on Mo Money, Mo Problem. As an individual that has had no money his whole career and his whole life, I know how positive of an effect that has on you. So, growing up in a family, of a household, all we were trying to do was, effectively just put money, house over our head, feed our stomachs and everything. And I am so deeply touched with how my parents raised me, because
how would this balance the budget?
The only thing that the budget has to do is
next
less
slide.
money.
Okay, moving on. Maybe no money.
All right. Seems to be some sort of contraption. that you insert on your head. Perhaps something to do with pigeons. I have no idea. It seems that you sophisticatedly place this on the head and it feeds you information that seems to enhance the brain. The short-term solution.
What's going on the next slide there? What do you think is happening in the next contraption? Next person. Back to you, Seer.
Now, we got the triangle out of the way, and we decided to go and purchase some more triangles that were actually higher quality. So, portfolio, inventions, stores, stability, we ignore all that. We throw that out the window. So we're going to be focusing on third quarter in particular. Why? Well, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Brilliant.
And it's going to be $599 US today.
All right, good job, Seer. Okay, next slide.
Wheatgrass. Ever had it? It's delicious. Money, green, money goes up. Something must be done. We are doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is watching this stream. We are learning. Bombs, big things in the sky. Very important for financial growth and wealth, especially in ridiculously socioeconomic disparities. Ladies and gentlemen,
okay, next.
Trucks.
Baby, no money. You got a point.
Accountability. Okay. It seems to be Kermit the Frog, a dog.
That's not Kermit the Frog. Okay.
Okay, but sometimes in life you have to take accountability. Okay, I for one know that this is one of the biggest things if you want to have a great relationship. Okay, sometimes you need to take accountability of the things you did wrong in life. I'm staring right at this guy right here. Camera pan, maybe? No. Okay, accountability. Yep.
Next slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, but it's okay because a solution is possible. So these are my relatives. Ohio goes crazy. This is my mom, this is my dad, this is my sister, that's my uncle, and that's my other uncle. Terrace? Nah. And that's going to be the solution for that.
Next slide.
You ever been to Canada? Change this to worst case Ontario. Pokemon? I fucking love Pokemon.
That's a point for that.
Plus sign? You guys were thinking it was all negative, but we have a fucking plus sign. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever the hell this is, looks really cool, and I could probably use it as sexually. And if you know, you know. You know, you know, no. Thank you.
In conclusion,
the llamas and the milk with the green truck body pillows are amazing.
That's my family.
Oh, that's your family. I can see the similarities. Sometimes accountability you got to take in if you want a good relationship. Place it on your head and create a sophisticated, more smarter mind. And sometimes in life, when there's lemons, you got to squeeze them.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, you got a point for that. And somehow you're in the lead.
What?
I don't even know how that happened. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, now we move on to the next team. Now, there were lots of interesting ideas in there. Thank you. Now it's time for Team 2 to thrive. Please walk us through your PowerPoint one slide at a time. Each time the slide changes, the next person talks. Who would like to start out of both of you guys?
I can start.
Okay, Nick Pollum, you guys were asked the opposite question. How would you spend an unexpected $2 trillion surplus? That means you now have $2 extra trillion to spend, and go.
Okay, this one's actually pretty obvious. Okay, the first thing that we're going to do with the extra money is we're going to actually give it back to the people. Okay, this is America. We should have free health care.
Yes.
We
Okay.
should, it shouldn't even be a thing. College should not cost, 10 years or 20 years of salary.
Yes.
We're going to get that back for the people. That's exactly what we need here. $2 trillion, we can do that. Okay, we need to stop, bombing people overseas. We need to keep that money.
Okay, next slide.
Yeah.
Caroline.
Yep.
A surplus of ideas. There really is no such thing as a surplus of ideas, so this is ironic. Only Murders in the Building, the DVD box set. We're going to have more murders in the building.
What?
More people are going to be murdered.
Why are people clapping? Okay, next slide.
Yep. Okay. This is pretty obvious. Okay. 5 P's. Okay. First P. Okay. Pollum. That's me. Pollumism. Okay. Number 1.
Point.
Yes, exactly. Number 2, also Pollumism. Okay. That is the way to the future. Everyone will have everything they need. Everyone will be safe. Everyone will be. It's the best thing ever. Hassan actually
What's the
supports
third
Pollumism.
P, Nick?
Pollumism. So we're going to keep doing Pollumism over and over again until we figure out how to save this country. And the last one is please pick me, and I want to win. Guys, vote for me in chat. So thank you.
Next slide.
How we got here. Oh, what a question. I'm asking myself that every day. Industrial revolution to the gaming skin industrial complex. I mean, isn't she beautiful?
You know what game that's from?
What
Do
video
you know
game
what
is
game
that
that's from?
Yeah, it's Fortnite.
Yeah, it is Fortnite. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Beautiful
Points
game.
for that, Caroline.
Thank
Good job.
you.
Next slide.
Oh, this is great. Oh, wait. The benefits. Better ingredients, better pizza, shopping malls. This is honestly what we need in life. We need people to start going outside, doing things together. Okay, first thing you can do when you're lonely, let's say you're in a relationship for 10 plus years and suddenly it ends, what you do is you get a dog so you feel better about yourself, okay? Step two, you go out with some friends, get some pizza, okay? That's what people need in America, and that's what we're gonna do here. And then number three, obviously, we need to bring back retail shopping malls. Everyone stop ordering online, go outside, see what's going on, okay, meet people, talk to people, and this is the way we can, heal America.
Okay, next point.
Now we are taking it to the limit because the limit does not exist.
Next slide. Back to you, Paulum.
Okay, so apparently this is a story of a real thing that happened to me. Can't wait to see what it was. I was at the grocery store, okay, the meats and cheese department specifically, and I wanted to know how much for a pasta salad. In comes Walter. Walter description, okay?
What does Walter look like?
He's black.
Okay.
And he's bald. The Mario Luigi type situation, I don't know what the heck that means, but that's the way it was going down. The pickup line that Walter used on the deli meats person was, he was like, yo, I want this sandwich, I want this pasta, nice shoes, want to go out with me? It did not work. I don't even know what the hell this story was. Moral of the story, do not hit on people in the deli meats. Trust me, it does not work.
I feel like you were Walter in this situation. Next slide.
Oh, wait. Yeah, it wasn't me. No, yeah, it was me.
Okay.
This isn't an eagle.
Point.
That was nice. I like that.
That's it? You got nothing else?
Honestly, give her some more points for that one.
Okay. Nick Pollum.
Yeah.
Give us the conclusion.
Oh, I didn't even see this slide. Listen, in conclusion, how this all fits together, okay?
What do you do with the budget surplus that you have to save America?
It's very, very obvious. We give the money back to the people so they can enjoy their lives and they can be happy and they don't have to worry about the stresses of not having, the basic necessities that they need. So in conclusion, we'll take the surplus and we'll give it back to you.
Another point for Nick Pollum.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Caroline.
Just remember, HOTTOGO.
Okay, everybody.
To the polls if you want everything to be free. Vote
All right,
me.
Moving on. I'm going to give a few extra points to whichever team the audience actually thought was better. So I'm going to test how loud you get here because I really don't know. I think they were both disastrous. But okay, if you think team 1 deserves the extra points, cheer. If you think team 2 deserves the extra points, cheer. Okay. All right, team 2 takes it. Caroline and Nick Pollum getting extra points for that one. Back to the donation desk with Austin and Will.
Thank you so much.
You look fantastic.
Thank you so much, Hassan. I learned so much in that round. Words like budget. Will, we're on.
Oh.
Yeah. So much
Sorry.
like budget, deficit, and surplus. Will, anything stand out to you?
I feel like an intern at the Republican National Convention right now.
I've never done this before, especially in front of a live studio audience.
Are you talking about the bald gag or?
Yeah, no, the ball gag. Look, folks, keep donating.
It's for the kids.
It's for the kids. Come on. This is how much we need, folks, until we hit the next Spaghetti Pockets milestone. $23,500 is the next goal, and we need $500 more. That's right, $500 more. Come on, Hassan, just fucking donate $500.
I'm running the show.
I don't give a damn. Get out your debit card, because I know you don't use credit.
That's right.
I don't even know if I can do it right now.
Yeah, you're right. No, you probably can't. He doesn't have his... Oh, they're moving. They're donating. Come on. Oh, this crowd is so electric. Even that. Hey, there's a QR code on the screen right now. Scan it. Scan it right now. Look at me. Scan the QR code. We hit the goal.
hit it.
You.
Oh, congratulations, everybody.
Yay. We just hit our next milestone. Round of applause. Oh, that's the milestone sound effect.
Oh, why are we hearing it for the first time
I don't know.
now?
I don't know. All right, it's time for Spaghetti Pockets, my favorite game of the day, all right? This one probably don't even need to explain. Well, we probably don't even need to. It's really hard to talk like this.
Yep.
You don't even need to explain it. You remember playing this? Oh, fuck it. For anyone who's not familiar. No, it's all right, I'll do it. For anyone who's not familiar, our debaters all have a bowl of spaghetti in front of them. When I say go, they each need a race to stuff their pockets with spaghetti. The first one to get it all in, hit it in their pocket.
You look like Gay Bane.
Austin, I don't think you need to keep the ball gag on, man.
They told me it's so tight I can't get it off.
Perhaps he's wondering why you would bother to keep the ball gag in during the show.
Is that the meta?
All right.
It's the meta for sure.
The first one to get it all hidden in their pockets wins some extra points. So you guys are going to need to get creative. Are we ready, contestants?
Yes.
Are we ready, TwitchCon?
Come on, you guys can do way better than that. Are you ready, TwitchCon?
All right, ready, set, go.
Oh, wow, okay.
Hey, zipped up.
I think that was... Producer Tom, who won that round? That was entirely too quick.
Spin it back. Slow-mo.
Okay, my producer is telling me that Seer cheated by putting the bowl in. As you can see, there's only 4 bowls remaining on the table. Here's the replay.
Ooh.
All right, that's a flag on the play, Seer. You lose points for that.
Ooh.
1 point.
I think you might have gotten it. I didn't think so.
Baby No Money takes it.
Oh, Baby No Money.
Baby, no money.
Second challenge he's won.
That's right.
What?
You deserve it because you couldn't up.
Folks, we want to thank you for all the donations so far.
That's right.
Our next milestone, though, may be the biggest of the evening. It is called Hassan Face Tattoo.
Wait, what?
That's right.
And I'm hearing it's a penis.
Wait,
really?
Whoa, what's going on?
I heard they were doing the full Little Zan.
Oh.
Yeah.
I really
did
want to
not
see
know
this
we
one.
were doing that.
Total
Okay.
Zanarchy.
Come on, Hassan, it's for charity.
Oh,
Don't you like to
hate
support charity?
I hate it.
All right, folks, scan the QR code on the screen or type out the URL. All of the money raised tonight is going to a few great causes. Thanks to everyone who has donated. Give it up for them. Before the fun can continue, though, we must take another break, so don't go anywhere. Stay at the edge of your seat. We will be right back with more Debate Lords.
That's right.
That's right.
Battery's
But
running low.
look, we're staying here. We're keeping our microphones on, all right?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Debate Lords live from TwitchCon San Diego. I'm I'm Austin Show, alongside my brilliant, brilliant friend and one of the best goddamn hosts in the industry, Will Neff. Hey now! And our incredible moderator, Hassan Piker. We have some great debaters here, all representing a charity of their choice. Thanks to everyone who has donated so far. We still have 2 more rounds and 2 milestones to hit, so please keep them coming. Will, with only 2 rounds to go, who do you think is going to take this thing home?
Man, this is a close race, but I gotta be honest. Baby No Money has been tugging at my heartstrings.
He really, really has.
Something about his mild Canadian sensibilities are really appealing to me.
At the beginning, I didn't think he had a shot, but he's kind of had a come from behind. He's kind of come from behind.
You know all about those types of victories.
I do.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well,
let's take a look at the standings, Will.
Yes, on top we have NMP Law, followed closely by, nope, just kidding, NMP Law. I don't think that's the right score.
That's right. We're going to fix those scores. And while we fix the scores, we're going to throw it to Hassan Piker for another challenge round.
Okay, well, I am currently looking at the scores in front of me, and it says Sears has 7 points in the bottom place, followed by Caroline Kwan, Jason the Ween, and BB No Money at 9 points, and NMP at 10 points at the tippy top. Which,
you sure it's not 11?
I don't even know how this happened. I'm not even kidding.
PowerPoint presentation.
I have no idea how this is happening. But up next, we have a challenge round before we get to our final 2 blocks. That's right. This one is called Voice of America. I am going to pick randomly 2 contestants to offer a chance to win some extra points. Those 2 contestants are Baby No Money and Jason. For this challenge round, I'm going to call it Voice of America. We're going to bring you to the front of the stage one at a time. You're each going to have 45 seconds to slow jam your favorite fast food order. And you're supposed to make it sexy. Picture yourself at the drive-thru, and you're about to place your order. Baby No Money, you're up first. When the music kicks in, take it away.
You got this, dog.
Did I really just forget my Subway order?
Pepperoni, piece of sauce, fuck Jersey Mike's, hot and red. Damn, I love Subway. Subway, Subway. Subway is so delicious. Pepperoni, pizza, fried rice, I love it so much. I don't know you, Subway.
Okay, all right, thank you. Baby No Money. That was a fantastic stage presence. You definitely got points for the stage presence on that one, but can't say I like Subway that much myself. All right, up next. It's 1 point for you, BB No Money. Up next is Jason the Ween. Bring it in for us, Jason.
Thank y'all for clapping. Okay. Same thing? Yeah. McDonald's French fries. I'm with my babe, she's here. He got broken up and we still here. He's got a slick back that looks ugly. Yeah. I like my French fries. I like to eat it with ketchup. That looks ugly. Yeah. I like my French fries. I like to eat it with ketchup. Hold on. Yeah. She look good today. She look good today. Hold on. Yeah. I'm with my guys. We eating fries. When can I keep going? Yeah, this beat long as hell.
Right.
Okay. Dude.
Jason the Ween, everybody. Artist on Spotify, Depp Guy. That's right, Jason, you definitely deserve points for that. That was crazy. I did not think you were going to pop off like that. Holy shit. Okay. Extra points for the winner goes to Jason the Ween. 1 extra point on top of the 2 points that you guys both got. All right. Moving on to round 5. This is our town hall. Right now, I am very excited to open up the floor to some questions from our audience. In this round, audience members will ask each of you one question, and you will have 60 seconds to respond. If we have time, we will also get in some rebuttals in between. Now let's go over to our audience for the first audience question.
Wabadoo. Blabeeble show. We snog gagada goo goo baby no money. We balaga gavusha. Sorry, that's my native tongue. Baby no money. How do you think you're going to return rights to the Sims, especially those who've been locked in rooms with the doors deleted and those who are put into pools with the ladders deleted? What are you going to do for us? We're sick and tired now! Wagasa!
Wagasa. Wadadu Sarawa. I'm going to return the doors. I'm going to return the ladders. And we will rebuild.
Seer, do you have a rebuttal to that? Seer.
Yes.
Do you have a rebuttal to that? You're looking low on points, bud. I'm trying to help you. Okay.
Yo,
Are we gonna gagada?
I have no idea what's going on. Points for Seer. Good job, Seer. You pissed off the Sim. Okay, let's go to our next audience member. Hopefully this won't be in Simlish.
Hey, what's going on? My question's for Kaya. What are you going to do to increase crime in Vice City?
Kyer, you have the floor.
I mean, I got a good answer for that. You know, I think that people need something a little bit more strong than coffee. And I would like to actually contact the Central Intelligence Agency and probably get some good sniffy angel dust down there.
Yeah.
Kind of spice it up a little bit.
Hey, Kaya, you're all right. You're all right.
Anyone else have a rebuttal
I do
for that?
cocaine. A lot of it, and I sell it too. A lot of y'all down there, I think, could use a little bit more of that, and I'd love to be a part of that. And, maybe we can get some fellas incarcerated and increase that crime rate, take it up to 99, maybe 100%, get everybody...
Points for cocaine for Seer. Caroline, any rebuttal?
Thank you. Vote for me.
I mean, I guess I would say be gay and do crime.
Okay. Points for that, too, for Caroline. Up next, a famous movie star is in the building.
I see.
Look at that.
What's up, debaters? It's me, the freaking Minecraft guy. And yeah, I'm pissed off. One thing about me is I love to mine coal. I'm basically in there all the time. But these libs want me to go green. How am I supposed to put 64 chicken, 64 cooked pork, 64 steak, 64 cooked salmon on my plate if I have to use green power? Jason, don't tell me to use redstone. I don't want to do that nerd shit.
Jason, you have the floor.
Oh. Hey, you look good today, man. Looks
Thank
right. But
you.
Hassan look better, though.
Thank you. I'm on Ozempic.
Yeah, but redstone, when you would connect them.
Demographically, you're the closest to a Minecraft player.
Really? What's that supposed to mean?
You're
Means
12.
You're a baby.
It's an old game, though. It's a very old game. But yeah, like I was saying, Minecraft, one of the greatest games of all time. All right, I don't even know what a Dreamcast is.
It's true. He asked earlier what it was.
Yeah, nah, that pickaxe looked good. I forgot what I'm debating about. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man.
The question was green energy. How will you stop it in Minecraft?
Oh, okay. So first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get rid of emeralds, because emeralds are green, and then I'm gonna get diamonds and build probably a pickaxe, and then get some obsidian and go to the Nether, and.
My man.
I got an idea.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, so green jobs, Minecraft. What you gotta do is you gotta get a whole bunch of villagers, you gotta capture them, you gotta make them spawn new villagers and make them do the work for you.
You way better at me than
I like it.
Yeah.
I like
Nick,
it.
you're describing slavery.
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow.
I don't like it.
Okay, that's what I would do.
Anyone else have a rebuttal for Nick's pro-slavery position?
Caroline?
It's easy points for anyone at this point.
But if they can't, can I get some points for slavery?
Honestly,
No.
I agree.
What?
I don't agree on slavery, but I agree with your idea.
Okay, that's points for me.
Sure, Nick Pollum, you get a point.
Yeah!
For convincing a young mind that slavery can be advantageous. All right, next question.
My question is for Caroline.
Oh.
I wonder who could...
Yeah, so I work for NASA in the space program, but like, I'm starting to feel like I can't trust anyone anymore. So like, what are you doing to weed out the imposters these days? I'm dead.
Okay, I just want to start by saying that he had a little bit of a tone, a little bit
I
of
was
an
just doing
attitude
wires.
there. It felt
And I found this body.
okay.
Caroline, we really got to figure out who the imposter is here. This is getting ridiculous. This is crazy. This is wild. We can't keep working like this. These are insane work conditions. So what are you gonna do?
What am I gonna do? Do you have a girlfriend? You don't see.
I don't.
No, I didn't think so. I think that
Do I have
is
a girlfriend?
probably good for both of you to get one, if you can. You know, I think it'd be good for you.
One's dead.
Have you ever talked to a woman
You're
besides
telling me
me?
to talk to a woman?
Yeah, besides me right now.
Okay. Are you taken?
I think he's dead.
Oh.
And no, I don't count. Okay.
I can help this question
So
for
that's
you,
my
Hassan.
that's my advice. Talk to a woman.
Would you like
Be
some
weird.
cocaine?
What?
I can give you cocaine.
Okay. I mean, that might help.
All right, just wanted to make sure.
Any rebuttal on that?
I got this
Nick
one.
Pollum, go ahead.
So, not too long ago on Twitch, there was this imposter sort of meta going on there. And what a lot of the big streamers would do in this case is they'd have a second monitor that would have another person's stream open, so they always knew who the imposter was when they would adamantly deny it. So what we're going to do to eliminate imposters from the space station is just install cameras everywhere, and we'll be watching you at all times.
Congratulations, Nick Pollum. Points.
Okay, I feel like he's the last person who should be in charge of surveillance and having cameras everywhere.
Caroline, I got cameras everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hassan, with all due respect, I feel like you're just throwing points his direction all
Because
day.
I'm answering the questions, 'cause
And
you're not.
I'm not getting nothing.
You have your chances.
suggested cocaine.
I think we need to issue a sort of recount system to sort of reestablish what's going on here.
All right, we're moving on to the next question. I refuse to entertain this. Okay.
Nick Pollum, I'm a big fan.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, how you doing?
This question's for you.
Yep.
The Blood Elves' alignment with the Horde is one of the Alliance's greatest losses on Azeroth. Since the corruption of the Sunwell, what would you do to attract the Dinsians of Quel'Thala's back into good graces of Stormwind? Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
This is pretty obvious because what we would do is, we can't rebuild their island, obviously, because it's been destroyed. The way we're going to bring them back to Stormwind is the same what we're going to do earlier with the surplus. We're going to give them what they need, we're going to provide for them, and they're going to come back, and they're all going to live happily ever after in Stormwind under King Anduin. So it's going to be great.
Okay, Nick Pollum winning the crowd over with that nerdy-ass question. Holy shit.
Does anyone else have a retort?
Yeah, sell them cocaine.
Woo! Okay. Points for both Seer and Nick Pollum on that one. All right.
Hi.
That was...
Hi.
What's up, Caroline?
Point.
Don't interrupt Hassan.
Let her sing. Let her sing. I want to hear her sing.
Do I get a point?
Wait, sing and dance.
Sing and dance.
Oh, don't make me sing.
That's
Don't
rude.
make me sing.
Please
Oh,
don't.
God.
Don't make me sing.
You can mute it.
Nobody wants to hear
Your
me
fucking
sing,
mic.
do they?
Okay.
You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman.
Caroline, I want points if you stop.
Listen, she can have my points,
Point.
dog.
Oh, okay. How
Point.
many? Two?
Point. You
Two?
stop. No, just one. Okay. That was incredible. I want to thank our guests for being here and speaking so frankly about their struggles. Let's review the points total with only one more round to go. All right, let's take a look. At the tippy top, we have Nick Pollum with 13 points.
Thank you. I'm for the people.
Jason the Ween in second place, tied alongside Caroline Kwan and Kyer at 11 points, and BB No Money at 9 points, despite a relative strong middle game right there.
Hey.
Okay, how are we feeling?
Hassan? Hassan?
Yes.
Fuck you.
He's on cocaine.
All right. I want to give a quick shout out to Tiltify and the link. I hope you guys are still donating. Hopefully, if you want me to put on a face tattoo, that's what the producers are telling me in my ear, because apparently you guys are not donating enough. I don't know what the next milestone is. Oh my God, we are about to reach the.
That's
oh
right.
no.
We're only $50 away.
$50 away.
$50 away. Hassan, you know what would help us reach that milestone? Why'd you put your goddamn jacket on? Look at us.
I messed up. I didn't
Put it
realize.
back. Look at us. Look at the way we're dressed.
What are you guys wheeling over there? Don't wheel that. No, it's fine. It's all good. We're not going to reach the
We're
milestone.
about to hit my favorite milestone, which is to give Hassan a face tattoo. Who wants to see that?
Yeah.
Do we get to choose?
No.
No. Well, I'd like to. Chat, who won that round? Vote now by typing 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat for your to pick your favorite. If you think Sear 1, type 1, Caroline 2, Jason the Ween 3, Nick 4, and Baby No Money 5. Will, how do you think that round went?
That was quite a round.
Yes, it absolutely was.
I mean, that was some good debate.
That was incredible debating,
Yes, it
master
was.
debating.
And they really seem to understand the issues of the people.
Yes.
And the orcs.
Yes.
And Jack Black from Minecraft.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it was all extremely, extraordinarily compelling.
That is right.
That is absolutely right.
Yep.
Now, I
Okay.
understand our poll results are coming in, and they're coming in fast. But you know what I just heard? We just hit our milestone.
All right. Time for a face tattoo.
That's right. It's time for a face tattoo. Oh, we're gonna keep doing the poll first.
All right.
But I love that. I love that milestone sound effect. You think they'd play it again? Ah,
That's a good one. It's no eagle scream, but it's pretty good.
yeah. I wonder if they have that one. Eagle.
No shot.
No shot.
That's
give me
only
a
on
break.
Name
You
Your
had the
Price.
scary
That's
board.
right.
How dare you want us?
Yeah, that's bullshit. I bet this
That's
crowd.
Bush League.
Yeah, I bet this crowd would say it. Say it with us. All right.
Okay.
All right, the poll is locked, and for the first time tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie.
We do. We have a tie between two of the people. I don't think we have a tie. Oh, yes, we do have a tie.
We definitely have a tie.
We have a tie between Jason the Ween and Nick Pollum.
All right.
We will give them both points, evidently.
I suppose.
All right.
Producer Tom, I am not next to my iPad, so you guys are going to have to do that yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
But now, folks, it's time to tackle our favorite milestone of the evening, and that is to give Hassan Piker a permanent face tattoo.
Wait, what?
That's right. A permanent face tattoo for charity. Isn't that right, Mary?
Hassan, we here at Twitch have really appreciated how you have brought out the best and the brightest here tonight for charity.
Are they at a different show?
Yeah, she paused before she said the brightest. I'm not going to lie.
I just got here. We really want to support you, so Twitch will be donating $10,000 to your charity right now so that we can give you your face tattoo.
Yeah.
May I have your face?
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna take my jacket off because I know that's what people wanted anyway.
Come on. I'm sure some people are really enjoying this.
Not me. He's not my type.
Not my type either. All right.
Very carefully.
Oh, you're gonna mess up his skincare, which is just soap. Look at that.
Wow. Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Damn. Look at that bicep.
Now, have you ever given a temporary tattoo before?
It's a permanent one.
Oh, it is? I don't know if you can do that with water.
You can't? No, it's new technology.
Painless permanent tattoos.
Yeah.
For the man on the go.
Yeah.
Very
All right.
carefully, Mary. You only have one opportunity to make him look like an asshole for the rest of the weekend.
It's hard to get a tattoo to stick to a beard, you know?
Oh yeah, it's very difficult.
You might need more water. In fact, just douse his white tank top.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah. Oh
wow.
No.
That's perfect.
Wow.
The best part of this is I have no idea what I look like.
You
I'm
look
sure
really
it looks
cool.
great.
It looks great, Hassan.
Thank you. Thank you for using your platform for good, and thank you for raising money for a wonderful cause.
Thank you for the donation, Twitch.
Give it up for Mary Kish, everybody.
Thank you, Mary.
Now, folks, we only have one round and one milestone to go. Pie in the face is
Which
the only...
could be anything.
It could be anything. Open for interpretation.
We've been up here a long fucking time, guys. Stay with us.
Open for interpretation. I don't know.
You've got this.
Let's keep donating to find out who's going to get a pie in the face, folks.
All right.
Let's take a look at the total donation so far and that QR code on the screen. You can put your phone up to scan the QR code on this face, folks.
All right.
Let's take a look at the total donation so far and that QR code on the screen. You can put your phone up to scan the QR code on the screen.
Just take your fucking phone out and scan the code, damn it.
Donate money, please, for God's sake.
I hope we're also spamming the link in the chat as well. So if you are participating from home and watching, you can probably click on the link in the chat that we are spamming as well.
That's right. Link in the chat. Continue to donate. We really appreciate all your support, ladies and gentlemen. And we hope to see that continued support right after this quick break. We'll be
All
right back.
right.
Welcome back, everyone. How we doing? It's time for our final round, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise guest to help out our last place debater, Baby No Money. San Diego, get on your feet and welcome to the stage, Ludwig. Here he comes.
How's it going, competitors? Hey, fierce performances all around. Amazing. Hey, we have a rebrand coming. I'm here to help you win. It took me a while to get through security, all right? But I see this liberal panel up here, and MAGA male is gonna make a man of you today. We're gonna take it down. We're gonna take back Twitch. We deserve it. Let's go. Anyway, the rebranding, you're gonna be American for the rest of this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah, it's gonna help a lot with the demo.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm officially American. Make some noise.
Who's got a dog?
Woof. We got to do something about these immigrants, man. Coming in from the northern border. Okay. All right, everyone, it's the final round. Another straightforward debate, and we have just one more topic on the table for you all, and it's an extremely important one. Our final round is called, What Would Hassan Do? This is very important for me. Here's your question. Imagine, politics is banned on Twitch. What do I do now? What would I do in that situation? What's my second act? And this does not have to be live or on Twitch. Let your imaginations run wild for my next chapter in life. You each will have 60 seconds to respond. Let's start with the Baby No Money Ludwig team.
You're gonna start with us?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. We're really prepared for this. Now, let's talk about Hassan, political commentator.
Crazy beautiful man.
Beautiful man.
And I think he wants a little bit of peace and mindfulness sometimes.
And can you go on Twitter.com without seeing him in the trending and a couple of fan cams?
No, but he's
you
doing
can't.
He's doing God's work, ladies and
So
gentlemen.
what does he do when he cannot stream?
Practice mindfulness.
Porn.
Okay.
And
Wait, I'm gonna say it again one more time. Porn.
Elaborate. Wait.
Think about it.
One more time. Porn. Look at his arms. Look at his face. Chiseled, beautiful, sexy man. He's got a penis. Ladies and gentlemen, he can use it.
What do you think about, well, how does that make you feel?
I'm the one asking the questions here, okay? Elaborate on why porn. Quick. 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. No, I got something crazy for you.
Well,
there.
we got 10 seconds, and I know typically that's how fast you get it done. So a lot of the time, it's like it is what it is, and I know sometimes boys skip to the end of the video, and that's all the time you got left, right? So, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. It's time for you guys. Thank you. Nick Paulum.
Yes, sir.
You are currently leading by,
Yes, sir.
by a lot of points.
Good, I
okay?
should be.
This might solidify your victory.
Yep.
What do I do in my next chapter? You have 60 seconds on the clock. Go.
Okay, thank you, Hassan. So, the question is, what would Hassan do if Twitch banned politics? Well, it's obvious. You just go to YouTube and you continue doing politics because that's all you do is politics. So you'd never stop doing politics. Hell, you might even start running for office somewhere if they let you, to be honest. So you just keep going with what you're doing because it works for you. I've seen your gameplay
YouTube
streams.
live streaming sucks.
Not put Hassan in the office.
Oh, okay. All right. Moving on. Jason, no points for you, Nick. Go ahead. What would I do in my second chapter and my final chapter in life?
I mean, like Ludwig said over there, muscular, handsome, nice beard. All right, you know, please take your tank top off. I'd probably go with, yeah, come on, yeah. I'd
This
probably
is a
go
serious
with,
debate show.
probably go with OnlyFans. Yeah. Hey, if you want to buy Hassan's OnlyFans, let me get a hoorah! But yeah, OnlyFans.
Okay. That's the same answer. Give me a different answer. You have 30 more
that's
seconds.
what I was going to say, but they took it.
Fuck. Probably flipping burgers.
Elaborate.
I mean, besides politics, besides your looks, you got fucking nothing else. So, flipping burgers.
Okay, points for Jason. Caroline Kwan, if you deliver here, you're at 11 points alongside Seer. Besides BB No Games, you guys have an opportunity, okay? If you deliver here very well, you could potentially pick up. But I need you to lock the fuck in. You have a minute. What is my next chapter? Go.
Your next chapter, well, I think maybe you'd finally participate in pop culture for the first time in your life. You'd listen to music, you'd watch movies, you would become the biggest male movie film guy on Twitch, because there's a lot of space. There's a really, space to fill in that area. And obviously you would pick films by strong
You're just
women.
describing your boyfriend.
Yeah, that would be
What?
the next chapter, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'd finally get you. Broken down without politics, you'd come crying to daddy.
Okay. No points for you, Caroline. Seer, up next.
Oh, I know exactly what would happen.
1 minute on the clock. Go.
Yeah, politics gets banned from Twitch. You try and become an actor, but you fail. You run out of money eventually, and one day you get into a car accident dash. You end up in a vegetative state, life support. Eventually, you watched all your loved ones give up on you. You eventually come out of it, resent society, resent yourself, resent the healthcare system, and you overdose on ketamine. And guess what? I'll be at your funeral drinking a martini.
Yeah! You know what? Fucking points here. Good job.
That's what happens when you fuck with my points, Hassan. Give me my points.
Okay. No, there's no tiebreaker. Tom, producer Tom is yelling at me in my ear. They're saying there's a tiebreaker rebuttal, but currently Seer is sitting at 12 points, Caroline Kwan at 11, Jason the Ween at 13, NMP at 14, and Baby No Money at 10.
Yeah!
That's the word. Okay.
What?
You are like 4 hours late, dog. What do you mean, what?
It is tough for a YouTube streamer to get through security. There's a lot of manhandling going on, you know.
Uh-huh.
There's a few
Okay.
layers.
All right, well,
His moped broke down.
that's about time, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a lot to think about. Crowd and chat, let's give it up for our amazing debaters tonight.
Wait, did I win?
Thank you all. And Austin and Will, back to you.
Who won?
All right, Will, what an incredible show it's been.
What a show.
It's been amazing. Chat, it's almost time for our awards, and you get to pick your favorite from the night. Who should win the Chat Favorite Award? Vote now by tapping 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat to vote for your favorite. If you think Sear won, type 1. Caroline, type 2. Jason the Ween, 3. NMP, 4. And Baby No Money, 5.
That's right. By the way, they were all wrong. If Hassan could no longer do politics, he would just do train stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
He loves trains.
He loves trains.
He will dedicate his support behind any country who has a train.
Yes.
Or a good train.
China.
China. That's right, China. He loves China. China. Who do you think won the debate today? Who's your favorite on the stage?
You know what? If I had to give it to someone, Vincent Sear is my winner for the day. A grim image of Hassan overdosing on ketamine after being in a vegetative state for decades. Really speaks to my soul.
I would echo that sentiment. An incredible debate performance. Honestly makes me want to vote Republican.
Yeah? Let's take a look at how much money we've raised. $48,000 and another 895 of those American greenbacks.
That is incredible. Give a round of applause for everybody who's donated.
And give a round of applause for yourself, San Diego.
Yes.
Day one of TwitchCon.
Thank you so much to everybody for all the donations. This is really going to some really great causes.
That's right.
And you can keep donating. We will keep the campaign open.
Yep.
But now, folks, it's time for our award presentation. So let's get a little bit of drum roll. You can use your feet. Come on, everybody. Let's start with our last place. Congratulations on being the worst debater tonight. Give it up for Baby No Money. You win a copy of How to Win an Argument book, Hassan.
That's right. Congratulations, guys. I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling about your lackluster performance?
I feel great.
I came here to learn, ladies and gentlemen. I did that. So make some fucking noise.
Thank you so much for your participation. This is a book. It's titled How to Win an Argument. We give the you guys both need it.
Yeah, appreciate that.
How are you feeling?
You look good sexually speaking right now.
Coming 4 hours late.
It was a bit of a tough one. I got into a car accident. This is 3 weeks ago. Still using it as an excuse though. Got another couple weeks in that one, but just want to say, happy to be on stage with you. Maybe that makes me stupid though.
Give it up for Ludwig, everybody.
Ludwig!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Chat Favorite Award. Thanks to all of you in the chat for voting. The winner of that award is Jason the Ween.
Jason,
congratulations, you win an Amazon gift card for $17.76.
There you go, Jason. You really pumped the fucking books in there. You got your audience to come in.
I told him not to.
And basically, cook the books a little bit.
Why do you sound disappointed?
It's all good. I'm not disappointed. You did a fantastic job, Jason. How do you feel about your performance tonight?
$17 Amazon gift card. Oh man, I'm gonna get a fucking candy bar. Thank you, Hassan.
How are you gonna spend your $17.76?
He just told you, Hassan. He's gonna get a candy bar.
How much could a banana cost?
I'll probably get a candy bar, a Kit Kat.
Some more yam queefs for everybody. You're right, Lud.
Yeah. Wait, where's yours?
I am not wearing it today. Ludwig said it was ugly. For those of you in the crowd that don't know, Jason likes to rizz people up. That's his thing. And when people have the misfortune of going on a stream, he likes to give them Temu Van Cleef, which is a jewelry brand. Anyway, congratulations, Jason, for the Chat Award.
Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, for the best debater tonight, the ultimate debater finishing in first place. They take home the giant Texas Belt Buckle Trophy, which is where they're from. Congratulations to Nick Paulo!
NMP Law!
Nick, come here.
Yes, I'm coming. Oh my God, it's actually real. I win something.
It is real. This is a massive, handmade, exclusive, real platinum Hasanabi Debate Lords Twitch Streamer Originals belt buckle.
Oh my God.
Because everything's bigger in Texas.
Oh my God.
There you go.
It's actually heavy.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I might cry because I haven't won anything in a while, and this is the first time I've won something. And thank you, Hassan, for inviting me, and thank you everyone for participating. This was great, and I'm gonna take over the world one day, and everyone's gonna do what I say.
Congratulations, buddy. Who do you feel like had the worst performance tonight?
The worst performance? Ludwig, because he was late.
Fair.
Yeah, Ludwig, yeah!